The last thing I heard in my first life was a woman I loved telling me to go to hell. Lin Tianfeng, go to hell. She said it from 3 feet away, in the exact voice she used to wake me with. Not screaming, not even angry, just a little tired, the way you sound when a long project finally wraps. Behind her, 3 immortal emperors were dying on the floor of a sky I had ruled for 1,000 years. Assassins, god of slaughter, hell, underworld. 3 organizations, 1 contract, 1 target, and the target had been drinking her poison for 2 years like it was tea. I killed all 3 of them anyway. Poisoned, hollowed out, half my meridians already dead. The next part is embarrassing. I turned around, and she was already inside my guard. You have to understand what that costs. Nobody had gotten inside my guard in 600 years. Sects had tried. Armies had tried. A man who could rearrange weather had tried, and I still remember the noise he made. She got in because I let her in, every single day, for 2 years, and on the last day she simply kept walking. So I detonated my own soul. If I was going, she was going. That was the whole plan. It was not a sophisticated plan. And the universe said, lol, no second chances, buddy, except apparently it didn't. Zhonghai City. We are now arriving at Zhonghai City. Passengers preparing to disembark, please collect your belongings. My hands came up in a killing stance before my eyes even opened. Empty air, no pressure, no killing intent, no dying gods. Just a woman's recorded voice, a smell of instant noodles that could strip paint, and about 200 people packed into a metal tube. A train. I was on a train. An old man across the aisle looked at my raised hands and moved his bag onto his lap. I sat there and did the math while the tube rattled. I had died. I remembered dying with a level of detail I would rather not have. And now there was a boy's body around me, 18 years old, all elbows, a cheap duffel bag between my feet with my name written on the tag in my mother's handwriting, Lin Fan. Nobody had called me that in 1,000 years. I looked at my hands, thin, unmarked, soft, the hands of someone whose worst injury was a paper cut. 1,000 years of scars, gone, and I felt the loss of them like a missing tooth. My memory came back. My power did not. Everything I knew was still in my skull. Every technique, every pill formula, every fatal weakness of every sect I ever burned down, a god's map, perfectly intact, sitting inside a child's engine. This body couldn't have punched through a wet paper bag with a running start, and the world outside the window had less spiritual energy in a square mile than my old bathwater. A dagger could have killed me. A car could have killed me. A bad flu had a real shot. So I did what any reasonable person would do, which was sit very still and start making a list. Because I knew this train. I knew this week. I had lived it once already, badly. 3 generations of my family farmed. My grandfather farmed, my father farmed until his back gave out, and he opened a little department store, and I got into Zhonghai University on nothing but a test score, which in my county was roughly equivalent to growing wings. Best school in Jiangnan province, top 10 in the country. My mother cried at the bus stop and pretended it was the dust. At that school, I met a girl named Zhang Yue, and a young master named Chen Haoran decided that was unacceptable and reported us to her family like a boy telling on a classmate for eating candy. He never even considered me an opponent. That was the part I kept turning over for 1,000 years. Not the hatred, the lack of it. You have to be a person to be an opponent, and I was a countryside boy, which in his accounting was a category of furniture. Then Zhang Yue did the bravest and most expensive thing I have ever watched anyone do. She looked Chen Horan in the face and told him she loved me. Not him. Me. Congratulations to us both. All that rage had to land somewhere, and I was standing right there. 4 years of university where people crossed the street. Job interviews where the interviewer was already apologizing when I sat down. My parents' little store dying for some unknown reason, which is what people say when they know exactly what the reason is and would prefer to keep breathing. My father in a hospital bed, my mother selling things. At 28, my car went off a road and into the sea, and that should have been the end of a very ordinary sad story. Instead, I woke up in a place called the Hengtian Starfield, where the air was so thick with spiritual energy that breathing was a meal. An old monster named Wu Yuzi of the Xiaoyao Immortal sect looked at a half-drowned foreigner and decided to take me as a disciple and gave me a new name, Tian Feng, Nine Dust. 1,000 years later, I crossed the final tribulation, which is a polite way of saying the sky tried to erase me and lost, and they started calling me the Nine Dust Immortal Emperor, undefeated. Not undefeated in a modest way, undefeated in the way where people stopped scheduling fights. Then I found the reincarnation bead, a little gray thing, ugly, warm. Crack its secret and death becomes optional. I was so happy about it that I told the one person I trusted, because after 1,000 years, I had gotten sloppy and lonely in a way I did not have a word for. Her name was Jade Spirit. She started poisoning me 9 days later. I'm not going to pretend I've made peace with that. But I will say, the bead came back with me, sitting somewhere under my heart where nothing should fit, and I could feel it there on that train like a coal that never quite goes out. 2 lives, one of them 1,000 years long, and the whole thing had funneled down into an 18-year-old with a duffel bag and 1,100 yuan. The train stopped. Since heaven has given me a second chance, I said out loud to nobody, I'll collect every debt I owed in my last life. One by one. The old man across the aisle moved his bag again. My benefactors would be repaid 100-fold. My enemies would get 3 lifetimes to think about it. I picked up the bag and stepped down onto the platform into a September that had already happened once and grinned like an idiot at a sky with almost nothing in it. Family, friends, I'm back. Then I thought about it. Oh, right. And enemies. Lin Tianfeng is back. The first thing I did in my second life was find a payphone because my phone was a brick with a monochrome screen and 11 yuan of credit. My mother picked up on the second ring. Xiaofan, did you arrive? Did you eat? 1,000 years. I had listened to emperors beg. I had heard a mountain range break in half, and none of it hit me anywhere near as hard as a woman in Wutong County asking if I had eaten. I gripped the receiver until the plastic complained and kept my voice flat and cheerful, which is a skill you develop when you have spent centuries lying to people who could read minds. I ate. It's nice here. Big. Don't be shy with your classmates. Don't spend too much. My father got on and said 4 words and ran out, because that is what my father does with the telephone. In my first life, he was in a hospital bed when my car went into the sea, and my mother was running around a city she didn't know, raising money for his bills, and neither of them ever found out how the story ended. Dad, Mom, I had to stop and start again. In this life, I'm going to bring you glory that nobody in that county has ever seen. My mother laughed and told me to eat vegetables. The taxi to campus took 50 minutes, and I spent all of them with my eyes closed, feeling for spiritual energy the way you feel for a pulse on a body you're pretty sure is dead. There was some. Thin, sour, city-flavored, stripped by 9 million people breathing it. Enough to work with if you were patient and had absolutely no other options, which described me exactly. Zhonghai University, after the move to the new district, is 3,000 or 4,000 acres, which means it is not a school, it is a small country with a library, lakes, woods, buildings that cost more than my province. The School of Foreign Languages sits right on the water because languages are apparently romantic. At the gate, the cars, Audis, a Porsche, a Bentley with a family unloading luggage like a moving company, and then the school buses, dumping the rest of us out with our duffel bags. Guess which one I came in on? I registered, took my key, and walked into dorm room 512, and my chest did something complicated. A skinny kid with glasses was sitting on the lower bunk reading Gulliver's Travels, in English. Li Wei. In my first life, he was the only person in that building who kept talking to me after it became socially expensive. He paid for it. They froze him out too, methodically, and eventually his family pulled him out and sent him abroad, and I never got to say a single useful thing to him. He looked up and pushed his glasses back and said, "Oh, hello," in the voice of someone bracing to be ignored. "Lin Fan," I said. "Wutong County." He put a bookmark in. Roommate 3 arrived an hour later at 1.85 meters from Liao Cheng, with a laugh you could hear through concrete. Gao Lei, Jade Shop family. He shook my hand hard enough that a normal 18-year-old would have needed ice. Roommate 4 arrived with a delegation. Shudong came through the door with 7 or 8 relatives behind him, and his grandmother stood in the middle of our room and turned around slowly like a health inspector. "This dormitory is so dilapidated," she announced. "It's worse than the room where our housekeeper lives." She offered right there to rent him a villa suite instead. His father waved it off, laughing, and invited everyone out to dinner to celebrate. And that was how I ended up in a private room with a lazy Susan and a bill I could not have covered with a year of my father's store. Then came the introductions, which at a table like that is not conversation, it is pricing. Li Wei went first. Father a third-ranking county official, mother a teacher. The table said, very good, in the tone people use for a child's drawing. Gao Lei, family jade business, assets north of 100 million. The tone warmed by about 15 degrees. Then me. In my first life, I sat in this exact chair and talked for 2 minutes, explaining my village, apologizing for my village, watching their faces while I did it. I still remember the heat in my ears. This time I used 5 words. I come from the countryside. And then I ate a piece of fish. The silence that followed was genuinely one of the best things I have ever tasted. Nobody knew where to put it. There was no shame in it to grab onto. And without shame, the whole ritual has nothing to hold. Xu Jian recovered first. Don't be discouraged, even if you come from the countryside. Then he never spoke to me again for the rest of the meal, which was fair. A poor classmate cannot help his son, and a social circle is a ladder, and you do not waste a rung on someone who isn't going anywhere. He told us about Hongsheng Group instead. Top 10 local enterprise, real estate, catering, apparel, billions. He said the word billions the way a man plants a flag. I looked at him across the lazy Susan, and it was not anger. In my last life, forces that could level this city had sent envoys to my gate and waited outside it for years. I have been kowtowed to by people who could break a mountain with an open hand. Sitting there, the chairman of Hongsheng Group was, in my eyes, practically no different from an ant. A wealthy ant. Doing very well for an ant. I thanked him for dinner and went to find somewhere to sit in the dark. A dagger could kill me, a bullet definitely could. I had a god's memory and the body of a freshman who got winded on the stairs, and every hour I spent being philosophical about it was an hour someone could have ended me with a rock. So I walked the entire campus. 3,000 acres, in the dark, with my eyes shut most of the way, tasting the air. Most of it was thin. Roads and dorms and lecture halls are dead zones. But between two small hills at the back of the grounds, there was a grove nobody had bothered to landscape, and in the middle of it, a flat boulder about 2 square meters, and the air over that boulder was almost twice as good as anywhere else. I sat on the rock and hit the wall immediately. The Zhuantian carefree scripture I had used for 1,000 years is a magnificent technique that requires pills this planet cannot produce and energy density this planet does not have. Trying to run it here was like trying to run a smelter on birthday candles, and the beginner techniques I could run would cripple my foundation permanently, which for a cultivator is like sawing your own legs off to be shorter and faster. I sat there weighing which way to maim myself, and something moved under my heart. The reincarnation bead lit up, not brightly, like an ember getting air, and a technique I had never seen in 1,000 years of collecting them unrolled itself in my mind, complete, from the first line down. The creation reincarnation art. The first line went, to seize the creation of heaven and earth, and to control life and death. Cultivation manuals open with sentences like that constantly. It's the genre. 99 out of 100 are a man in a cave with delusions and a brush. I ran it anyway, because my other option was crippling myself. The thin, sour city air over that boulder came down at me like water finding a drain. Not trickling, rushing, like a whale taking a breath. Then the trees started giving. I felt it leave the pines around me, and the grass, and the flowers in the little bed by the path, and the dew on all of it, and then, underneath everything, the soil itself, a slow, enormous donation from the ground. Fire, water, wood, metal, earth, all of it. No rejection, no clashing attributes, nothing spat back out. My body took every flavor of energy on offer, and asked politely for more. An ordinary cultivator with a decent master needs decades to reach foundation establishment. A genius with a sect behind him does it in about 10 years. The all-time record, the one they put on monuments, is 3. I took over 10 myself, in a starfield so rich the air sparkled. Sitting in a dead grove on a dead planet doing the arithmetic, I got 3 months. The sun came up. I opened my eyes on the first layer of chi refining and a very serious problem. I was starving. 1,000 years of fasting pills will do that to you. You forget the entire concept. I stood up off that boulder, and my stomach made a noise like a door. It's really troublesome, I told the empty grove, not having a fasting pill. Walking back, I took a route past the girls' dormitories, which was not an accident, and I stopped in front of Building 4 like I'd walked into glass. Somewhere above me, asleep, was a girl who had not yet met me, had not yet defended me to a man who would ruin her for it, had not yet had her family surgically remove me from her life. Xiao Yue, I said to a building, everything has started over, so let's meet again and start from the beginning. Then I went back to my dorm and lay in bed for an entire day. I'm not proud of it. I had killed 3 immortal emperors in one afternoon, and I could not work out how to say hello to a 19-year-old. Because here's the thing, nobody warns you about being betrayed by someone in your bed. It doesn't make you sad, it makes you a coward in exactly one specific direction. Every time I got as far as picturing her face, my instincts kicked in with the full report on Jade's spirit, unedited, and by evening I had thought myself into a small gray hole. Second chance at life, I told the ceiling, and I'm going to be timid and hesitant about a phone number. That settled that. Meanwhile, my roommates had reached their own conclusions. I had been out all night, come back at dawn, and gone straight to bed for 18 hours. Even so, Gao Lei said, deeply admiring, one should still exercise some restraint. Look at him. After just one night, he's completely exhausted. Li Wei pushed his glasses up and did not comment. I let them have it. It is remarkably convenient to be thought a fool about the right things. Night 2 on the boulder was better than night 1, because the city goes quiet and stops eating its own air. By dawn, I was at the second layer of chi refining, which brought me to alchemy and to the thing I actually needed, the essence nurturing pill. For a cultivator at my level, it's a shortcut worth years. For an ordinary person, 1 pill strengthens the body and adds 3 to 5 years of life, and you can keep going up to about 10 before the body stops accepting the gift. 10 years. for my father's back and my mother's hands. The catch is that a chi refining cultivator cannot refine pills. Real alchemy needs true fire, and true fire needs foundation establishment, and I was 3 months out on a good day. But you can boil the herbs into a spiritual liquid, which is the weak, undignified, extremely effective cousin of the real thing, for which I needed herbs that do not grow in a city. Class meeting at 9, mountains after that. The class meeting was exactly as riveting as class meetings have been for 1,000 years. Self-introductions, election of class officers, a speech from the advisor about the golden years of our lives. Before that, though, I ran into a girl trying to hit somebody. She was on the open ground near my grove at 7 in the morning, in sportswear, hair up in a high bun, working through a boxing form. Oval face, cool eyes, the look of someone who has never once in her life been the least capable person in a room. Her form was orderly, textbook even, and full of holes. I watched about 9 seconds of it, shook my head, and turned to go. You seem to look down on my kung fu. She'd caught the head shake. Of course she had. I don't mean to look down on you, I said. I'm just a little disappointed. Her jaw set. Go on. Self-taught, or taught by someone who never had to use it. The moves are pretty. Your guard opens every time you commit to the right hand, your weight sits back on your heels, and your elbow flares before every strike, which tells me what you're doing about half a second early. I shrugged. It looks excellent. In real combat, you'd be taken apart in about 4 seconds by anyone who actually wanted to. Her face changed, and not the way I expected. Not anger, something closer to alarm, because her grandfather had told her that, and her father had told her that, more than once, in nearly those words. Then fight me, she said. I'm always ready. She dropped into a stance that I recognized from a 1,000-year-old memory of a magazine, of all things, and announced herself the formal way. Martial art, Tang Ming Mei. Surname Ye. Huh. Could she be a descendant of that Grandmaster Tang? Lin Tianfeng, I said, because for fighting, I have always preferred the other name. Please. She came in fast and clean, left hand up, right hand snapping out, and somewhere in the middle of it she saw me smile and got a chill down her spine that she would describe to me much later as walking into a room and finding out it was a cliff. I moved at the speed of an ordinary strong young man on purpose. Anything faster would have been rude and also would have required explanations. Her right hand hit my palm and stopped like it had hit a door. Her foot hurt. Then the grass was cool against the back of her neck and she was looking at the sky. You've lost. She lay there breathing. Advice, I said, walking away. Pick opponents at your own level. Too weak teaches you nothing. Too strong just teaches you what the ground tastes like. Behind me, through her teeth, Lin Tianfeng, I'll remember you. Dongjing Mountain starts east of the school and then keeps going and going in a way that maps stop being honest about. Behind the first ridge there are unnamed mountains, and behind those there are places where nobody has ever put a foot, which is exactly where the good things grow. I hiked in with 2 free days before military training and a very short shopping list, and I was sweating within 20 minutes. First layer of chi refining is functionally a fit mortal, a god's map, a child's engine. At a 3-way junction where the trail split, 3 people came out of the other path. A woman in white, early 20s, beautiful in the way that makes people forget what they were saying. A young man in a gray plaid shirt with a phone in his hand and a face like a spoiled dessert. And a wiry middle-aged man with flat, sharp eyes who walked at exactly the right distance and put his weight down exactly the right way. He gave me an actual sense of pressure, not much. But this is important, so I'll say it plainly. That middle-aged man, right then, had the power to end my life. I hadn't felt that from a human being in 9 centuries. It was almost nostalgic. We passed each other without a word. Behind me, low, professional. Young miss, this man is a master. We should be careful. And her, cool and unbothered. He's just someone passing by. The young man snorted and said something about taking me in a few moves. There was a pause. I heard no slap, no raised voice. Just a look, apparently. Sister. I was wrong. I kept walking up the mountain and filed all 3 of them away, in the way you file a knife you found in a drawer. You don't need it yet, you just want to know which drawer. I found the good stuff by following my nose, which is not a metaphor. Spiritual energy has a taste. I walked uphill for 2 hours chasing it, and where the trail gave up entirely, the ridge broke open into a cliff, and the air coming off that drop was 3 times better than the best spot at the university. I slept on the edge that night, sitting up and woke at the 2nd layer of chi refining with the sun in my face. Then I tested the body. There was a hardwood sapling next to me, about as thick as my arm. I hit it once, at normal strength, without any technique at all. It snapped in half. I stood there for a while looking at the stump, because that is not supposed to happen. Cultivation has a saying, Qi refining is easy, body training is difficult. Meditation gives you power. Body tempering gives you a body that can survive holding it. Techniques that do both are rare, take twice as long, and eat treasures that entire sects go to war over. And they do not add 1 day to your lifespan. so almost nobody bothers. The creation reincarnation art had been tempering my flesh this whole time, for free, while I slept. I made a note to eventually find out where a technique like that comes from, and then I went down the cliff. 30 minutes on vines, hand over hand, with a drop underneath me that would have ended the story. At the bottom, the air was 3 times better again, and the floor of that place was a pharmacy. Qi nurturing grass, the main herb of the essence nurturing pill, and not a young one either, over 10 years old. Raindrops on flowers, ivy, the real kind for body tempering. White jade fruit, which nourishes the divine soul and settles the mind, sitting there like an apple nobody wanted. 15 spirit plants, all of them roughly a decade old, on a planet whose energy is so thin it should not have produced any of them. And then, in a crack in the rock where the water came through, purple cloud grass. That is the main herb of the purple cloud pill, which is what you feed a cultivator who is stuck at the door of the innate stage and needs the door opened. In the world I came from, low-level cultivators have murdered each other over one blade of it. I once watched 2 sects break a truce that had held for 80 years over a patch this size. It had 9 seeds on it. I took 8 and planted the 9th right back in the crack, packed the soil around it, and gave it some water. There's an unspoken rule about this, and it survives in every cultivation world I've ever heard of, among people who otherwise cannot be trusted with a spoon. You never take the last one. You leave something behind, so that whoever comes here in 50 years finds what you found. I have broken a great many rules. That is not one of them. Then I sat down at the bottom of that abyss and cultivated from 9 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon and broke into the 3rd layer of Qi refining in 6 hours. 6 hours, sitting on wet stone on the poorest planet I have ever been to. At the 3rd layer, I stopped being killable by a pistol, which sounds like a small milestone and is not. It was the first moment since I woke on that train that my life stopped being an object other people could pick up. So I made a decision that surprised me. I was going to actually go to university. Not as cover. Not as a base of operations. 4 years of my first life happened at that school, and I have almost nothing from them. Zhang Yue, Li Wei, and one other person, a benefactor I will get to, whose name I could not say for 1,000 years without my chest hurting. That's it. That's the harvest of 4 years. There was no rush on power. There was a rush on the other thing, military training included. God help me. I tied the herbs into a bundle with vine and went up the cliff in under 20 minutes, because that is what 6 hours will do for you. The 3 of them were waiting at the top. Not for me. They were standing around the woman's phone, comparing a photograph to something, and the young man in plaid saw me come over the lip of the cliff with a bundle of plants and pointed. Sister, we've finally found the spirit jade fruit for cleansing the spirit. He was pointing at the white jade fruit in my hand. Then he raised his voice at me the way you raise your voice at a waiter. Hey kid over there, give me that white fruit you're holding. Name your price. Kid. It was not wounded pride. In my last life, a young master who spoke to me in that tone would have had roughly 4 seconds of remaining biography, and his family would have received a very polite letter. The temperature around me dropped, and all 3 of them felt it. Rooming, shut up, the woman snapped, and turned to me with a real apology on her face, the kind people your own age almost never bother with. I'm sorry. My brother has no manners. I turned to leave. The middle-aged man stepped into my path. The young miss hasn't given the order yet, he said. You can't leave. We both threw a right fist at the same moment. There was a crack, and he went 4 meters through the air and landed badly, and his right arm was pointing in a direction arms don't. He made exactly one sound, bit it off, and got up on one knee through his teeth. Professional. I respected that. The woman got between us with her arms out, which took a specific kind of nerve given what she had just watched. Su Ruoxin, she said fast. My brother, Su Ruiming, our family's retainer, Gu Tao, please. Gu Tao, kneeling on the rock with a broken arm, then did something that changed the whole afternoon. He bowed his head to me and gave his client an honest assessment of the man who had just injured him. Young miss, late stage of inner strength. A pause. Possibly great perfection. The brother went the color of paper. Because Gu Tao himself was inner strength early stage, and in this world that means one man is worth 4 or 5 special forces soldiers, and I said flatly, because I genuinely did not know, what is an inner strength martial artist? All 3 of them stared at me like I had asked what water was. Gu Tao explained it anyway, kneeling there holding his own arm, and I have to say he was a better teacher than most sect elders I've met. 4 stages of inner strength. Early, middle, late, great perfection. Above great perfection is transcendent. Then he got quiet and solemn in a way the other 2 clearly recognized. Transcendent, he said, also known as Grandmaster. The whole martial world of an entire planet, ranked in 4 sentences. I filed it. Ants have hierarchies too, and if you're going to live in the hill, it pays to learn them. About the fruit, Su Ruoxin said. 1 million. I held up 5 fingers. One price. 5 million. Her brother made a noise like a kettle. Are you robbing me? Wrong. I started walking. This is much better than robbing. If you don't want it, then forget it. Deal. She had a card out before I finished turning around. 3 million on it now, 2 million within the month, and she put it in my hand and waited for me to ask her to prove the balance. I put it in my pocket without looking at it. That, apparently, was the moment I actually frightened her, not the arm. A man who takes 5 million on a mountain without checking is either a fool or someone to whom 5 million is worth about 5 cents, and she had already watched me not be a fool. Then I did something that made no business sense whatsoever. It isn't a pure spirit jade fruit, I said. It's a white jade fruit. Different plant, different effect. If that's what you needed, say so now and I'll give the card back. Silence on the cliff top. How do you know what we needed? So she told me. Her grandfather had collapsed. Coma. The best doctors in the country had spread their hands and gone home. And then somebody had come forward with a tip about a fruit on Dongjing Mountain. I counted the holes in that story while she talked. What illness, exactly? Who was the informant? How does a stranger know both the disease and the cure and the mountain? And how did that stranger find her? I did not care even slightly. I had my herbs and a card in my pocket. That is what I told myself walking down the mountain next to her anyway. Halfway down, she asked politely where I worked. I study, I said, at China Overseas University. She stopped walking for half a step and started again. We parted at the road. Gutao needed a hospital and got into the car holding his arm and watching me the whole time. I found out later what happened in that car, and it is worth telling because it is the first time somebody in this life got me exactly right. The brother started immediately. Skip the 2 million. There was no contract, there were no witnesses, and given the power of the Mo family, a college student wouldn't dare do anything about it. There are some people, his sister said, you absolutely cannot afford to offend. Why? Because I can't see through him at all. Gu Tao from the front seat agreed. Late stage inner strength at an absolute minimum, young enough that he might reach Grandmaster. And then the sentence that ended the discussion. Young miss, we cannot afford his retaliation, which was when the brother pointed out the small problem. She didn't have 2 million. She didn't have anything. Since the old man fell into the coma, the second uncle's family had taken over every account the Mo family owned, and the 3 million she had just handed a stranger on a cliff was the entire savings of 2 people. Su Roxin looked out the window for a long moment. It seems, she said, this matter needs to be planned out carefully. The dorm was not going to work. I cultivate all night, which is difficult to explain to 3 roommates. I needed to boil spiritual liquid, which smells like a swamp with ambitions. And I had 8 purple cloud grass seeds that had to go into soil somewhere they wouldn't be watered by a cleaner. So I went house hunting east of campus, toward the mountain, because the city is west. West means commercial streets, food stalls, 9,000 people per block, and air that has been breathed so many times it's basically secondhand. East means nothing, which meant good energy and cheap rent. I found a walled courtyard about a kilometer out. 3 rows of 2-story buildings around a 1-story house, old brick, and swept so clean it embarrassed me. And the whole place was faintly leaking spiritual aura, the way an old building sometimes does when it has been sitting quietly in one spot for a very long time. The landlady was 70-something and delighted to see a human being. Her children had all moved abroad. The old couple stayed. They rented rooms out not for the money but because an empty courtyard makes a noise at night that gets into your chest. One tenant so far, a girl, leaves early, comes back late. The room upstairs on the left was 20 square meters and had the only balcony in the building, and the balcony faced east directly at Dongjing Mountain. 300 a month, she said, and then added anxiously. In the city center it would be over 1,000. I paid for a year on the spot. She tried to give me a discount for it. We argued about it for 10 minutes. I lost. Back at the dorm, my extended absences had now been fully explained by the collective. I was not merely a country boy. I was a country boy with a secret girlfriend and an off-campus love nest. And Gao Lei had started referring to me as a legend. Military training started that week. Freshman military training is 2 weeks of standing in the sun, learning to turn left. The girls complained that the camouflage hid their figures and prayed for a handsome instructor. They got one. Tang Hua, 1 meter 80, bronze from the neck up, 23 or 24, the kind of posture you only get from a real unit. Half the girls in my company went quiet when he walked out. I looked at his face for 2 seconds and read the whole thing. Somebody was in a bad mood and having a run of bad luck. It sat under everything he did. He drilled us hard and correctly, and he was never once cruel about it, and every time he stopped moving, that thing came back into his eyes and settled. Whatever it was at home, and it was not getting better. 8 hours a day in formation. For me personally, this was a postdoctoral researcher going back to kindergarten to learn where the crayons live. I stood in the sun and turned left with everyone else and found it restful in a stupid way. In the evenings, I bought 8 extra large flower pots, carried them home 4 at a time, and planted my 8 purple cloud seeds on the east balcony. Then, I went down to the back courtyard to cultivate because the creation reincarnation art drains everything within about 10 meters, and 8 seeds worth more than the courtyard would have come out of that soil as dust, which is how, for half a month, I sat every single night directly beneath a window I did not know was occupied. Zhou Ling worked at Jincheng Hospital, 90 minutes each way. She left before I came back and came back after I went out, and in 15 days, we never once laid eyes on each other. 15 days, plus qi-nourishing liquid every night. 6th layer of qi refining. I met her because she was watering the flower bed. I came through the gate at dusk and there was a woman in the courtyard with a plastic jug, shoulder-length hair, light makeup, not stunning but the kind of person a room relaxes around. "Hello," she smiled. "My name is Zhou Ling. I live across from you. I work at Jincheng Hospital." "Lin Fan. Are you a student?" "Yes." "Then why are you renting a place outside the school?" "Convenience." "Oh." A pause. "Are you living with your girlfriend?" Then she turned scarlet from the collarbone up because she had heard the question at the same time I did, and she stood there holding a watering jug and visibly considering climbing into the flower bed. "It's just for convenience," I said, and went inside. Behind me, quietly to the flowers. What a weirdo. Dongjing Mountain Park has a lake in it, big and clean, and the air over that water was better than my courtyard. I got into the habit of walking the shore at dawn with my eyes closed, and then running the first 3 forms of the 12 forms of carefree wandering, which is the Xiaoyao Sect's basic set. At Qi Refining, you can use 3 of the 12. To perform all 12, you need a golden core. I had used those 3 forms as a warm-up for 1,000 years, and there is something obscene about needing them again. Fist, settle the kingdom. Palm, severing mountains and rivers. Leg, moving wind and clouds. Excellent boxing technique. He was maybe 22, built like a door, and grinning at me from the path with his hands already loose. Wei Ming. Joined the army at 18, Special Forces at 20, and 11 days ago he had been selected for the Wolf Fang Special Forces team, 9 men chosen out of the entire country. A month of leave before training started. They called him the king of hand-to-hand combat, and he told me that himself without embarrassment the way you'd mention your height. "Spar with me, friendly." I looked at him. "If you're not up to the task," I said, "then let's skip the sparring." His grin got a lot less friendly. "Let's go somewhere away from the water." He rolled his shoulders. "I'm afraid I might accidentally knock you into the lake." "Don't worry, it's just a matter of one move." I pointed at the water. "As for how deep Dongjing Lake actually is, I think you'll be able to measure it yourself today." He came in with a whip kick, planning to chain it into the combination that had made his name, and I stepped inside it and caught his ankle. 180 pounds of national-level Special Forces soldier, one-handed, in an arc. The splash startled birds out of trees on the far bank. His head came up in the middle of the lake, hair plastered flat, and he shouted with genuine joy, "Holy crap! That's amazing." I was already walking. "Now, tell me how deep Dongjing Lake is." Hey, what's your name?" I did not answer, which I regret, because it cost him 3 weeks of standing by that lake every morning like a dog waiting at a train station. Li Wei called on a Friday. Class party, 7 o'clock, Tianchao Entertainment, room 1103, 30 people, organized by our class monitor Liu Yu. I said yes before he finished the sentence, and he was so surprised he asked me twice. Because I remembered this night. In my first life, I went to that party, sat in the corner, drank water, went home, and got on with being invisible. And Liu Yu, the best student in our year, the girl who had walked into that university with a future you could see from space, dropped out before the end of freshman year. I never found out where she went. Nobody did. She was simply there in September and gone by spring, and by then the story had a shape to it that everyone repeated and nobody could prove. And the shape was ugly, and the shape had a man's name in it. In my previous life, I avoided such things at all costs because I could not afford to be involved. In this life, I wanted to see who was standing behind it. I got there at 7 exactly and sat in the corner with a glass of water. Room 1103 at Tianchao Entertainment is the kind of room where the sofas cost more than my father's shop. 30 of my classmates, one of me. My 5 words at that first dinner had done the rounds by then and hardened into a punchline, and "I come from the countryside" was now something people said to each other in my hearing, with the little pause afterwards. Shudong played host, everything on his card, and he made sure everyone knew the size of the card. His personal sycophant, Shen Li, ran the toasts, and about 40 minutes in he came around to me with a bottle and a smile. "Young Master Lin Fan," big laugh. "Don't tell me you don't drink. Come on, 1 glass. Give Mingji face." "I don't drink. Just 1. Or is countryside liquor not up to your standard?" Li Wei stood up and offered to drink mine for me, and got looked at like he had offered to carry a coat, and then, from the other end of the room, in a perfectly level voice, "Lin Fan doesn't drink, so we don't need to force him." The room went quiet in a single beat. Liu Yu was our class monitor, the top student in our year, and she had been refusing Shudong since the first day of military training, which everyone at that table knew, and which everyone at that table had opinions about. Shen Li put the bottle down and went back to his seat. I sat there with my water and made a decision because that had never happened in my first life. Not once. Nobody had ever stood up in a room and put their own standing between me and a bottle. Shudong got drunk enough to start on his father, Hongsheng Group, top 10 locally, and then the good part. Even Wu Dahu defers to my dad. Even Elder Hu calls him Brother Zhao. I knew what that was. It was a boy quoting a handshake. Wu Dahu used to run thousands of men in this city and was now busy going legitimate, and Shu Jian was not in his weight class and never had been. But at that table, it landed like scripture. Then Liu Yu and 3 other girls got up to go to the restroom, and I drank my water and followed them out. 5 men came out of the far end of the corridor, moving badly. The one in the middle was being held up by 2 of the others. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, red face, expensive shirt, untucked. Shuzhong, who owned Tianchao Entertainment on paper, was a relative of Wu Dahu in fact, and reported to him in practice. Next to him, short and stout and doing all the talking, was his general manager, Chen Bo. Brother Chang, once we get some new and good stuff in the store, I'll invite you to try it first. Definitely first. Shuzhong stopped walking. He had seen the girls. He reached out toward Liu Yu's face with the back of his hand, the way you'd check the paint on a car. What a gorgeous girl. He grinned at the ceiling. This one's got it. She's coming to drink at my table. Liu Yu stepped back. No thank you. That was all she said. She was polite about it. I want that noted, because of what it cost her. The other 3 started to say something and he waved them off without looking. Pa, what for? I only want her. I'm here with my class, Liu Yu said. We're leaving now. And Chen Bo, who knew exactly who these girls were and exactly how much their room had cost them, stepped forward with a smile. This is Brother Chang. You 4 are lucky to have been chosen. I'll call the police. Her voice was steady. It was not calm. There is a difference, and I could hear it from 30 meters away. I'll sue. Go ahead and sue. Chen Bo spread his hands. Then see if anyone in this city will stand up for you. He gestured at the little black domes in the ceiling. And do think about the cameras, miss. We keep the footage. By tomorrow, there could be a very interesting video of a college girl making a scene drunk in a club, and nobody who watches it will ever hear your side. One of the girls broke and ran and was caught in 4 steps. Charge! Liu Yu shouted. Run! 4 girls against 5 men. It took about 6 seconds. Take the other 3 away, Chen Bo said, and clear out their private room, all of them out of the building. So now I knew. I had spent 1,000 years wondering what happened to Liu Yu, and it turned out to be a fat drunk in a hallway who wanted an ornament for his table, and a manager who knew where the cameras were. I caught Shuzhong's wrist about an inch from her face. You can't touch her. Liu Yu opened her eyes. It was not relief. It was the specific horror of watching the least significant person you know walk into a wood chipper on your behalf. Lin Fan. She said it fast and low. You'd better get out of here right now. Go and get help. Which was a good lie and would have worked on most people. He's not going for help, Chen Bo said, bored. He's her boyfriend. One of the thugs cracked his knuckles and came over. Let go of Brother Chang's hand right now. Kneel down. Beg for mercy. Kneeling down and begging for mercy, I said. You know what? I think that's pretty good too. Then I kicked the back of Shuzhong's knee, and the boss of the building went down onto the tiles like a dropped coat. The thugs swung at my head. The girls shut their eyes. All 4 of them. They told me afterwards they were certain, in that half-second, that they were about to hear the sound of me dying. What they heard was, "You're probably not enough." He went down and stayed there, and his right arm was finished for the season. Then I looked at the man kneeling in front of me. If you can't even take care of your own dog, I said, what's the point of having 2 hands? I think 1 is enough. I turned his wrist the wrong way. He kept the hand. He would not be reaching for anybody with it for a long time. 3 more came at once, which was the correct decision and did not help. Under 3 seconds, all of them on the floor. I did not kill anyone, and it was not mercy. There were cameras in that corridor. The police in this city existed, and at the 6th layer of chi refining, a decent sniper still had a real chance at me. Any cultivator who lands in a new world and decides he is the best thing in it ends up dead in a ditch, and the ditch is usually shallow. Shuzhong played his last card from the floor. Do you know who I am? My brother is Elder Hu, Wu Dahu. I slapped him into the wall, put a foot on his head, and leaned on it. Now that I dare, I said, what are you going to do? Which is when my entire class arrived, led by Shu Dong, at a dead run. Which bastard is so blind as to dare to bully my classmate? He bellowed into the corridor. Zhao Mingji is. Then he saw the corridor. 5 men on the floor. 1 boss under my shoe. Nobody standing but me. You could watch the speech die in his throat. He had run all the way down 2 flights of stairs carrying a moment, and the moment had already been taken. Did you do all of these? He said. Yes. Behind him, Shenli went the color of a dead fish, because 60 minutes earlier, he had been waving a bottle in my face. Shudong recovered the only way he knew how, which was to kick a man who was already down, twice, while announcing that Wu Dahu himself deferred to his father. Shudong lifted his head off the tile. "Elder Hu," he wheezed, "is my brother." Shudong's foot stopped in midair, and then the corridor filled up. 30-odd men in black came through both ends at once, and behind them a heavy man in a good suit with a face like a fist. "Who has the audacity," he said, "to cause trouble on my Wu Dahu's turf?" Shudong went from swagger to a bow in under a second. He got out most of a sentence about his father Shu Jian before Wu Dahu kicked him across the floor. Shu Jian? Who does he think he is? Even if he were standing here today, he'd have to kowtow and apologize to me. 30 of my classmates stood against the walls and did not look at me, and all of them, every single one, were thinking the same thing, that the country boy had done this, that the country boy had ruined the party. Shudong crawled to his brother's shoes and grabbed at them. Wu Dahu slapped him off. "You're just surnamed Huang," he said. "You are not my brother. Know your place. I handed you Tianchao Entertainment so you could make money for me. I can replace you tomorrow. I have been in a lot of rooms with a lot of powerful men. I always enjoy the moment where the family tree turns out to be an org chart." Then Elder Hu turned around and looked at me and started fishing. "Young man, which family are you from? Who is your master?" "I'm just an ordinary student." I put my hands in my pockets. I couldn't stand these beasts' behavior. "An ordinary student," he smiled with the bottom half of his face only. "Then you'll probably have to leave something behind today, and these students of yours will probably all have to stay too." So I walked over and slapped him. Not hard, by my standards. Hard enough that the sound went down the whole corridor and 30 men in black heard it perfectly. Then I had him by the throat. "If your men so much as shift their weight," I said, "I'll crush your throat right now. Do you believe me?" "Don't move," Wu Dahu screamed at his own people. "Don't move." "Good. Then here's the trade. The students walk out of this building, and I'll stay and play with you slowly." 30 of my classmates left that corridor like rabbits leaving a field. Not one of them turned around. Not one of them asked what happens to him, or said his name, or waited by the door. I counted, because I have 1,000 years of practice counting who stays. 2 stayed. Li Wei, who had to be physically told to leave, twice. And Liu Yu, who stood in the doorway with her jaw set until I said, "The police now," and gave her something to run toward. Then the doors shut, and 30 men came out with machetes and clubs. Their top man came first. They called him Kion, and his whole reputation was that he could take 10 men at once, and he opened by punching at my face. "That was so ruthless," he said while he did it. "It's practically murder." One left kick put him 4 or 5 meters back into the wall, and he did not get up. "Everyone!" Wu Dahu was on his feet now, screaming, "Attack together! Kill him!" 30 men with weapons always learn one thing about corridors too late. 30 men cannot surround anybody in a hallway. 30 men in a hallway are 11 men in a hallway and 19 men waiting in line. I took 2 machetes off the first pair and worked forward. In about a dozen breaths, that corridor was full of people who were no longer participating. I dragged one of the blades along the floor the whole way back because the noise it makes is genuinely excellent, and stopped in front of the chair Wu Dahu had settled into. I kicked him out of it and sat down. "Now," I said, "it's my turn to ask. How do you want to die today?" He did the thing all of them do. The smile came back on, and the negotiation started, and behind his eyes I could see him already writing the second half of tonight. "Little brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Let's just let this matter drop." I patted his fat cheek with the flat of the blade, gently, twice. "I know you're very resentful," I said. "If you want revenge, then come on. But if that thing on the floor ever offends me again, I won't hesitate to personally send him to hell." Then I threw the machete, and it went halfway through the far wall, and I walked out of the building. The police never came. Liu Yu had made the call from the street 20 minutes earlier. She called twice. Nothing arrived, not that night, not the next morning, and I stood outside on the pavement and understood the shape of this city completely in about 4 seconds, for free. Li Wei ran at me and started checking my arms for holes. Liu Yu bowed, 90 degrees, in the street, in front of a nightclub. "Thank you. How did you get out?" Li Wei kept turning my hands over. "How did you get out?" Perhaps they suddenly had a change of heart. Neither of them believed it, and neither of them pushed, and I have always thought that was the most polite thing anyone has ever done for me. At the hospital that night, most of the men from that corridor were told they would not be getting everything back. Chen Bo worked the phones and had my file inside 3 hours, which I will admit was efficient. Freshman, Zhonghai University, Linfan, small village, Wutong County, Lingnan Province, no background whatsoever, decent grades. "Brother Ba, let me frame him," Shuzhong said from a bed with one usable hand. "Drugs in the dorm, 10 years. No. But that little bastard dared to slap me in the face. Wu Dahu looked out the window at his city. I must avenge myself. Sending him to jail would be far too lenient. On Tuesday, I went to the library, and I sat there for half an hour, and it took longer than some of my secluded meditations. Our class advisor was a woman named Han Meilin, 26 or 27, tall, honestly beautiful, a doctorate from overseas and no wedding ring, which made her the collective daydream of half the campus. In my first life, she noticed my English and was kind to me for one semester and then resigned in the spring and vanished so completely that nobody ever heard where she went. I did not hear a word she said in class that week. I was waiting for an hour on a Tuesday. Jiang Yue came in at 2:10 in a light white dress with a blue clip in her hair, exactly the same, down to the clip. 1,000 years, and a girl walked through a library door precisely the way my memory said she would, and I had to put my hand flat on the table. And I'll tell you something I never told Jade Spirit, which is a sentence that gets easier to say every year. Part of why I chose her was that she looked like this. She went to the shelf where the CET4 preparation books live, and the space was empty because the book was in my hand. I held it out. Excuse me, do you need this book? She looked at the cover and then at me. How did you know I needed this one? I felt it. She laughed at that, which she had also done the first time, and took it, and I held on about half a second too long before I noticed I was doing it and let go and apologized. Xiao Yue, in this life I will protect what we had in the last one, and nobody on this planet is going to stop me. I did not say that out loud. I asked for her number instead, and she gave it to me, and I typed it in carefully with my thumb like a person learning it for the first time. I have known that number for 1,000 years. Meanwhile, 2 hours south, the Mo family was holding a meeting about whether to let a dying man eat a piece of fruit. Second uncle Su Jiankun ran it, mid-level at the Ministry of Commerce, and since the old man went into the coma, the holder of every account the family had. You picked up a broken fruit from somewhere, he said, and now you want to feed it to your grandfather. What if something goes wrong? Can you afford the consequences? Third uncle Su Jianhong opened his mouth. Su Jiankun looked at him. Third uncle closed his mouth and studied the tea. He personally controls a listed company worth several billion, and he folded in under 2 seconds, which tells you everything about the internal weather of that house. Then the second aunt got going. She married in, she has never once let anyone forget she is a Mo, and she has the sort of tongue that leaves marks. Is it some kind of random quack medicine? Are you trying to kill the old man? So unfilial, this girl, so unfilial. Su Ruiming came off the wall. My sister quit school for him, he said. She gave up the company she built with her own hands. Where were you? Without the Mo family, the aunt said pleasantly, you would be nothing but a parasite. Their mother died just after Su Ruiming was born. Su Ruoxin raised him herself at an age when other girls were doing homework, and there are exactly 2 people in this world that boy will obey. One of them was in a coma upstairs, and the other one was standing right there being called a parasite. Su Jiankun ended it the safe way. Wait for eldest brother. Eldest brother arrived that evening in uniform with a general's star on the shoulder, and he was in a bad mood before he crossed the threshold. If I hadn't come back, Su Jiancheng said, who knows what kind of mess you'd have made. After Grandpa fell ill, his daughter said, you came home once. You brought one specialist. You visited him one time. On what basis have you concluded that Grandpa is beyond saving? His hand went up. And then it came down again, unused, because whatever else that man is, he knows exactly who raised his children while he was away being a general. Fine, use your fruit. Then, in the same breath, in the same flat tone, and in exchange, you will receive Xiao Yan of the Chu family of Yanjing. He's coming south for you. She stood very still. The Chu family is one of the 4 great families of the capital. The Mo family, with a general, a ministry official, and a listed company, is not remotely in that conversation. Understand this clearly, her father said. Although your grandfather is now just a living dead man, as long as he is still alive, the Mo family will not fall. She went through surprise, then something worse, and landed on a question she has never said out loud to anyone but me. Is this still considered my biological father? She said one word, good, and walked out, and her back going down that corridor was the loneliest thing in the building. Then the medicine failed. She boiled the white jade fruit for 3 hours the way you'd stew a chicken, fed the broth to the old man through a tube, and waited 3 days, and nothing happened at all. The second aunt was in the room for the 3rd morning. What a miracle drug. Could it be some rotten fruit she picked up at the fruit market? You've had enough of your willfulness, her father said. Prepare to receive Xiao Yan. And then Su Ruiming, who had contributed nothing to that household in his entire life, solved it by accident. Sister, he said slowly, that guy on the mountain, he said it wasn't a pure spirit jade fruit. He said it was a white jade fruit. She turned around. He knew what we were looking for, her brother said. He knew it was wrong. And he offered us our money back. which is why my phone rang. The thing about my phone ringing that week is that other people were also making plans about me. Chen Horan held court on the indoor basketball court because he was student union president and juniors with money booked gymnasiums the way other people book tables. Son of Chen Guodong, the richest man in China overseas holdings. A permanent detail of hangers-on. A permanent detail of girls. Campus influence that I can only describe as weather. One of his people, Liang Fei, brought him the news that sister-in-law Wu Yang had been seen twice with a freshman. Chen Haran did not even look up from the ball. Which one? Foreign languages, a small village somewhere, no background. The whole court laughed. It's a good laugh, that one. I heard a version of it for 4 years. No matter how good his grades are, Chen Haran said, a boy from a rural background will never be accepted by the Ouyang family. He took a shot and missed. Watch him. If he needs it, warn him. 2 days later, I was standing at the south gate waiting for a phone call, and 3 of them came to deliver the warning. By then, my English had become a small problem. A cultivator's brain does not forget things, and I had spent a week accidentally correcting a lecturer. Liang Fei walked a circle around me with 2 friends. Stay away from Jiang Yue. Oh? I said. On what grounds? He looked me up and down and found what he was looking for. Your entire outfit probably doesn't cost 200 yuan, like a toad trying to eat swan. The slap turned him 180 degrees. Your breath stinks, I said. Let me clean it for you. You're welcome. The other 2 came in. I did not move my feet. They went down on either side of him like bookends, and the crowd at the south gate made the noise that crowds make. I could hear them narrating it to each other. This is Chen Horan's man. Slapping him is slapping Chen Horan. That freshman is finished. He's completely finished. He can't stay at this school. Then everyone stopped talking because of the engine. A red Maserati Grand Cabrio came up the drive and stopped 4 meters from me, and 3 million yuan of car sat there idling while a woman got out of it in the kind of dress you do not wear to a university gate. The crowd opened for her like a curtain. Su Ruoxin walked up to the countryside boy in the 200 yuan outfit in front of maybe 200 students and bowed, deeply, from the waist. Mr. Chin, I am truly sorry. I have broken my promise. I've come here specifically to apologize. Nobody breathed. Liang Fei, on the ground, holding his face, could be seen physically failing to process it. Then let's go, I said. We drove off. Behind us, I am told, the discussion reorganized itself inside about 15 seconds into, well, obviously, what young master would wear clothes from a street stall. She took me to the Rongjiang, which is the sort of restaurant where the menu has no prices and the waiters walk like cats, and she got straight to the point. I can't pay the 2 million yet. She put a key on the tablecloth. Take the car instead. It's worth more. From the other side of the table came a noise of genuine anguish. That's my beloved car. She looked at him. He stopped. I turned to the brother directly. That's your car. Would you give it to me? He got the words out through his teeth like a man passing a kidney stone. Of course I'm willing. I laughed at him. Openly. I know you're extremely unwilling, but it's not bad to hear you say it. Then I pushed the key back across the table. Unfortunately, I'm only 18 this year. I've never had a driver's license, and I can't drive. His whole body sagged with relief, and he immediately hated himself for it. A year, I told her. You have a year for the 2 million. Don't mention it again. She should have taken the exit. Instead, she put her hands flat on the tablecloth and asked me for something much bigger. Come and look at her grandfather. 1 million if it works. 1 million if it doesn't. 3 million all in. And I felt myself go cold, and I let her hear it. Miss Mo, do you think of me as a savior from suffering? September dropped straight through into deep winter at that table. She had watched me break a man's arm on a cliff. She knew exactly what she had just done. No, she said. I saw you in the deep mountains, alone, gathering herbs nobody else can identify. That's all. I'm not asking a saint. I'm hiring a specialist. And you think a specialist is worth 1 million yuan? I think, she said, that Uncle Zhang says you are late-stage inner strength at minimum. I think you're younger than me, and I think that if you save my grandfather, the Mo family will owe you a debt, and that is worth considerably more than 1 million to you. She met my eyes. I'm not going to pretend it's charity. That is why I said yes, not the money. She could have lied to me in 6 different attractive ways, and she picked the one where I came out ahead. How did you administer the fruit? I boiled it. About 3 hours. I put my chopsticks down. You boiled it. I had to sit with that. Miss Mo, if the medicine you brewed like that had worked, that would have been truly strange. It's eaten raw. Heat kills it in about 90 seconds. Her face went through several things and settled on horror. It's all my fault, she said. Saturday, I said. And there was one more reason, which I did not tell her and have never told her. Su Ruoxin carries a shadow. Not a resemblance exactly. A way of standing between two men who are about to fight, with her arms out, like it has never occurred to her to be somewhere else. There was a woman in my previous life who did that. I owed her more than I have ever owed anyone. She is not alive to be repaid, and that is entirely my fault, and I would very much like to stop having this feeling. That week, Zhou Ling knocked on my door with dinner on a tray, 4 dishes and a soup, because her new neighbor was a student who clearly ate like a stray dog. She had been cooking since she got off a 90-minute bus ride. When she picked up the tray to leave, I said, "If you ever need any help, tell me. Anything." She laughed and said something about not needing a bodyguard to change a light bulb and went across the hall. In my previous life, cultivators who could crack a mountain range offered me treasures with no price on them. Sect founders offered me their entire inheritance, and beautiful, terrifying women offered me a great deal more than that, all for one sentence of commitment from the Nine Dust Immortal Emperor. I gave it to precisely none of them. Zhou Ling got it for a tray of home cooking and a bowl of soup with too much ginger in it. She has no idea what she's holding. She's going to find out. The Mo compound in Jiangzhou is 2 hours out of the city, and when the gate opened, I stopped walking for a second. Blue brick, green tile, real timber, a courtyard laid out by somebody who understood what they were doing 300 years ago, and the air inside those walls was better than anywhere in Zhanghai except my abyss. Old buildings do that. Something about a place where the same family has been putting its feet down in the same spots for 10 generations. Old servants, nurses in white, and a man by the door I clocked immediately. Chen Kun, the old man's driver, quiet, balanced, considerably stronger than Gu Tao. Still one move, but a better one move. The courtyard was full of people, because the second uncle had moved first. Through the second aunt's connections, he had imported 3 famous miracle doctors from 3 provinces and installed them in the main house. The aunt saw us come in and raised her voice for the audience. "Oh, Ching Cheng's back. I wonder which fruit stand she visited this time." The 3 experts came out about 10 minutes later and gave their conclusions in front of everyone. The first said the old master had been struck by evil spirits and required a ritual. The second said years of overwork had exhausted his essence and blood. The third, thin, glasses, said it was clearly a rare poison and looked at the other 2 with contempt. Then all 3 of them started arguing with each other in a courtyard full of the client's relatives. I laughed out loud. "Sorry. I was just thinking about the scene of charlatans out on the street, fighting each other for business." The bearded one drew himself up. "Young man, who is your master? What lineage?" "You're a quack. You're not worthy to know my master's name." The other 2 came at me together, and I did not let them finish the first sentence. "And you 2 don't even have the right to speak to me." Su Jiankun tried to have me thrown out. His niece stepped in front of me, which by then I was starting to expect. And the thin one with the glasses, who had decided I was going to be the afternoon's entertainment, held up a hand and said generously, "Let the boy stay. Let's hear his diagnosis." "Old Master Su," I said, "is not ill. 1 stone, 1,000 waves." The courtyard erupted. The bearded one demanded to know what that was supposed to mean. The thin one asked whether I had considered a career in comedy. "He was poisoned," I said. "Zhonggu. There's a goo insect in him." That got the biggest laugh of the day. "The goo worm theory is folklore," the thin one said. "Wild tales for villagers. And I'd like to point out to everyone here that since this boy entered the house, he has not once gone near the old master. He hasn't taken a pulse. He hasn't looked at him. As for finding the cause of an illness," I said, "why would I need to get close? That's a method that only quacks like you cling to." "Then prove it." "Terms." "If there's a worm in that man," the thin one said, smiling, "all 3 of us will get out of this house immediately. And if there isn't, I'll get out." Agreed. I walked to the bed. Su Jingyuan lay there the way a coma patient lies, hollowed out, hands folded, breathing like a bellows with a hole in it. I put my right palm flat on his abdomen and slid it slowly up to his throat, and said one word, "Open." His mouth opened by itself. Something came out. A worm the length of my thumb joint, gold, wet, and very much alive, and it did not fall. It rose 3 inches above his open mouth and hung there in the air, turning slowly, writhing against something none of them could see. The bearded doctor sat down on the floor. I let them look at it for about 4 seconds. Then I pressed my palm down and put it back. Su Jiankun found his voice about 10 seconds later. "You, explain yourself. What exactly have you?" He met my eyes and the rest of the sentence went back down his throat. He described it to his wife as being looked at by something prehistoric that had not decided whether he was food. His wife had no such instinct. She came across that room screeching at me like I was a delivery boy who had scuffed her floor, and I slapped her. Once. Measured. She went sideways into a chair. "Even though you're just an ant," I said, "I still hate it when you keep bothering me. If you say one more word, I won't hesitate to do that again." I will admit something here. I do not enjoy hitting people her age or her size, but I had read her the moment I walked in, and she does not have long left in this world, and it is not going to be an illness that takes her. Then I turned to the three experts. The bet is over. Now you'd better get out of here in a very polite way. They tried the only move they had. It was a smokescreen, the thin one said. Hypnosis. A trick with a hidden insect. Everyone knows a real goo cannot be. Throw them out, said Sujian-kun. The second uncle deserves credit for pure, unsentimental speed. Those three men were his own play. He flew them in. He housed them. He had been building his position on them for a week. And the instant he understood that his father might actually wake up and that the person who woke him would remember who helped, he had his own imported experts carried out of the compound by the elbows. They were still shouting in the driveway when I started explaining the actual problem. That worm is a child, I said. Mother-child heart goo. Somewhere out there a person is holding the mother and the child are connected. Then pull it out and burn it, said Su Ruiming. If I pull it out, the caster will feel it, and the second they feel it, they'll kill the child. Isn't that what we want? No. I looked at the old man on the bed. It's been in him a year of that thing's waste sitting in his body. While it's alive, that residue is inert. It's basically sludge. The instant the worm dies, the sludge turns into a poison that will finish him in under 15 minutes, and there isn't a hospital on this planet that could do anything about it except record the time. The room went very quiet. So there's nothing. There's Tianquai blood, I said. Blank faces all round, and Su Ruiming, God bless him, filled the silence. Tianquai. He frowned deeply, working it out loud, in front of his aunts. I've eaten pig's blood, chicken's blood, duck's blood. He nodded to himself. So what kind of animal is a Tianquai? Every woman in that room turned red at the same time, in a wave, like someone had adjusted a dial. His sister, the strong one, the one who had stood between a grandmaster and her retainer without blinking, suddenly could not look at the furniture. Finally, an older cousin took pity on him and told him, quietly, 2 words. Su Ruiming sat down on a stool and did not speak again for about 20 minutes. It's the one medium a mother goo can't sense through, I said, once the room could function. The mother loses the child. She can't kill what she can't find, at least not quickly, and quickly is the whole game. It gives me the window I need to flush a year of residue out of him. How much do you need? A lot. The Mo family produced a large bottle of it in under 3 hours. I did not ask how. I did not ask who. I have been alive for a very long time, and I have developed an excellent sense for questions that make everybody's day worse. I took the worm out again, dropped it into the bowl, and it stopped moving as if someone had unplugged it. Then I wrote a list of herbs on a blank sheet of paper. Boil these, all of them, 1 pot, then put him in it for 2 hours. Su Ruoxin looked at the list, then looked up. We have all of these. Grandfather stockpiles medicinal herbs. There's a year's worth in the East store. Of course there was. Wealthy old men in every world I have ever visited buy herbs by weight, brew them wrong, and get nothing out of them but expensive tea. That night, while an 80-year-old general soaked in my soup, my heart started hammering in my chest. Oh, come on, I said out loud in someone else's house. Why did you have to come now? I got to the back garden with about 40 seconds to spare. 7th layer of chi refining, late stage. It came through me like a wave going out, and every plant in that garden bent away from where I was sitting, all at once, as if a wind had passed with no sound in it. Somewhere in the compound, a dog started barking and could not be persuaded to stop. I sat there in the dark on the wet grass, grinning like a lunatic, and then I made myself stop, because showing off without confidence is not courageous bravado. It's just plain stupid. And on this planet I was still, at that exact moment, one good ambush away from a very short second life. At dawn, Su Zhengyuan walked out of the house on his own 2 feet, tang suit, straight back, color in his face. His son the general made a sound I would describe as unmilitary, and 2 of the servants sat down, and the first thing that old man did to the person who had just given him his life back was attack me, not out of malice. He crossed the courtyard, said, "Let me see," and threw a straight punch at my chest. A founding-era officer who never stopped training. Early-stage inner strength, at the very top of it, 79 years old and holding back 3/10 out of politeness. I did not move. His fist stopped 4 inches from my shirt against nothing, and the nothing pushed back. He came off it and went 5 steps backwards across his own courtyard and had to be caught by his driver. He stood there staring at the air where his fist had stopped. "External chi release," he said. His voice had gone strange. "Transcendent realm. You're a grandmaster." Then he bowed to me, in front of his entire family, with his son the Major General standing right there. I was unaware that it was a Grandmaster in person. Please forgive an old man's rudeness. Grandmaster Chin. Nobody in that courtyard moved. Now I'll tell you what I was thinking while all that was going on, because it was not modesty. External key release should not be possible for me. On my scale, that is a foundation establishment trick, and I was at the 7th layer of chi refining, which is 2 full stages below it. I could only do it because the creation reincarnation art packs so much energy into so small a container that the thing simply spills out. I was cheating. I was cheating at cheating, and an entire planet's ceiling had just bowed to me because of it. Grandmaster, Su Jingyuan said over breakfast, may I ask about the outside world? So I got the local map from a man who had spent 60 years drawing it. Above inner strength there is transcendent, which everyone calls Grandmaster. A Grandmaster kills an ordinary strong man about as easily as you snap your fingers. Pistols are irrelevant. Rifles are a nuisance. The only thing on the entire planet that reliably threatens a Grandmaster is a sniper round to a vital point from far enough away that he never knew about it. And there are 30 of them, exactly 30, in the whole country. Updated every 3 years. You come off it when you die or when you go quiet long enough that people assume you have. Number 1 has not moved in over a decade. Gongsun Ming, martial family, started training at 3, circulated chi at 8, early stage at 12, middle at 18, late at 24, transcendent at 32, which is the youngest in the recorded history of this country. He is in his 40s now. The last time anybody saw him work was 5 years ago. Japan's number 1 came west on a tour, beat a dozen Chinese martial artists in public, from inner strength all the way up to Grandmaster, and then challenged the top of the list. Gongsun Ming threw 3 punches. Afterwards, the number 2 on the list, Xiao Chenghai, was asked whether he could have survived those 3 punches, and he said, on the record, no. The old man told me all this with obvious pleasure, and finished with the flattery he had been building toward the whole time, which was that I had reached Grandmaster at 20, and would therefore surely stand at the very top of that list within a few years. What that old man had just described to me, the ceiling of his entire world, the summit of a nation, was not even the tip of the iceberg. Where I come from, Gongsun Ming would be an unusually promising gatekeeper. I did not say so. There is no upside in it. Take a man's sky away, and he stops being useful to you and starts being sad. Also, I said, my master gave me a single word. Juchen. You may call me Lin Tianfeng. I looked at the old man properly while we talked, which is to say I looked through him. The verdict was not good, ordinary aptitude. And the family cultivation technique he had practiced with total devotion for 60 years was, to be blunt, rubbish. Where I come from, mortals who cannot cultivate at all would still refuse to practice that thing. 5 years. Maybe a little more with pills and rest. He asked me, with enormous care, whether I might consider looking at the Mo family technique. I watched him run it for half an hour, and it was worse than I expected. It was not merely inefficient, it was actively strangling him. 60 years of a man's discipline poured into a bucket with a hole in the bottom. I told him I would take some time to organize my thoughts on it. That was a lie, obviously. I had it fixed in my head before he finished the second form. But there is an old saying about this exact situation, and it has never once been wrong in 1,000 years. A common man is innocent. It is possessing a treasure that is the crime. You do not hand a family a corrected Grandmaster-capable technique the way you hand someone a business card. You hand it to them when they are strong enough to hold it, or you hand them a death sentence with a bow on it. Over breakfast, somebody asked where the second uncle had gone. He had flown to the capital at first light. Nobody had told him to. He had taken the news that his father was awake and healthy, and he had gone to sell it into a personnel reshuffle before anyone else in the family could. Su Jingyuan listened to that without a flicker. He should be considered very filial, the old man said. Shouldn't he? I also asked the question nobody had asked in a year. He had been ambushed. A trip to Qianan 12 months ago, all arrangements internal, and somewhere on that trip a goo went into him. Who benefits? Who knew the route? Who has that kind of access? Nothing. A general with 60 years of enemies and a family with 3 branches and no answer at all. The banquet was that evening, and at the end of it the old man pushed a card across the table. 10 million yuan, 10 times what his granddaughter had promised. I took it without a flicker, which impressed everybody at that table for entirely the wrong reason. They thought it was composure. By the standards I grew up with, 10 million for waking a man out of a goo coma and diagnosing his technique is a low price. Insultingly low, honestly. There were people in the Hengtian starfield who would have handed over a mountain and everything living on it. Nobody on Earth can afford my rate, so I have decided to be gracious about it. As I was leaving, Su Jingyuan stood in his gateway and watched his granddaughter walk me to the car and watched how she was walking and sighed the way old men sigh. I'm afraid, he said to nobody, my granddaughter has fallen into this trap. Back at school, Zhang Yue wanted the rest of the story. I had been telling it to her in pieces. A carefree immortal emperor and a woman called the New Moon Fairy. She thought I was making it up as I went, and she had opinions about my pacing. So what happened next? Did they stay together? Xiao Yue, I said. I think you'd better not listen to the rest. It's very sad. But you're the author. She hit my arm with the book. If you're the one writing it, then you can definitely change the ending. And something got away from me. Not much. A thread. Less than 1/1,000,000th of what I used to walk around inside all day without noticing. Because some things are already destined, I heard myself say, or have already happened, and they cannot be changed. What I can change is what is going to happen. The air on that path went cold enough that a girl 2 benches away looked up, and I am going to change it. Zhang Yue did not move. For about 2 seconds, she was not sitting next to a boy from her English class. She was sitting next to something very old looking out through his face, and every instinct she owned told her to be extremely still. Then it passed, and I said something stupid about lunch, and she laughed, and it was gone. But she was quiet on the walk back, and I sat in my courtyard that night thinking that if 1/1,000,000th of it does that to her, then I am going to have to be very careful for a very long time. Chen Haran's next move came through the English club, which was elegant, and I want to give credit where it's due. He did not send thugs. He sent an invitation. The club president Xiao Chongyang and his vice president Wang Mei met Zhang Yue at the door. With warmth you could have spread on bread, walked us into a room of 40 people, and produced their champion. Huang Tao, blonde, actually blonde, died within an inch of its life. Schooled abroad since he was a child, a real foreigner in his own description, and locally famous for taking anyone who claimed to speak good English and dismantling them in public for sport. A friendly exchange, he said. Questions. I'll go first, since I'm the host. No, I said. You ask first. Let me see how you phrase it. I gave up the opening move deliberately. He heard it as fear, and the room heard it as fear, and Zhang Yue's hand tightened on her bag. He came out with the Western Renaissance, dates, cities, figures, and then the impact on the modern world, delivered in about 90 seconds of genuinely excellent English, with a little smile at the end for the audience. I answered it, all of it. The dates he wanted, and the 3 he got slightly wrong, and the impact in fluent, unhesitating English, for 2 minutes, without stopping to think, because I had the top history score in my province in high school and then spent 1,000 years training a memory that does not lose things. The room stopped rustling. I watched the president and the vice president lean forward with the specific hunger of people looking for a mistake to jump on. They did not find one. They looked at each other. My turn, I said. When did the May 4th movement occur, and what were its significance and its impact? Huang Tao opened his mouth. Nothing came out. He knew the year, I think. He had the shape of it somewhere. But he had never studied a single thing about his own country, ever, in his life, because none of it had ever been worth points to him, and it had never once occurred to him that a room might ask. 40 of our classmates found something else to look at. You are Chinese, I said in English, so he would not miss any of it. You have turned your back on your own ancestors and spent your life worshipping other people's. How does a man who betrays his country and his ancestors stand between heaven and earth? I picked up my bag. Honestly, coming here was a mistake. Standing next to you is a disgrace. The president jumped up with both hands out. Now, this is just an academic exchange. We should all roll. I did not even look at him. People who are willing to be dogs for foreigners have no right to speak. And I let the pressure off my shoulders for half a second. 40 people took a physical step backwards. Chairs moved. Somebody dropped a phone. I took Zhang Yue's hand. Xiao Yue, let's not come to this place again. It offends the eyes. Outside in the corridor, she did a small victory dance with one fist, entirely without dignity, and then stopped because she had noticed that I was still holding her hand. I started to let go. Then let's take it with us, she said, and closed her fingers and walked off, pulling me down the corridor. While that was happening, Wu Dahu was buying an army. Wu San reported the numbers to him personally. 50 men, handpicked out of several hundred, all of them people who had actually done this before. And, at a cost that made even Elder Hu wince, one inner strength master, a man called Liu Feng, currently installed in a suite at the Donglai International Hotel. Wu Dahu had wanted a master of his own for 11 years. Watch the school, he said. The moment that little bastard steps off the campus, we take him. Which brings me to the funniest thing that happened to me that entire autumn. Su Zhengyuan invited me to dinner in the city to thank me properly. He booked the Donglai International. 50 hired men, one inner strength master, and an old general with excellent taste in restaurants, all converging on the same 5-star hotel on the same Thursday evening, without a single one of them knowing about the others. I love this planet sometimes. Wu Dahu got the call at 6 and laughed until he coughed. He has the road to heaven and he chooses not to take it, he said. So he's come to hell by default. Chen Bo, who had actually seen me work, tried once. Brother Ba, perhaps we should find out why a college student is having dinner at our 5-star hotel. Who invited him? Just the name. Now that we're on my turf, I'm in charge. Even the King of Heaven can't stop me tonight. A waitress met me in the lobby and led me to an elevator. The elevator went down. I watched the numbers count backwards and said pleasantly, "Who invites guests to dinner underground?" She smiled at the wall and said something about the private banquet level, and her heart was going at about 140 beats a minute, which I could hear from where I stood. By then, my divine sense reached 50 meters in every direction, 50, at the 7th layer of chi refining. That is a foundation establishment radius, and I had it because the creation reincarnation art keeps handing me things I have not earned, so I already knew what was behind the door before the elevator opened. 61 people, one of them standing apart, quiet, centered, breathing in a way none of the others were. I stepped out and let her walk away. "Thank you," I said to her back. "Beautiful lady, I think we'll meet again soon." She got about 4 steps and put a hand on the wall. The banquet hall doors opened on a room with no banquet in it. 50 men with machetes, arranged in an arc, and Wu Dahu in a chair in the middle, like a man at his own birthday. "Dare to mess with me, Master Ba?" he said. "Then you'd better be prepared to go to hell." "I really didn't expect," I said, "that after only a few days, you'd be this eager to die." I had already decided to kill him before I finished that sentence, and it had nothing to do with the machetes. It was that Jiang Yue sleeps in a dormitory with a lock a child could open. It was that my father is 51 and my mother is 50, and they live in a county town with one road in. A man like Wu Dahu does not stop. He escalates sideways. And you cannot escalate sideways from a man who is not there. Liu Feng came off the wall without a word. His punch arrived like a temple pestle, true ki wrapped around the whole arm, the real thing, the technique of a man who had put 30 years into a single strike. 50 hired thugs went quiet with genuine reverence. I did not look at it. I waved, the way you wave a fly off a bowl. Liu Feng changed direction in midair. He went off at an angle no living body chooses, took out a banquet table on the way down, and lay in the wreckage coughing up something dark. The arc of machetes stopped being an arc. Then my phone rang. I took it out. 50 men watched me take it out. "Do you mind if I take this call?" Wu Dahu could not produce a single word. "Mr. Qin, it's Su Ruiming. Grandpa asks if you've—" "Some reckless fellow invited me to a gathering underground," I said. "I was just about to take him down to hell when your call came in." I looked at the chair. "It's a man who calls himself Elder Hu. I'm wondering how to kill him." There was a silence on the line about 2 heartbeats long. "Mr. Qin," Su Ruiming said very carefully, "I would be extremely grateful if you would be so kind as to spare his life, for now." 3 minutes later, the doors opened again, and a young man in a designer jacket walked into a room containing 50 armed men and 1 Grandmaster without altering his expression by a millimeter, which frankly deserves an award. He bowed to me first, deep, then he turned around. "Wu Dahu, have you lost your mind?" He crossed the floor. "How dare you disrespect Mr. Qin?" And he slapped the most feared man in the city across the face. "How dare you lay a hand," he said, "on my grandfather's friend?" Wu Dahu, holding his cheek, did the arithmetic in front of us. Mojang Zhou, the beat-up Audi in the underground car park that his own people had photographed and dismissed. That car is the personal vehicle of the Mo Patriarch, and there are maybe 9 people in the southern provinces qualified to sit in it. My grandfather, Su Ruiming added, is in a private room upstairs right now. Would you like to go up and ask him yourself? Elder Hu slapped himself. Nobody made him. He hit himself in the face, hard, twice, and then went down onto his knees on the carpet of his own hotel. Brother Qin, I was blind." Su Ruiming slapped him again. Even my grandfather addresses him as Mr. Qin. He was genuinely offended. "Does that mean you consider yourself more senior than my grandfather?" The kowtowing went on for a while after that. He kept going until his forehead was open and the carpet had a mark on it. "I remember telling you last time," I said, "that if you came looking for trouble again, I'd send you to hell, and tonight you didn't just come looking for trouble. You came to kill me. Mr. Qin, I don't like people who talk too much." He stopped talking. I let him live, not out of mercy. Su Ruiming had walked into a room full of blades on my behalf without knowing whether I could actually protect him, and a debt is a debt, and I pay mine in the currency the other person is using. "One thing," I said, "the lecher who put his hands on my classmate in your building, I will break that guy's legs personally," Wu Dahu said instantly, "and throw him out of Zhonghai. Tonight. Then we're finished here." He canceled his own trip to the hospital afterwards because the Mo Patriarch was still in the building, and a bandaged Elder Hu in a lobby is a story. He sat in his office with a towel on his head and explained to Liu Feng exactly who those people were, and Liu Feng, who had spent the evening being thrown across a room, went pale with relief that he had not been asked to try a second time. On my way to the elevator, I passed the waitress. She was standing very still by a service door with a tray she had forgotten she was holding. "I told you," I said, "we'd see each other again soon, didn't I?" She was still standing there when the doors closed. Room 1111 upstairs was a different world. 10 dishes, a bottle of something older than the People's Republic, and the head seat left empty for me at a table containing a major general, a listed company chairman, and a man who had commanded a division. Nobody argued about the seat. Su Zhengyuan pulled the chair out himself. After the food, I had him run the family technique in the middle of the room, and I corrected it live, one form at a time, the way you'd tune an instrument. Move the second breath here. This sequence runs backwards. Invert it. This whole third section is a dead end. Cut it. Replace it with this. 40 minutes in, the old man stopped mid-form with his hands still up. This, he said, and his voice cracked. This is wonderful. This is absolutely miraculous. Then he bowed to me for the second time in a week. You are the greatest benefactor the Mo family has ever had. He was not being poetic. Understand what he had just been handed. The old version topped out well below Grandmaster and had been quietly killing him for 60 years. The corrected version runs all the way to Transcendent, and in the martial world of this planet, a technique that reaches Grandmaster is not something you buy. Every single one of them is locked inside a great sect or a hidden family and has been for 300 years, and people have died in job lots over photocopies. A knock at the door, of course. Wu Dahu, cleaned up, bandaged, holding a bank card, trying to hand it to Su Ruiming in the corridor like a man tipping a doorman. Su Ruiming pushed it back with one finger. He came in anyway, knelt again, slapped himself again for the audience, left the card on the corner of the table, and backed out. All right, I said. You can go now. Remember what I said. And when the door shut, Su Jingyuan slid something across the tablecloth to me. A key. There's a Mo property by Dongjing Lake, he said. Empty for 4 years. It's 10 minutes from your school. A villa. On the lake. In this city. I looked at it for a moment, because there is a particular numbness that comes from 1,000 years of being handed mountains, and I have to actively remember that a house is a large thing to normal people. Then I took it. It was that the courtyard where I lived had a landlady in it, and an old man who swept the path, and a nurse across the hall who cooked too much and left the extra outside my door, and none of them had any idea that men with machetes had started looking for me. You do not keep a war near people like that. Chen Haran went quiet for 2 weeks after the English club. That did not worry me, and it did not make me hurry. Physical elimination would take an afternoon, and it would be a waste. There is a correct order for taking a man like that apart, and I had not settled on where to start. You can kill a man in a second. Destroying one properly takes planning. On Friday, Zhou Ling came out of her door at a dead run and nearly went over the balcony rail. Lin Fan! She had her phone in one hand and her shoes in the other. Lin Fan! Something at home. She had to go. Right now. Tonight. And she could not tell me what it was, and I did not ask. The problem was her shift. Night duty at Jincheng Hospital, and she could not ask her supervisor for leave, and she would not tell me why that was either, and if she simply did not show up she would lose the job. She stood there in the corridor with one shoe on, trying to think of a single person in this city who could help her, and coming up empty. Go, I said. I'll cover it. A tray of food and a bowl of soup. That was the exchange rate. I told you she didn't know what she was holding. Her colleague Li Jing handed me the duty room in about 4 minutes flat on the assumption that I was some relative doing a favor, which was accurate. Register the dressing change patients in the book. Supervise the nurses who come to collect medication. Sign for what leaves. Answer the internal emergency line. Take supplies where they're needed. The maps on the wall. Lock the door every time you leave. Every time. No exceptions. Then she went home, and for 2 hours, the most dangerous man on the planet sat in a supply room learning the alphabetical order of bandages. The emergency line rang at 11:40, room 1011. 2 nurses, one shouting over the other, and behind them a sound I recognized instantly from 1,000 years away, which is the specific noise a family makes when they can see it happening. I got there with a supply cart, wearing a mask because it was hospital policy and because I am not an idiot. Old man in the bed, going from pale to blue, convulsing, a girl about 20 holding his hand and begging him, and 2 young nurses, absolutely white. Where is the doctor? Dr. Zhang isn't answering. The younger one's voice went to pieces. He isn't in the building. We've called 9 times. Dr. Zhang, emergency specialist, nephew of the dean, and a man who volunteered for night shifts specifically because a night shift is the best alibi ever invented. That night, he was 2 districts away with a new colleague from radiology and had his phone face down. The 2 nurses turned and saw a young man in a mask with a cart. Doctor, and I nearly walked out. I want to be honest, because it is not flattering. For 1,000 years I have watched strangers die. It stops registering. You cannot carry it and function, so you put it down, and after a few centuries you forget you were ever carrying it at all. Then I did the arithmetic. A death on this ward tonight means an inquiry. An inquiry means a duty roster. A duty roster means the discovery that Zhou Ling was not in this building, and a nurse who swapped her shift with a stranger during a fatality does not get a warning. She gets destroyed. I would have come here to help her and left her worse. So I went to the bed and ignored every instrument in the room, which those 2 nurses would spend the next month talking about. 2 fingers to the chest at 3 points in sequence, then true key in, slow, threading through a body that had almost nothing left to conduct it, then a flat palm on the sternum. His face ran backwards through the whole palate. Blue to white, white to a healthy ruddy color, and his back came down off the arch and he took a breath like a man surfacing. Only I knew the rest. That was not a cure. That man's organs were failing from nothing but age, and no technique of mine can put years back into a body that has spent them. What I bought him was about 3 months of feeling well at home instead of in an ICU, and then it will end anyway. 3 good months. It is not nothing. It is also not what those nurses thought they had just watched. Let's leave those things for the other doctors, I said, and pushed my cart out the door. The granddaughter came out into the corridor 4 seconds later, and I was already around the corner. Dr. Zhang arrived at 1 in the morning, walked into a room with a stable patient in it, and improvised beautifully. Ah yes, the young doctor, that's my intern assistant. Then he took both nurses into the corridor and bought them. You just need to remember one thing. I stayed on duty all night and I saved an elderly man's life. Understand? He paid for it with a month off night shifts, which for those two was an enormous amount of money in the only currency that matters at 23. The patient's name was Wei Jinhua, the granddaughter holding his hand was Wei Lili, and the man who came through the doors at 2 in the morning still in his running shoes was Wei Ming, whom I had thrown into Dongjing Lake 11 days earlier and who never once saw my face. Dr. Zhang pushed hard for admission because he takes a cut of the bed. Wei Ming said no. So doctor. Zhang dragged the discharge paperwork out over an hour and handed them a bill of 106,000 yuan for 1 night. The man they call the god of war in his unit stood there reading that invoice, and I am told the temperature in the corridor changed. Then his grandfather, sitting up, feeling better than he had in 10 years, put a hand on his arm. Chenger, that's enough. Pay it, and let's go. Wei Ming paid it. Nobody could work out why the old man let it go. He didn't explain. The 2 nurses spent 3 days searching that hospital for a young doctor in a mask. They asked every department. They checked the intern lists. It never once occurred to either of them to think about the boy who had been pushing the supply cart. Li Wei's birthday was the following Saturday at a place called Shu Liuxiang, 6 o'clock. In my previous life, 4 people came. This time there were 15, and I knew exactly why, because Liu Yu had cancelled something to be there and had brought her entire dormitory with her, and Liu Yu had made a point of asking me first whether I was coming. 2 of the 15 were not from our class. Shen Li brought them in and introduced them as his cousin and his cousin's friend, and everybody said hello, and I sat very still. Shen Jian, Guo Tao, Chen Haoran's 2 most loyal dogs. In my first life, those 2 ground me down for 3.5 years. Patiently, the way water gets through stone, and they were extremely good at it. So his new moves had resurfaced. Good. This was exactly what I had been waiting for. Liu Yu pulled out the chair on her left in front of everyone and said, Lin Fan, sit here. Then she remembered, publicly, in real time, that I had a girlfriend and went the color of the tablecloth and sat down very fast. Shen Li started it before the second course. Everyone applauded for my cousin. Lin Fan didn't. Is there a problem? I'm sorry. I put my chopsticks down. I wonder who these important figures your cousin and his friend are. Do we all need to applaud to welcome them? Guo Tao went straight to his prepared opening, which was smoother than Shen Li's by a mile. So Lin Fan, which city are you from? Are your parents in politics or in business? Do we know each other that well? He kept smiling. He was good, and Liu Yu leaned in from my left and said sweetly, Senior, the birthday person today is Li Wei. It seems you've chosen the wrong person to get to know? Under the table, at hip level, Shen Jian's fingers moved twice against Guo Tao's knee. A hand signal. 50 meters of divine sense, and these 2 were sitting a meter away. There was a plan B, and it was somewhere else, and it was already moving. I made a note to be very cooperative for the rest of the evening. Let's go to Dream Bar, Shen Li announced over the cake. Li Wei only turns 18 once. Li Wei looked at me with pure panic and tried to use me as a veto. Lin Fan probably doesn't want to. All right, I said, since everyone's so interested. Let's go. The bar manager met us at the door personally. Sister Li, 40-something, expensive haircut, and she gave 15 broke college students half price on everything plus 2 free cases of wine before anyone had asked for anything. While she was saying it, her eyes went to Shen Jian for about 1/3 of a second and came back. Liu Yu leaned over. I have a feeling, she said, that Sister Li has ulterior motives. 20-year-old girl, no divine sense, no training, read the whole thing off a haircut and a discount. I have met sect elders with worse instincts. At the VIP table next to ours, there was a woman I had spent 1,000 years failing to forget. White cropped top, white skirt, hair down, sitting in a nightclub with the exact posture of someone waiting for a bus in the rain. Cold, beautiful, and completely uninterested in every single person at her own table. Hey, Ruok Su. There have been 2 women in 2 lives who moved something in me. Jade's spirit was the second. This one was the first, and it was not close. Winter of my sophomore year. My wallet was stolen at the train station, along with my ticket and my phone. My father was seriously ill at home and I had to get there, and I stood in that station for 2.5 hours asking strangers for the price of a ticket, and I learned in those 2.5 hours exactly what a face does when it decides you are a professional beggar. Then someone put several hundred yuan notes down in front of me. Excuse me, where are you from? Is 500 enough? Her friend in the purple coat was already pulling at her sleeve. Ruoksu, you're so naive. There are countless scammers like that around the train station. No, he's not a fraud. She didn't even look at her friend. He's a student at Zhonghai University. His backpack has our school emblem on it. I took 200, not 5. I asked for her number so I could repay her. She said no and smiled and walked off into the snow, and I carried that smile through 1,000 years and 3 assassin organizations and the inside of an exploding soul. She was the campus beauty of Zhonghai University when I was a sophomore and she was a junior, then the music academy, then the industry where they called her the little music queen for about 2 years, and then she vanished. There were versions. There are always versions. That she was terminally ill and died quietly, that she was too beautiful and somebody powerful took her, and that was simply that. Every single version ends badly. I never found out which one was true, because by then Chen Haran had me on my knees and I did not have the strength to go looking. Liu Yu followed my eyes to that table and looked at my face and worked out the whole thing in about 2 seconds and went quiet. Then the owner of the bar walked in. Blonde, gold chain, a Rolex the size of a coaster, a woman on each arm and a dozen men in black behind him. Liu Hao, Chen Haoran's #1 enforcer outside the school walls. In my previous life, he was the man behind the boys who beat me for dating Zhang Yue. He was the reason my father spent 4 months in a hospital and never learned why. And he is my primary suspect for the road, and the guardrail, and the sea. I felt my hands close. The air around our table dropped several degrees, and glasses stopped moving, and Liu Yu shivered hard and put her hand flat on the back of mine without thinking about it. That brought me back. Today, I thought, I will use the greatest enemy of my past life as an offering. The theater started immediately, and it was well staged. A man called Zhou Gang happened to recognize Shen Jian and happened to know his family owned a top 3 garment factory in this city and happened to know Guo Tao's family owned the Shengxi Hotel and announced all of it at volume. Everyone flattered everyone. The girls from Liu Yu's dorm sat up straighter, and then Liu Hao's woman turned in her seat and pointed her glass at me. "Who's this young man? You looked so disdainful earlier." Shen Jian jumped in fast with warmth. "Ah, Lin Fan. Perhaps he was born into some wealthy or powerful family, something we're not yet qualified to know about," which was beautifully done. Inflate him first. Make the room believe there might be something. Then the drop hurts, and the room enjoys it, and the boy never recovers. Liu Hao sat down opposite me and looked me over. "I wonder," he said, "if I'm qualified to know." I did not look up from my glass. "You're not qualified yet." The bar went quiet in stages, table by table, the way a pond goes quiet. "If you don't kneel down and apologize," Liu Hao said, "you're probably not leaving the dream bar today." A dozen men in black closed the ring around our table. My classmates stopped being a birthday party and started being furniture. Shen Jian leaned in with beautiful concern. "Lin Fan, come on. Kneel down. Offer Brother Kun a drink. We'll all help you apologize. It's not a big deal." "Even if you knelt down and offered me a toast today," I said, "you probably wouldn't leave the dream bar unscathed." Liu Hao laughed, and then raised the price, and here is where I stopped planning to hurt him and started planning something else. "Fine, then let's make it interesting." He pointed his chin at the girl beside me. "She kneels instead, right there, pours for me all night in front of your friends, and apologizes to every one of my men individually. Then you can all walk." Liu Yu's hand closed on my arm like a person grabbing a rope. "Since you're so eager to die," I said, "I'll grant your wish." The glass left my hand. It crossed 6 meters, and it did not miss, and the owner of the dream bar went over backwards off his chair with his own drink in his hair. He came up onto his knees screaming, and then he did the smartest thing he did all night, which was clear the building. "System malfunction, everything half price tomorrow, everybody out." Which was exactly what I wanted, because I had things to do in that room that do not belong on a phone camera. As he Ruokshu's group filed toward the exit, I let a thread of chi settle on her, light as dust, a mark she would never feel, and I would never lose. I could not follow her yet. There were things here that couldn't be delayed. And then my classmates turned on me, all of them, one at a time, in the 90 seconds it took the bar to empty. "Lin Fan, this is your fault. Lin Fan, don't let your own affairs implicate everyone. Just kneel and apologize. What's the big deal? You're going to get us all hurt. 15 people. 15. Not one of them mentioned that Liu Hao had demanded a girl from that table go down on her knees and that he had not specified which one and that the man would have taken any of them. I stood there and let them talk, and I put every single face in a list, and I am not going to pretend that list has ever been deleted. Then the doors opened again, and a dozen more men came in, around a stocky man in his 30s, and Liu Hao, the owner of the bar, on his feet, bleeding from the scalp, turned around and slapped his own favorite girl across the mouth for the crime of saying, "Who's this?" too loudly. Then he bowed. "Third brother, weren't you resting upstairs?" Chen Bo. Chen Bo runs the venues around the university town. Every bar, every KTV, every karaoke box within 2 kilometers of that campus pays him, and only Liu Hao and Sister Li had ever seen his face. Liu Hao started his report immediately. "Third brother, it's nothing. Just a group of poor college students causing trouble. I've already." The men in black stepped aside, and Chen Bo saw me. I watched a grown man go gray from the feet up. "It's actually this jinx," he said. Then he shoved the owner of the bar out of his way with his forearm, crossed the floor at a trot, and bowed. "Mr. Chin." "Hello?" A dozen men bowed behind him. You could have heard a bottle cap drop. 15 college students who had spent 90 seconds telling me to kneel stood perfectly still with their drinks in their hands. "Third brother?" Liu Hao said. "What's wrong?" Chen Bo turned around and hit him with everything he had. "Damn it, Liu Hao, I think you're tired of living. How dare you offend Mr. Chin?" Then he started kicking him, and Liu Hao's men moved in, and Chen Bo's men moved to meet them, and the owner of the Dream Bar had to scream at his own bodyguards to stand down while he was being kicked across his own floor. "Mr. Chin." Chen Bo straightened his jacket. "How would you like him punished?" "Anything." "No need for that," I said. "I've always preferred to do things myself." Then I raised my hand from 4 meters away and pushed. Liu Hao left the ground, crossed most of the room, and went through a glass table. The whole bar made a noise, injuring someone from a distance. Every person in that room had seen it on television, and not one of them had ever seen it in a room they were standing in. Shen Jian and Guo Tao had gone the color of paper. They had come here tonight to trap a sick cat, and there was a tiger in the room, and it had been sitting 3 seats away all evening being polite to them. "I'll discipline your dog," I said to Chen Bo. "You don't mind, do you?" "Mr. Chin, please, discipline as much as you like. I haven't taken his life. I'll leave the rest to you." I picked up my jacket. "And from now on, I don't want to see him at the Dream Bar." Chen Bo understood perfectly. He turned to the room, to the staff, to the men in black, and announced the new ownership of a business worth tens of millions in 3 words. "Mr. Chin, that bar sits at the gate of a university town. It prints money. I got it for the price of a thrown glass." Shen Jian called Chen Haran from the car park. He gave a complete and accurate report of everything he had seen, and Chen Haran drew exactly one conclusion from it. "So the little bastard has some connection with Wu Dahu's people. Fine, I'll handle dealing with him myself from now on." He never heard about a man being knocked 6 meters by an open hand because the man reporting to him was not a martial artist and genuinely did not understand what he had watched. I have rarely been so grateful for anyone's ignorance. I did not go home. I had a thread of qi out in the city, and it was moving. He Ruoxu's group had gone on to another place, which is how I learned who she spends her evenings with. Bai Yu, 1 m 85, junior at the art college, a collector of girlfriends in the way other men collect trainers. For a year and a half, he had been engineering coincidences through her best friend, Chen Ping, and he was flawless in front of her. Perfect manners, perfect timing, perfect concern. He Ruoxu had never liked him for exactly one reason, which she told me much later. She had caught his face twice when he thought she wasn't looking. Also present, Lin Tao, the wingman, Zhao Xin, quiet, glasses, her classmate, and Xiaolan, whose birthday it was and who had been talked into holding it at a bar she didn't want to be in. He Ruoxu hates bars. She had come for her friend. And when I got the Dream Bar cleared, she had been the only person in the building who was quietly delighted. Bai Yu proposed somewhere else within 90 seconds. Chen Ping backed him. Zhao Xin pointed out the dormitory curfew and got told by Chen Ping that he was a grown man and not even as brave as a girl. The birthday girl couldn't refuse her own guests. So he Ruoxue got outvoted, and they went to Dihao KTV, and 20 meters behind them, in the dark, there was somebody else. I nearly missed him. Middle stage inner strength at least, moving with real discipline, keeping a distance a professional keeps. He was not following Bai Yu, he was following her, and he had been for a long time. So now I had a man in a bar, a mark on a girl, and a shadow between them, and I decided to do the only sensible thing, which was follow the follower and see what he was for. A dozen drunks came out of Dihao KTV at 11, and the one in front had tattoos up both arms. He saw Heruoxue and stopped dead. Where did this fairy fall from? One of his people immediately explained that this was clearly destiny, and everybody laughed the way that kind of group laughs. Then Bai Yu stepped in front of her. To be fair to him, once and never again, he did step in front of her. Brother, please, she's my girlfriend. Don't go too far. My girlfriend. In front of 11 strangers and 4 friends in a moment where she could not possibly contradict him without making everything worse. He had waited a year and a half for a hostage situation. The tattooed man slapped him across the face. So what if she's your girlfriend? She's still coming to my table tonight. And the rest of them can keep my brother's company. Bai Yu had by then worked out what kind of men these were. He clenched his fists, and he stayed exactly where he was, and said nothing at all. Chen Ping, who had been the loudest voice in that group all evening, was now behind 3 other people. Lin Tao stepped sideways twice until he was not part of the group at all. And Zhao Xin, the 4-eyed weakling who had been told he was not as brave as a girl, walked forward. Aren't you afraid we'll call the police? There are cameras all around here. They put him on the pavement and his glasses came apart. What kind of men are you? Xiaolan screamed at the 2 tall ones behind her. Neither of them answered. I was 30 meters away in a doorway with an orange in my hand, about 4 seconds from doing this myself. Then something crossed the street. I say something because I did not see him move so much as arrive. The tattooed man was unconscious before he finished falling. The dozen behind him lasted a few seconds, and several of them will not be using everything they used to have. That was ruthless, I said, to nobody. And then he was gone. No word, no look at her, no credit taken. He went back into the dark, and he Ruoxue never knew he existed. The girls froze Bai Yu and Lin Tao out on the walk home, completely. Even Chen Ping, who had spent 18 months selling him, could not find one word to say in his direction. I followed the shadow home and confirmed it. His entire attention is on her, he protects her, and he has no intention of ever letting her know, which left me a much worse question than the one I started with. If she has a middle-stage inner strength master guarding her day and night, then how, in my previous life, did he Ruoxu still end up gone? The water is deeper than it looks. At the mouth of the alley, Lin Tao caught up with Bai Yu, and Bai Yu said something quietly that made his own wingman go cold because Lin Tao has known him for 4 years and knows he keeps his word. She humiliated me in front of everyone tonight. Fine. If I can't stand next to He Ruoxu, then I'll make sure there's no He Ruoxu left worth standing next to. Just you wait. Liu Yu called me that night about nothing at all. Homework, the weather, whether I'd got home. I heard what was in her voice, filed it, and did nothing about it because there was nothing I could do about it that would not be worse. On Sunday, Wu Dahu called. He had my number from Su Riming. Mr. Qin, I have a small matter. Do you think, I said, that because I let you off the hook last time out of respect for Elder Mo, you can now take advantage of me? He talked very fast after that, and inside about 40 seconds, he arrived at the number, 10 million yuan. For what? And then he explained a thing about this city that I found genuinely charming. There are about a dozen underground bosses in Zhonghai, and they used to settle territory the traditional way, which produced funerals, headlines, and life sentences. So they came up with an elegant solution. Once a year, they hold the Zhonghai Martial Arts Tournament. Every boss sends one representative. The final ranking divides the entire city's territory for the coming year, and the result is binding on everyone. Wu Dahu's man for the last 4 years was Qian, who could take on 10 at once. I had put Qian into a wall at Tianchao Entertainment. I can't ask the Mo family, he said miserably. Every underground force in this city is under the Mo family in the end, and Old Master Su forbade any Mo involvement in these fights years ago, on pain of severe punishment. So he had nobody, and a tournament in 4 days and 10 million yuan. I took it, partly for the money, which buys spirit herbs, mostly because I had been on this planet for 2 months and I still had no idea what its martial artists could actually do, and here was a room with all of them in it. Zhang Yue and I were walking to the south gate on Wednesday evening when a young man leaning on an Audi A6 decided to be helpful. Miss, you need to keep your eyes open when you're dating. He said it to her, loudly, while looking at me. Look at him, his whole outfit doesn't cost 200 yuan, and he actually dared to claim he could support you. His girlfriend arrived, heavily made up, and he performed the entire menu for her at volume. The cruise trip, the suite at the Donglai International, and a French candlelit dinner for 2 this Saturday. I turned around, and a small hand closed on my sleeve. Zhang Yue did not say anything. She just held on and shook her head slightly, and I found that I was doing what she wanted before I had decided to. Then the engine. A Maybach came up the drive and stopped at the south gate, and about 20 students stopped walking, because a Maybach starts at 5 million yuan, and this was not the base model. Chen Bo got out, came around the car past the Audi and its owner, and bowed. Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm very sorry to have kept you waiting. I checked my phone. Not bad. The timing is just right. I sent Jiang Yue back to her dorm. She asked me nothing at all, which is a quality I do not think she understands how rare it is. She said 2 words. Be safe. Then, with one foot in the car, I said over my shoulder to the general air, I heard from an idiot that he's booked a candlelight dinner at the Donglai International Hotel. However, I don't want to see that idiot at the Donglai International Hotel. Chenbo made one phone call before we reached the main road. All previously booked candlelight dinners have been cancelled. All of them. About 4 minutes later, somewhere behind us, a phone chimed and a young man in a good shirt read a message and went white in front of his girlfriend. The tournament was at Linshui Mountain Villa and Wu Dahu was waiting at the gate with 2 rows of men in black who bowed as I walked between them. Linshui is a peninsula. River on 3 sides, 1 road in, a private dock, walls, barbed wire, watchtowers with people in them. It belongs to the Du family. The Du family is Zhonghai's #1 house. A century old, they stood tall in the previous dynasty, and by pure depth of root they are arguably older and better connected than the Mo family. What they don't have is the Mo family's merit earned in the war, which is why the Mo's have a general and the Deuce have quiet phone numbers in the capital. They speak directly to Yanjing, they hand their businesses to managers, they are almost never seen, and they had personally proposed their own land as the venue this year, which everybody found flattering and nobody found suspicious, and which was the single most interesting fact of the evening, because this tournament is underground boxing. It is illegal, and people die at it most years, which is why it is always held far from downtown. On Du land, no authority in this city will ever come and look. The hall was the size of 4 basketball courts, and it was already most of the way full, hundreds of seats. 2 men in white stood at the stairs. Those with a net worth of 1 million are on the first floor, 10 million on the second. Only those with special provisions may go up to the third. Wu Dahu went off like a boiler. I have never been checked in this building in my life. The rule is boss lays, the man in white said with a small smile, to prevent some Tom, Dick, and Harry from wandering up there, which was when a man of about 1.60 meters arrived with a gold chain as thick as my thumb, bald Liu Guanhai, Lei Qianjun's closest ally, and it emerged over the next 90 seconds of insults, Wu Dahu's favorite enemy, Yellow Weasel. Still down here with the poor? Bald Liu, you'll eventually die on a woman's belly. Then Bald Liu sailed up the stairs with his own special person, a scar-faced man he called Master Ma, while Wu Dahu's request for my access was refused on the grounds that it needed a day's notice and the approval of half the organizers. I ended it before he burst something. Enough, Wu Dahu. I'll just go to the first floor. I watched the scar-faced man go up, Bajiquan, or something close to it, and the hands. Somebody had spent 15 or 20 years doing very specific and very unpleasant things to those hands. His kung fu lives in them. Good to know. Girls came round the tables with trays of betting slips, cash, cards, checks. Nobody Welshes on Du land, on account of the river being right there. Wu Dahu's odds to win first place were 1 to 10. There was history in that number. Last year, Bald Liu's man crippled Qian for 4th place, and then Bald Liu talked Wu Dahu into a side bet that cost him 100 million yuan in one evening, and had been mentioning it at parties ever since. I handed Wu San a card. Bet all of this on your boss taking first place. He looked at the balance and had to sit down. 20 million. The 10 million of apology money I had never touched, and the 10 million I had been promised for tonight before I had earned it. Mr. Chin, he whispered, if you lose, then I'll have had an interesting evening. 3 floors up, behind a door nobody was allowed near, an old man was watching that hall on a screen. Wei Zhenhua, 2 days out of a hospital bed, upright, with color in his face, running the Du family in fact, if not on paper. His secretary brought him a note about a strange 20 million bet placed by a person nobody could identify, and the old man read it and put it down and went on watching. The state is about to develop the new district, he told his son. Whoever takes first place tonight gets the new district and the university town. At 9 o'clock, the singers were cleared off the stage, and a dozen men appeared along the 3rd floor railing, and every corridor in the building filled up with armed bodyguards. The man in the center was over 1.80 meters with a square face, somewhere in his 40s, Lei Qianjun. The underground emperor of Zhonghai, holder of the city center for 5 straight years. The result of tonight binds every one of us, he said. Anyone who does not accept it is the enemy of every underground force in this city. I put my hand up like a schoolboy, because nobody had actually told me the rules. It is not a round robin, it is a challenge stage. Anyone confident enough walks up and declares for first place, and stands there as the defender. Everyone who comes after fights for second, then third, and down the list. Simple and brutal. I liked it immediately, and at the very edge of that platform, alone, there was a woman in an off-white cheongsam. Jiang Shuiying, CEO of Qianshui Pharmaceutical Group and the number 2 of the Zhonghai Underground, ranked directly beneath Lei Qianjun. They call her Blood Rose. 5 years ago, she arrived in this city out of absolutely nowhere and climbed, and it was not a gentle climb, and she has taken second place 3 years running. Her people are fanatically loyal to her. She gives Lei Qianjun nothing at all, not deference, not information, not a smile. Under all that makeup, she is rumored to be about 25. Behind her stood a man in gray, an outsider the main Qin family adopted for his talent and gave their surname to. They call him Uncle Long. Peak middle stage inner strength. The strongest thing in that hall except me. Nobody wanted to be the first defender. Lei Qianjun looked at Bald Liu for about 2 seconds, and Bald Liu discovered enormous enthusiasm. Master Ma did not use the stairs. He came off the 3rd floor, 6 or 7 meters, landed with straight legs, and the floor of the hall went through everybody's shoes. The first challenger lasted 1 punch and left with his arm the wrong way round. The second came from Sun Wenguang, the 3rd-ranked boss, the oldest survivor in this city's underground, whom everybody calls the Smiling Tiger, which is a nickname you have to earn. His man wore a Republic-era robe and a buzz cut. He walked to the center and dropped into the 2-character clamping goat stance. Martial art Ye Cheng. Wing Chun. I sat forward because the face was familiar and I could not place it, and then I could. A girl on the grass by the university lake with her hair in a high bun, telling me she would remember my name. Same surname. Same style. Same face, 30 years further along. Ye Cheng held Master Ma for over 50 exchanges on Pak Sao and Tan Sao and Bong Sao, absorbing everything those hands could do, and then he found the gap and put chain punches through it and knocked a Baji Quan master clean off the stage. Bald Liu had paid 30 million for that man and was now looking at last place, and Boss Song, whom he had been mocking 20 minutes earlier, leaned over the railing and handed him the joke back with interest. 2 tables away, Uncle Long was giving Jiang Shuiying a scouting report, and he did not know that the boy in the cheap jacket had ears like mine. Master Ma is external Baji Quan. Call him equal to an ordinary early-stage inner strength artist. 3 moves, I can seriously injure him. 5 moves, I can take his life. And on the winner. Peak early stage. He never used full strength tonight. Within 10 moves, he would undoubtedly be defeated. I revised my estimate of Uncle Long upward, not for the power, for the accuracy. Then a man threw off a black cloak at the front of the hall, and the mood in that building changed. Short, very dark, ropes of muscle down his forearms and across his forehead. Tony, said the boss who brought him, a man called Xiongzhong, who came last in this tournament 12 months ago. From Thailand. The other bosses hated it instantly. There is an unwritten rule about foreign representatives, and Xiongzhong had found the technicality, which is that unwritten rules are not written. He did not care. The new district money was worth the reputation. Uncle Long's red came fast. Elder Gu boxing. Trained from childhood by striking banana trees, then ordinary trees, then sand, then stone, then steel, until the fists and elbows and knees stop being limbs and start being tools. The skin tone and the way the power sat contained under it said ancient secret techniques and deep ones. Then, once he moved, outer strength, middle stage. And at equal realms, an external artist usually wins. He went at Ye Cheng like weather. Fists, elbows, knees, no pause anywhere in it, and Ye Cheng's counters landed on him the way you'd punch a lamppost. Something cracked. Ye Cheng went 4 meters and did not come back up cleanly, and his ribs were finished. And the hall, which had assembled to divide a city's territory between criminals, forgot the entire point of the evening and started roaring at him to hold on. Master Ye, get up, Master Ye. How can our own people lose to a foreigner on our own ground? Tony crossed the stage to finish it with a knee to the head. Ye Cheng closed his eyes, and his last thought, as he told me a year later, was, "It's been a long time since I've seen my daughter." Something crossed the hall at head height. A fruit plate hit that raised knee, broke into 4 pieces, and knocked a Muay Thai king back several steps. Nobody saw where it came from. Nobody saw it leave. Beside me, Chen Bo glanced down at the table, and then at the empty ring in the dust, where a fruit plate had been sitting all night, and very carefully did not say anything. Upstairs, Wei Zhenhua watched it happen on his screen and confirmed the order he had already given. Under no circumstances does the Du family intervene tonight, in anything, whatever happens. I finished the orange segment in my hand, stood up, and clapped the juice off my fingers. It's time to stretch my muscles. Tony turned around. Was it you who made the move just now? I don't like it when someone kills in front of me. From the 3rd floor, Wu Dahu announced his representative, and the entire hall stopped. An 18-year-old, 1 meter 70-something, slender, wearing clothes that cost less than the fruit plate. Uncle Long scanned me twice and reported, with visible confusion, that the young man appeared to be an ordinary person and that there was no true ki in his body at all. He was not wrong. There is no true ki in my body. There is something else, and no martial artist on this planet has the instrument to read it. You can go down now, I told Ye Cheng. 2 reasons, and neither of them was kindness. I was not going to sit in a Chinese hall and watch a foreign fighter kill on our ground for a gangster's rent money, and I have always liked Wing Chun. Then I held up one finger, one move. The hall came apart. Bald Liu laughed so hard he had to hold the railing. Even Uncle Long said flatly that finishing that man in one move would require late-stage inner strength at minimum, and pointed out that Gong Sun Ming himself had only reached late stage at 24. Tony activated his secret method. He got visibly taller, the muscle across his back and shoulders came up like something surfacing, and the men in the front row moved their chairs. That secret method is somewhat interesting, I said. Unfortunately, it's crude. It can only be considered trash. He came in like a flood coming down a valley. I did not dodge. I did not block. I threw a punch back, and I threw it after his, and it arrived first, and on the way, I said the name of it to myself, the way you do with an old friend. One punch, settle the world. The first form of the 12 forms of carefree wandering, a beginner's set, the thing they hand children at the Xiaoyao sect on their first morning. There was a crack. Half the hall had looked away, and every one of them assumed it was my hand. They opened their eyes in time to see Tony go through the stage railing. One move meant one move. The chanting started somewhere in the cheap seats and spread through the whole building. Mr. Chin, Mr. Chin, Mr. Chin, and a voice cut straight through it from the 3rd floor. The door up there came off its hinges, not opened, off. And a man rode the flying door panel down into the arena like a cultivator descending on a sword, except that it was a door. 50s, over 1.80 meters, a black mole on his left cheek. My representative, said Lei Qianjun. Xu Chonghu. Uncle Long's face changed for the first time all night. Zhangbei Fierce Tiger, Tiger Lord, great perfection of inner strength. The Zhangbei Shu family of Lingnan is a real martial house, and this generation produced 2 of them. They call them the Dragon and Tiger Brothers. The elder, Xu Zhonglong, has been sitting at the peak of great perfection for years and is rumored to be in seclusion attempting Grandmaster. The younger reached great perfection last year and threw a banquet about it that made his name in 3 provinces. I looked at the door panel lying in splinters on the stage. Are you here to be funny? Bald Liu came off the railing to defend his hero's honor and proposed doubling last year's bet, 200 million yuan. And then he needled Wu Dahu about whether a weasel like him could even raise it in front of every boss in the city, which meant Wu Dahu had to take it, and did. Then I looked up at Bald Liu. Since you like to gamble so much, why don't I make a bet with you as well? It's very simple. If I lose, I die. If I win, you die. The hall went silent in one piece. Bald Liu opened his mouth and nothing came out of it. Since you're not speaking, I said, I'll take that as your consent. Your name, boy, said Xu Chonghu. Originally, you weren't qualified to know it, but seeing as you'll be the first person I kill in this life, I'll make an exception. I let the hall have it slowly. Listen carefully. The one who is going to kill you, Qin Ju Chen. I had asked Wu Dahu beforehand whether killing was permitted here. It is. People die at this tournament most years, and no one has ever been charged. Then Xu Chonghu began to burn his true ki. That is a great perfection technique. It hurts, it costs you permanently, and you use it against an equal. Uncle Long said quietly that a great perfection master burning true ki against an 18-year-old meant Xu Chonghu had already rated the boy as his equal, and that this was the most frightening thing that had happened all night. With that trashy cultivation technique, I said, you still dare to burn your true ki? Your courage is commendable. Unfortunately, it's foolish. I rolled my shoulders. Very well. Today I'll open your eyes and show you what real martial arts are. He came down from 5 meters with everything he had. I raised one fist loosely, the way you catch a ball you're not worried about. He hit it, and I did not move at all. This, he said. How is this possible? I flicked my fist, and 100 kilos of great perfection master went across that stage like a bounced ball. He came back in with a sneak punch out of the blind side, genuinely fast, the best thing he did all night. I caught it in my left hand the way you swat a fly, and I held it, and he could not get it back. He pulled with a body that could tear a car door off, and his own fist sat in my palm like it was under a mountain. Then I let go. He went back 7 or 8 steps, and the floor tiles went with him, and there was a crater where his heels had been. Everything can happen once or twice, I said, but not 3 times. You've had 2 moves. It's my turn. Catch this one, and I'll spare your life. One palm, sundering rivers and mountains. The second form. That instinct that had kept Xu Chonghu alive for 30 years screamed at him to run, and it screamed about a quarter of a second too late. The palm landed. He went through the railing, out of the arena entirely, and into the wall of the hall, and took a substantial part of that wall down with him. The whole villa shook. People came off their chairs in the front rows. I walked to the stairs. The two men in white who had refused me the third floor watched me come. They said afterwards that it was like watching hell arrive at walking pace with its hands in its pockets. I never looked at them. Neither of them made a sound. Sun Wenguang got to me first on the third floor with thanks for saving Ye Cheng and an invitation to dinner, and he phrased it very carefully so that first place belonged to me and not to the man who had hired me. Saving him was a convenience, I said. As for dinner, we'll talk about it later. Then I looked at Bald Liu. Every boss on that floor had already stepped away from him, including his own patron. He went down onto his knees and started offering things. Money, property, his territory, anything. A life and death bet, I said, walking. Fair to both sides. If you had won it, would you have spared me? Another step. Now that I've won it, you're begging me to spare you. What do you think I should do? He pulled a pistol out of his jacket. Take one more step and I'll shoot. My hands had been in my pockets since my divine sense found that gun. True Ki will stop a bullet at my level, but it costs me a small injury, and I have grown unwilling to accept even that. Let's make another bet, I said. I'm about to take a step forward, and I bet I'm faster than you. I stepped. The gun went off. Something rang in midair, high and clean, like a struck bell. Liu Guanhai sat down on the floor of the third-floor landing and did not get up. When they turned him over, there was a 1 yuan coin on the carpet beside him with a dent in the center of it, exactly the shape of a bullet. I turned around to the railing and the hall below. For this year's champion of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Tournament, if anyone else wants to challenge, step forward. I'll accept all of you. Every boss in the building put a fist into a palm. Zhang Xueying stepped out of the line first, and her smile said several more things than her mouth did. He is the champion of Zhonghai, and I, Zhang Xueying, am utterly convinced. Lei Qianjun said it last, and he did not enjoy it. Then I turned to the man who had hired me for 10 million yuan. Wu Dahu, from now on, you're the new underground emperor of Zhonghai. And he refused it upward without a half-second of hesitation. Mr. Qin, after tonight, I, Wu Dahu, will only follow your lead. Sun Wenguang converted that into a formal position before anyone else could breathe. From now on, Zhonghai is led by Mr. Qin. You are the true number one of this city, and so on. And Zhang Xueying agreed immediately and threw me a wink that nobody else on that floor caught. Vixen, I thought. This stunning beauty is not simple. Then all of them, one at a time, down the line, and Lei Qianjun at the end, alone. On the first floor, several hundred millionaires watched an underground emperor get made in 11 minutes and went home believing their lives had never been this interesting. At the door, a man from the Du family handed me a gold card, 200 million yuan, my winnings, in full, immediately, without my having to ask before I had even reached the car park. They had traced the anonymous bet to me on video and decided to show sincerity. Upstairs, Du Kong asked his father why they had paid instantly and yet not gone down to meet me. Because a dozen of this city's bosses just groveled to that boy, Wei Jinhua said, and there was not one ripple of pleasure on his face, not one. He watched the screen a while longer. His way of handling things, and the cultivation of his heart, are entirely like a prophet who has already lived through the world. I have been alive a long time. He is the only young man I have ever met whom I cannot see through. I had Chenbo drop me at the university's south gate at midnight, and I walked the last half-hour home in the dark. By morning, my name would be in every back room in this city. Nobody was going to learn which courtyard I sleep in. I got in at 12:30, and through the wall, I heard Zhou Ling crying. Not loudly. She had her face pressed into something so it wouldn't carry, crouched on her bed, the way people cry when they have learned that nobody is coming. I have a cultivator's senses. I could hear her heartbeat through a brick wall. I did not knock. She had not asked, and I have found that walking through someone's door uninvited with your sympathy out is mostly a thing you do for yourself. So Zhou Ling cried silently all night, and I sat on my bed and listened to it silently all night, and in the morning we said good morning to each other in the corridor like two people who had both slept. Jiang Yue had not slept either, and she was better at ambushes than any grandmaster I met that week. She sat down opposite me in the library and looked at me until I gave up. Fine, ask whatever you want to ask. No, she said, say whatever you want to say. So I invented a wandering Taoist priest. He came through Wutong County when I was a boy, I said. He stayed a few years. He taught me things, and the man with the luxury car is respectful because I once beat him up. I hated it. But rebirth is not an explanation you offer out loud on this planet unless you enjoy psychiatric evaluations, and my name was about to start traveling, and when a name travels, people dig. A martial artist needs a source. Now I have one, and I am stuck with him forever. Zhang Yue looked me up and down, 1 meter 70-something, slender, in a shirt from a street stall. You, she said, beat him up. Yes. Lin Fan, I don't think you could beat me. I didn't fight him alone. I fought him and his 30-odd subordinates. She laughed out loud in a library. 1 person against 30 people. What are you, Superman? So I picked up my pen and put it backhand through the desktop. Solid wood, 4 centimeters, and the pen went through it until only the little round cap was showing. Her shriek turned around every single person in that reading room. My hand was over her mouth about half a second later, and 40 students watched a couple flirting too loudly and went back to their books with the specific contempt of people revising. She stared at the pen, she touched it, she pulled at it, and it did not move. Is this magic? It's because what you see with your own eyes isn't necessarily real. She was nodding to herself now, delighted, reassuring me. Those international magicians perform right in front of everyone, don't they? Every single time. Then just consider it a type of advanced magic. Fine. She sat back, satisfied. Then her face fell. But now you've made a hole in this table. What are we supposed to do? Somewhere in a drawer I had a key I had never used. Dongjing Villa District sits with the mountain at its back and the lake in front of it, which is the best land in this city by every measure anybody uses, mystical or otherwise. It's sold out half a year before completion. Money alone does not get you in. I stopped just inside the gate to enjoy the air, and a red convertible nearly took my knees off. Are you blind? The driver had an earring and sunglasses at 6 in the evening. Or are you doing this on purpose? My dad's a big shot in this city. If you're trying to stage an accident for compensation, you picked the wrong car. His girlfriend leaned over from the passenger seat, inspected my clothes, and reached her own conclusion. Guang Hao, look at him. Nobody dressed like that lives here. He's casing the villas. Get out, I said. The left front tire burst. By the time the 2 security guards arrived, Lin Jun had a story ready, and the older guard's tone slid from little brother to kid inside 2 sentences. Right, we'll need to search you. Search my body? I looked at him. Are you worthy? I threw him my keys instead. Every guard in that district knows the access cards. There are fewer than 5 black ones in the entire development, and they belong to the 5 villas at the top of the hill. There was a black one on my ring. The captain held it, and I watched him talk himself out of it in real time, because Lin Jun was at his elbow saying it out loud for him. No owner in this district is surnamed Qin. Obviously stolen. Obviously. So I took out my phone. Mr. Su Zhengyuan? 2 hours south, an old man heard the form of address and went very still, because I have called him Old Mo for weeks. I just wanted to ask you, was your villa at Dongjing Lake stolen? I watched the captain's face while I said it. The security guards here have taken my key. They say it's stolen property. I'm really afraid the blame is going to fall on me. Su Zhengyuan heard no anger in my voice whatsoever, which is precisely how he knew. He also had to confess something, which cost him. He had never transferred the deed. The villa was still in the Mo family's name, and so technically, the security captain was correct. Grandmaster Qin. My grandson will be there in minutes. Then he gave Chen Kun 3 orders in about 11 seconds. Call Su Ruiming. No, I will do that myself. Call the Zhanghai Public Security Bureau. No police are to be dispatched to that district tonight, no matter who calls them or what they report. And call the district's manager. Our Mo family's esteemed guest, Mr. Qin, has been stopped outside the villa district and treated as a thief. Ask him whether he still wishes to have a job. Su Ruiming was at a club called Heaven on Earth with a girl on each arm when his grandfather's name came up on his screen, and he cancelled it without looking. When it rang again, he answered with the voice he uses for waiters. I'll give you 10 seconds to give this young master a satisfactory reason. The glass shattered in his hand, and the entire room stayed silent while he stood up. 10 minutes to Dongjing Villa, or come home and be confined for 3 years. He grabbed a friend on the way out, Chen Qingsheng, whose father is the second most powerful man in this city, and drove the whole way at a speed that should not be possible inside a municipality. When the police cars stacked up behind him, he made one phone call, and they did not merely stop chasing him. They cleared the road ahead. The Traffic Bureau's public statement the next day described an emergency patient in a private vehicle and officers clearing a path, humane law enforcement, and the internet thought it was lovely. Meanwhile, the local sub-bureau's dispatched units were recalled mid-route by an order from somewhere above them, and when the security captain called the police a second time, he was told that police forces were regrettably stretched thin this evening. He was smart enough to hear what was underneath that sentence. He was just about 11 minutes too late. While we waited, Lin Jun and the captain entertained themselves. Maybe he's the mayor's son? Maybe the provincial governor's? Why stop there? Maybe he's the son of the American president. And I will admit to you that 1,000 years of composure went a little thin at the edges. The only reason nobody died at that gate is that there were cameras on the pillars, and if I moved at all, I was going to kill somebody, and a corpse at the entrance of Dongjing Villa is a mess that even the Mo family would have to spend real money tidying up. Then the Mercedes came through the gate. Lin Jun lit up and went straight over. Qingsheng, brother Qingsheng, and your friend, is this? Get lost, Su Ruiming said. Who the hell is friends with you? Then that same young man walked past him, past the guards, and bowed to the boy in the 200 yuan shirt. Mr. Chin, hello, I'm truly sorry for the slight delay. It's fine, I said. At least I haven't been arrested and taken to the station yet. The captain came forward with a speech. It was a good speech. It had community safety in it, and vigilance, and the phrase, little brother. He got about 11 words in. Who are you calling little brother? Su Ruiming's hand did not appear to travel very far. Do you deserve to be my brother? Let alone Mr. Chin's brother? The captain charged him and was kicked flat, which surprised me. That young master has been taught more than he lets on. Lin Jun, still not knowing who he was talking to, tried the universal solvent. My friend, this is all a misunderstanding. Please give us some face. You stole our Mo family's villa key. You falsely accused our Mo family's villa of being stolen. Su Ruiming was warming up. And you still dare ask this young master to give you face? His girlfriend threatened to call the police. I usually don't hit women, Su Ruiming said, but you, a gossiping busybody, are an exception. Then the district manager arrived at a dead sprint, ignored his own staff entirely, and asked the crowd which one was Mr. Chin. The person you should apologize to, I said, is the young master of the Mo family, because your staff believed the Mo family's villa had been stolen. The captain, who of course knows exactly which villa belongs to the Mo family, being the largest and highest and best sited in the entire district, went the color of wet cement. From today, I said, I don't want to see this person again. He was unemployed before I finished walking to the car. 2 steps later, I remembered. Oh, right. I also don't want to see that idiot again. Su Ruiming took care of it in his own way, which I understand involved a one-way ticket and a climate Lin Jun is not built for. The young guard who had said nothing the entire time stood at that gate afterwards and learned the single most useful lesson of his life, which is that the world is full of ordinary-looking people and you cannot tell. The deed was transferred into my name inside the hour, and by 9 that evening Su Jingyuan had driven up from Jiangzhou with his 3rd son, his driver, and Wu Dahu trailing behind like a large nervous dog. The old man bowed to me in the doorway of my own villa, deeply. His son Su Jianhong nearly dropped his tea. He told his brother later that he had never in 50 years seen their father bow to anyone, including people in Yanjing whose names he would not say out loud in a car. Then the old man produced his actual gift, which was a card. An antique auction, jointly run by the dealers of Jiangnan, Lingnan, and Jiangdong, by invitation only, and the invitations only go to the wealthy or the connected. He slid it across. Grandmaster Chin, at every one of these auctions, a few magical artifacts surface, real ones, things your kind of people fight over. I put my cup down. In my previous life, I refined my own pills, my own magical artifacts, my own spiritual artifacts, and eventually my own divine artifacts, and every single one of them went up with me in that self-detonation. In 2 months on this planet, I have not seen one artifact, and I have no materials to make one, and it has been quietly driving me insane. Now tell me, I said, when does this auction start, and where? Wednesday, 8 in the evening, Zhonghai Business Club. Then I turned to Wu Dahu. So, how does it feel to sit on the throne of the underground emperor of Zhonghai? He laid Bald Lu's entire estate on my coffee table like a dog bringing back a bird. 3 companies, 2 hotels, a star-rated grand hotel, 3 KTVs, all of it already transferred into my name before he came. Enough. I'm not interested in what's inside any of it. Manage all of them. I stood up. I have exactly one requirement. Every yuan of profit goes into acquiring the spirit medicines and spirit materials on the list I give you. He also wanted to arrange a gathering so that every boss in the city could pay respects. I declined, and I did not sleep in the villa that night. I went home to a rented room that costs 300 yuan a month because there are 8 flower pots on that balcony that I would not trade for 100 billion, and because too many people live in Dongjing Villa District. All those rich neighbors breathing my air. There was a BMW outside my courtyard the next evening, and a man leaning on it in a good coat. Hao Feng, hospital director, married, with a son nearly in junior high, and a wife whose father sits in the municipal health bureau. He had been circling Zhou Ling for a long time, and this week he had finally done his research properly. Her father had a cerebral hemorrhage 9 days ago. He needs surgery now. The surgery costs at least 400,000 yuan. That was why she cried all night. That was why she could not ask her supervisor for leave. 400,000, Hao Feng was saying as I came up the lane, plus head nurse. Plus an apartment near the hospital, in your name. He shrugged generously. I don't love that old woman at home. I never have. As long as we can be together, what does a marriage certificate really matter? Director Hao, please leave. Zhou Ling. He stopped smiling and put an arm across the gate. Let's be practical. If you don't have that 400,000, I'm afraid your father won't live past this week. For a scoundrel like him, I said from the dark, just give him 2 slaps. He turned around and saw a student. Who is? Then he laughed and looked at her and said something about cheap women. I slapped him. I told you, for a scoundrel like you, you should just get slapped directly. He started a thread about who he knew, and I slapped him again, and here is the part I enjoyed. He never saw the hand move, not once. And neither did Zhou Ling, standing a meter away with her hands over her mouth. Then I looked at him. He told the police afterwards, in writing, that he had looked into a boy's eyes and seen a divine dragon above the 9 heavens, which did not help his case. Zhou Ling grabbed my arm. Lin Fan, stop it, please. And I understood exactly what that grip was. She was not protecting him. She was protecting me. She thought a student had just hit a hospital director, and she was already doing the arithmetic on how much of my life that would cost. Besides me, Hao Feng shouted. Who else is going to come up with 400,000 for you? Him? Your little boyfriend? Third slap. Noisy. Then I turned to her. How much do you need? 400,000, she said automatically, and then her face did something complicated. All right, give me your bank card number. I made one call. I've just sent you a card number. Transfer 1 million to it immediately. Understood, Mr. Qin, said the underground emperor of Zhanghai, and hung up without asking a single question. Hao Feng laughed at me. He was still laughing when her phone chimed. 1 million yuan. She stared at it, then at me, then at it again. I told you, I said, when I ate your food, that if you needed help you should just say so. I keep my word. Then I looked at Hao Feng one last time. I truly feel your mouth is too foul. So you'd better not speak in the future. He opened his mouth in the car park and discovered that nothing came out. He went to a dentist, then an ear, nose, and throat specialist, then neurology. Every test came back perfect, and by the 3rd week, 2 of them had gently recommended a psychiatrist. He also filed a complaint. 3 of them actually, all handwritten, because he could not speak. No video, no injury report, no witness, and a very detailed account of a divine dragon. The officers on duty came extremely close to committing him themselves. The next afternoon, there was a Bentley at the school gate, and Zhou Minghao, son of the richest man in Jiangdong, was standing in front of Liu Yu holding flowers with his hangers-on arranged so that she could not walk away. He had spotted her shopping 4 days earlier and had been at it ever since. Flowers, gifts, restaurants, films, all refused, because in this life, Liu Yu never became anybody's kept woman. She is simply a very beautiful girl with excellent marks and nobody standing behind her. Mr. Zhou, this is a school. Please have some self-respect. Love between a man and a woman is natural and right. And the flowers went out again because he understood the mechanism perfectly. Accept the bouquet once in front of witnesses, and there is a second time and a third, and after that, it is a relationship that she is being difficult about. I took the bouquet out of his hand. If you don't want to accept it, just throw it away. Are you planning to keep it for the new year? I smelled them. What a pity. Such beautiful fresh flowers, and yet they smell foul. Then I threw them. Over the pavement, over the bicycle lane, over a green belt of 10-meter trees, and into the open back of a pickup truck moving along the main road 20-odd meters out. He took 2 steps backwards, which told me his family keeps an inner strength master and that the master had warned him about people like me. 2 of his hangers-on had not received that briefing and went down before anybody saw a hand. Your mouths are too foul. I'm helping you clean them up. He left, memorizing my face on the way, carefully, which I permitted. Liu Yu walked with me back toward the lake and then asked a question and visibly regretted it before she finished it. Am I really comparable to He Ruoxu? She had not forgotten how I looked at that woman in the bar. She has excellent eyes and I wish she had slightly worse ones. I said something about being late for something. Then, before we parted, today's matter shouldn't be over yet. If he causes trouble again, tell me, immediately. Because in this life, a girl stood up in a private room and put her own standing between me and a bottle, and I have a rule about benefactors that I have kept for 1,000 years, and it is not a small rule. The Zhanghai International Business Club had been booked out entirely for the auction, and at 7:30 there was already a queue of people not being let in. A man with a Mediterranean hairline was working himself up at the door. Deputy Director Wu, Municipal Culture Bureau, a member here for years and tonight not on the list. He phoned the manager to have the guards fired and was told politely, in front of everyone, that nobody enters without an invitation. A couple swept past him waving theirs and said something about the standards slipping. Then I arrived on foot from a taxi, and the guard looked at my clothes and did not even let me finish a sentence. And Deputy Director Wu, freshly humiliated and urgently in need of somebody smaller, found me. The total money on your entire body probably isn't enough for the entrance fee here. Scram. I gave him one look. He described it that night as midsummer turning into deep winter, and then he did in fact scram. I handed the guard a red envelope. He opened it and came to attention so fast that the man behind him flinched. Good evening, Mr. Qin. Welcome to personally attend this auction. Then he explained loudly enough that everyone in that queue heard it, why he was bowing. There are exactly 10 exclusive VIP invitations for this auction. 10 for the entire evening. They are supposed to arrive by the VIP channel in cars the organizers send for them. This one had walked in off the street in a shirt from a market stall, which meant that among every antique dealer, family head, and provincial millionaire attending that night, the boy in the cheap shirt ranked in the top 10. The couple who had sneered on the way in turned around and followed me back inside to watch what happened next, which was fair because so would I. Zhou Minghao was on the first floor, surrounded by a considerably better class of young master than the ones I had put on the pavement that afternoon. A Su family son with glasses, a young man with a diamond on his watch. He told them the truth, which surprised me. This afternoon, that kid made me extremely embarrassed at the gate of Zhonghai University. Then, casually, I think he's an inner strength martial artist. He was recruiting. Their reply told me more about this country's ruling families than a month of reading. For big families like ours, an inner strength martial artist is nothing more than a thug we hire. My family keeps several. They're like dogs. They decided I had sneaked in and came over. Kid, said the diamond watch, young Master Hao says you're very arrogant. Scram. Then the Su son took over and he was going to be thorough. He explained to me how the world works. Money, status, power. He explained that some people are born already holding all three and that this is simply reality and I should learn it early. Of course, our Su family, I slapped him and his glasses came apart on the marble. I really don't like listening to you slowly announce your family name. I looked at the pieces. And it seems your so-called money, status, and power are quite useless. The manager arrived at speed, recognized Zhou Minghao instantly, and took his side without asking one single question about what had happened. Sir, if you maintain this attitude, then you are not welcome here. Please leave immediately. I've seen a great many people who judge others by appearance and flatter whoever looks expensive, I said. Unfortunately, most of them end up miserably. I will call security, armed security. In that case, give it a try. The sooner the better. I'm in a hurry. This isn't Zhonghai University. Zhou Minghao was enjoying himself enormously now. I can still make you get out of here in disgrace. I'm suddenly very curious, I said. Which of the two of us is going to be scurrying out of here tonight? The armed guards closed in, and I stood there rubbing my right hand and did not move. Not out of drama. My divine sense had picked up two people crossing the lobby 30 meters away, and I would prefer not to wreck an auction before I have seen a single item in it. Who is so bold, said a voice, as to want Mr. Qin to get out? The crowd came apart like a curtain. Su Ruoxin in a cream cheongsam, with her brother a step behind. The whispering started immediately, and it was educational. The princess and the crown prince of the Zhangzhou Mo family, the #1 family in southern China. One man near me made a remark about her face and was hushed by 3 people at once and then physically avoided, as though he had a disease. Zhou Minghao forgot I existed. I watched him decide, right there, with his mouth slightly open, that he was going to have this woman. Manager Dong hurried over to greet them and got nothing from her at all, and a snarl from her brother. Let's start, she said. With you wanting to kick out Mr. Qin, the esteemed guest of our Mo family. You even wanted to expel our Mo family's esteemed guest by force, using security guards. She let that sit. What exactly are you trying to do? Miss Mo, with respect, you are not my superior, her brother slapped him. Right? What my sister says is the right. Then Manager Dong remembered which family owns half of that club. Both of them bowed to me in front of the entire hall and apologized, and Zhou Minghao stood 4 meters away and watched the most beautiful woman he had ever seen bend at the waist to a boy in a 200 yuan shirt. I let them handle it. Then I said mildly, however, these two seemed very unwilling for me to attend this auction. Perhaps I truly came to the wrong place. I glanced at Zhou Minghao. Also, he and I had a bet about which of us would be thrown out of this club tonight. Su Ruiming turned to the very security guards Manager Dong had summoned, corrected the man's grammar for him on the way past, and had the whole group dragged out, ex-manager included. Zhou Minghao begged for face at the door. Even your father, Zhou Tianqi, does not need to be given face by this young master. Slap. Do you even qualify? Young Master Mo, I said, indeed, has a boundless future. Behind us, the entire hall spent the next 10 minutes trying to work out who Mr. Qin was. The leading theory, which I heard 3 separate times, was the Yanjing Qin family, which is genuinely one of the top houses in this country and considerably above the Mo. I did not correct anybody. Upstairs, on the 4th floor, Lei Qianjun was holding a different meeting. He had Zhou Tianqi, the richest man in Jiangdong. He had Du Ming, the brother who actually runs every Du family business and is almost never photographed. And he had Xiangzhong, the bear who imported a Muay Thai king. The power of Zhonghai has fallen into someone else's hands, he said. And it was taken by a boy from the countryside of Lingnan. Do any of you feel reconciled? Then he produced what he had actually called them there for. Xu Zhonglong, the Zhongbei flood dragon, elder brother of the man I had put through a wall. 2 days ago, after years in seclusion, he broke through to Grandmaster. Lei Qianjun had gone to that family to apologize in person and had, by his own account, barely walked out of the house. He came back with terms. In half a month, Xu Zhonglong will come to Zhonghai to take Lin Tianfeng's head, and then he intends to stay and run this city, and Lei Qianjun's own life had been bought with a promise to have the major forces of Zhonghai pledged before the Grandmaster arrived. Being a servant for a lifetime, Zhou Tianqi said, disgusted. Would our family's industries even still belong to us? It was Du Ming who supplied the missing piece, calmly, the way you would mention a train timetable. The half-month delay isn't arrogance. A newly broken-through Grandmaster has to stabilize the realm. If he fights before it settles, he can regress all the way back to the peak of great perfection. So the Flood Dragon was not waiting to be dramatic. He was waiting because he had to. Half a month. Useful information, and I got it 4 floors away, through a ceiling, while pretending to be asleep in the front row. Nobody at that table committed to anything, and when the room emptied, Lei Qianjun sat alone in it and said one sentence out loud about Xiongzhong. On the outside, he looks like a big dumb bear. Inside, he's a cunning fox. Down on the floor, Su Jianhong put me in the best seat in the front row, and the whispering rearranged itself again. He's the true underground emperor of Zhonghai now. Even the Mo family defers to him. Zhou Tianqi came down and sat 3 seats away and looked at me with a very specific quality of hatred, having just connected the boy who slapped his son to the man a Grandmaster is coming to kill. I swept the room, a dozen inner strength artists, middle to late stage, and one at great perfection, sitting quietly at the back, stronger than Xu Chenghu had been. Then the host came out, and the room stood up. Hu Dongshuo, Master Hu, honorary vice president of the National Antique Association. Born into an antique family, and in several decades of appraisal, he has never once been wrong. His health failed some years ago, and he is almost never seen at these things now. He noticed the boy sitting in the center of the front row, and then I closed my eyes and kept them closed. The agar wood prayer beads went for 10 million, and the scent of them filled that hall like a temple, and nobody dared bid against a Mo. An ancient jade pendant went for 12. A dozen more items after that. And Master Hu, who cares about face and reputation considerably more than money, spent his entire auction watching a teenager sleep through it. Then they brought out the 7 pendants: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. A complete set, top-quality colored jade, at least 100 years old, and Master Hu said, on the record, that if he were not hosting, he would bid on them himself. Starting price, 10 million. The bidding got to 15. 100 million, I said with my eyes shut and one finger up. The hall stopped. Zhou Tianqi wanted very badly to push that price and decided visibly that a direct clash tonight was not worth it. I'll tell you why I paid 7 times the market. That jade is dense. Dense enough to hold 5 or 6 layers of carved formation each, where ordinary stone holds 1 crude spell and ordinary jade holds a single layer. One of those pendants can turn aside 5 or 6 attempts on the life of whoever wears it. I have wanted protective talismans for the people I love since the 3rd layer of chi refining, and here is the reason, and it is not paranoia. Never overestimate the moral floor of certain kinds of people. Going through a man's family is not an exotic tactic in any world I have lived in. It is the first thing they try. For 7 of those, I would have paid $1 billion and considered it a discount. The magical artifacts came out later, and they were rubbish. A feng shui compass, once used by a great Taoist master, still carrying traces of Taoist qi. The room stirred beautifully. What it actually is, an object a strong person handled every day for decades, which soaked up a residue of their spiritual power, and which loses a little of that residue every year until it is simply an old compass. Will you bid, Mr. Chin? It's a piece of junk, no interest. I meant that literally. A stone off the roadside with 1 real array carved into it would outperform every magical artifact sold in that building that night. Su Jianhong wanted 3 of the later lots badly and obeyed his father's instruction and bid on nothing at all. Then, after the catalog ended, a man bought his way onto the stage to sell a piece of land. Xie Guoqing, chairman of Tianqing Real Estate, looked like a man who had not slept properly in 2 years, because he had not. East River Bay, several hundred mu, mountain behind it, the great river in front of it. On paper, the best undeveloped land in the province, and he stood up in front of 300 people and admitted, out loud, that 2 years of construction there had produced inexplicable things and a number of deaths, that he had brought in sorcerers and Taoist masters and gotten nothing for it, and that his health was going. The room filled in the rest for him in whispers because everyone local already knew. 20 to 30 dead in 2 years. Tens of millions paid out in compensation. One of his own right-hand men among them. And after all that, the site is still not even leveled. The industry calls it the death den. It is not only workers. Curious people climbed the fence to look and died too. Drowned, on dry ground, spontaneously combusted, a cerebral hemorrhage at 26. After the third round of reports, the authorities issued denials and then quietly banned the discussion of East River Bay altogether. Starting price, 100 million. Nobody in that hall moved, not one paddle, not one cough. 100 million, I said, with one finger up. Somebody at the back tried 110 out of pure curiosity. 200 million. I doubled it, and the hall came apart, and Zigoqing had to be helped to a chair. Su Jianhong leaned over, genuinely alarmed. Mr. Qin, even Great Master Zhang of Longhu Mountain handled that place, and people still died afterwards. Precisely because it's evil, it's more interesting, I said. If it were just an ordinary piece of land, I might not be interested at all. Behind me, several people agreed with each other that the boy would have his time to cry later, and that they would simply wait and watch the show. Backstage, there was a private viewing, and a man there hated me before I opened my mouth. Master Yang, an antique appraiser Su Jianhong had imported from the capital at enormous expense. The exclusive VIP invitation he had been promised had gone to me instead, on Su Zhengyuan's ruling that a martial arts grandmaster outranks an antique master. I wonder where this little brother is a great master from. Why don't you introduce these antiques to us? Do you even qualify? He recited a dozen provenances at me to establish his credentials, which I let him finish. Zhou Ruhai came through it, second son of the Lingnan Zhou family, who were the warlord house of that province 2 generations ago and are still comfortably top 3 there. And behind him walked a gaunt old man carrying a box. Inside the box was a palm-sized bagua mirror, and it was glowing. Personally refined by the ancestral master of our Tianshuan sect, Zhou Ruhai said. Passed down for 7 generations. It averts misfortune, subdues demons, and protects the home. 100 million. Every person in that room leaned toward it. I did not, and that is how Su Ruoxin knew something was wrong. She watched a room of hard-headed businessmen sway toward a mirror while the one person who could see what it was sat still. What I actually saw was not the mirror, it was the old man. He had true ki in him. Real cultivator's true ki, not martial artist's inner strength. Weak, muddled, badly impure, not even the third layer of chi refining. The first cultivator I had met on this planet. Mr. Qin. Your opinion? It's merely a facade. It isn't a magical artifact at all. I leaned back. If you want to ward off evil and protect your home, it would be more effective to put a brick in your house. The old man went off like a kettle. I flicked my sleeve, and the power of thunder somebody had forcibly attached to the outside of that mirror came off it, and the glow died in front of 300 million yuan's worth of witnesses. Zhou Ruhai did not miss a step. He instantly began demanding compensation for a destroyed treasure. Master Yang, you're the expert. Is it even an antique? Master Yang picked it up, delighted to finally be useful, and staked his professional reputation on the spot. 300 years old at minimum. If you can prove this is a fake, I will eat it. In front of everyone. Then let's ask him, I said, and pointed behind me without turning around, at a door 20-odd meters away that had not opened yet. Hu Dongshuo came through it 4 seconds later, picked the mirror up, and made a small sound in his throat. Who brought this thing out? A fake. An extremely good one, made by a Taoist master using methods that force a new object to read as centuries old, and he only recognized it because he had seen exactly one other in his life and had spent months afterwards studying why it fooled him. Otherwise, he said, and he was not being modest, my reputation of a lifetime would have been ruined in an instant. My divine sense had already told me the mirror's true age and material before Zhou Ruhai finished his speech. I did not need Hu Dongshuo. I used him as a test. He had been correct all evening on every lot, which is why I let him rule. If he had called it genuine, I would simply have broken the thing open on the table. Su Jianhong started threatening to keep Zhou Ruhai from leaving Zhonghai, and Zhou Ruhai laughed at him and made some remarks about the decline of the Mo family that were not entirely inaccurate. And the old man, Gu Qi, who had spent the evening being threatened by men who had never reached even early inner strength, finally lost patience. He spread his hands, and his clothes moved without any wind in the room. Just a piece of trash who can only use parlor tricks, I said. And he dares to call himself a great master. Besides, in Zhonghai, I call the shots. He brought his palms together, and threads of lightning ran between them, and I will admit that my eyes lit up. Lightning attribute, the rarest and most destructive of all of them. In the cultivation world, you do not simply have it. You need innate talent and an opportunity that most people never get in 1,000 years of looking. I chased it for 2 centuries in my last life. I never got it. And here it was, in a badly trained old man on a planet with no spiritual energy, being used to threaten a real estate executive. The bolt came at me. I raised one finger and it stopped existing. Then I flicked my left hand and a ray of chi put Gu Qi into a sofa 4 meters back. I walked past Zhou Ruhai without looking at him and said one line to the old man on the floor. A mere ant dares to compete with the sun and the moon. It landed in his head like something transmitted from a great height, which, from where he was sitting, it was. "Be great master." Zhou Ruhai knelt half a second later, having recalculated everything. Such an ant should be thrown directly out of Zhanghai. Acting here will only dirty this beautiful clubhouse. Su Riming took that job with genuine delight, and over my shoulder, without stopping. "Master Yang, the fake is on the table. Remember to eat it." Su Riming offered to fetch hot tea to help it down. Hu Dongshuo left the building muttering that he was old and his eyesight was truly not what it used to be, which nobody else in that room understood at all. He was not talking about the mirror. He was talking about the boy he had spent all evening resenting for sleeping through his auction. I took Gucci into a private room afterwards because I wanted the lightning, not the man. 7th generation disciple of the Tianshuan sect on Tianshuan Peak in the Kunlun Mountains, 3rd of 4 brothers. The sect was genuinely prosperous centuries ago and then declined the way everything declines. And when their master died 20 years ago, the 4 of them could not stand the emptiness any longer and walked down the mountain into the world. They left the sect standing empty, all 4 of them. "Your senior and junior brothers," I said, "are quite filial, aren't they?" "How old do you think I am, great master?" 80. 57. I spat out my tea. Then I checked his bones because I do not take people's word for things, and they said 57 attached to the body of a man of 80, a secret technique used once, years ago, in a fight he was not supposed to survive. He survived. That was the invoice. Then I asked about the lightning and got nothing useful. He calls it the power of thunder. He simply discovered it in himself a bit over 10 years ago. Nothing happened beforehand that he can remember. He had cultivated all over that peak for 30 years and could not tell me where. I asked how far away it was. Flight to Siwu City, then a car to the edge of the Kunlun Range, then on foot, because there are no roads. 4 days minimum for me, 5 or 6 for an ordinary person. And if you don't know the direction, he added, and just wander around, you might not find it in a few years. I crushed a teacup into powder in front of him, which is a very old and very effective way of establishing terms. Then I handed him a small bottle. He drank it in one go with his eyes shut, the way a man drinks poison when he has decided that arguing is worse. It was Pei Wan's spiritual liquid. His injuries closed, his meridians went warm, and true qi that had not moved a millimeter in 11 years jumped by the equivalent of several years of practice in about 90 seconds in a hotel armchair. He looked at the empty bottle and then at me and could not make a sound. "Consider that an advance payment," I said. "As long as you do things according to my requirements, there will be more. Stick first, then the sweet date. And the reason is practical. I cannot watch a man 24 hours a day, and a servant who is afraid of you leaves the moment you look away. A servant who wants what you have does not." It worked completely. By the end of that conversation, Gucci would have begged to stay if I had tried to send him off. I gave him the spare key to Dongjing Villa and installed him in it. The holiday was coming, and Zhang Yue asked what I was doing. "Going home to see my parents. It's been a long time since I've seen them." She counted on her fingers. "It's been a month." I did not correct her. Her own news came out with an odd little pause in front of it, 9 days with the weekends, and she was flying to England to see her mother, who has lived there for years and whom she sees very rarely. England. In my previous life, the Ouyang family sent her to England to study. After they had finished taking us apart, she went and she stayed, and I never saw her again in that lifetime. I told her that was wonderful, and I meant it, and something under my ribs did not agree. "Look at you," she said. "You've become Mr. Qin, whom even those great masters address respectfully. You certainly don't pay attention to the affairs of us little students anymore." Before she flew, I gave her the blue pendant, because blue is her color. 6 layers of defensive formation carved into it. 6 violent attacks turned aside, whether she ever knows about one of them or not. Remember, always wear it. I did not tell her what it does. If you tell someone their necklace is keeping them alive, they stop being able to walk around without thinking about who wants them dead, and I would rather carry that myself. Li Wei got the yellow one, framed as a late birthday present, and I had to argue with him for 11 minutes to make him accept it because he had priced the jade correctly. The 8 flower pots went to Dongjing Villa under Guqi's care while I was away. He understood exactly what he had been handed, which is why I gave them to him. A man who knows the value of what he is guarding does not need to be told twice. And before the train home, I went to look at my 200 million yuan of cursed real estate. The taxi refused the last stretch. The driver stopped a kilometer out, told me he would wait for exactly 20 minutes, and locked the doors after I got out. Several hundred mu of abandoned construction. Tin fencing collapsed in 3 places, rebar with 2 years of rust on it, and down near the water, one unfinished 3-story villa with no glass in the windows. An old fisherman on the bank tried to send me away and then, when I would not go, told me the rest of it. It was not only the developer's people, visitors died, drowned, burned, dropped dead walking. And after the news got out, the authorities issued a denial and then banned the subject. I walked the perimeter with my divine sense wide open. Nothing. No chill, no residue, no formation, no lingering resentment, nothing at all, which was itself the first genuinely strange thing. I stepped over the fence. 10 meters in, something cold went through me, and there was a buzz at the base of my skull, and then it was gone. I swept everything, including 40 meters underground. Nothing. But I knew that sensation, and that is why my hands went cold. That is what a low-level cultivator feels when a vastly stronger cultivator's spiritual soul power looks him over. I have done it to other people 10,000 times. To make me feel it on this planet would take nascent soul or above, which is not possible here. This world cannot produce it. The energy does not exist. That was the first time since I woke up on that train that I was uneasy. I walked that site for half a day and found nothing else. Then I sat down on a boulder in front of the unfinished villa, looking out at the river, and let my guard down for about 4 seconds. Something came into the depths of my soul. It went past every defense I had, as though they were made of paper. The pain was not in my body, and there is no useful way to describe it to someone who has never had it. The closest I can manage is that it felt like a hand closing around the part of me that has survived 2 lifetimes. I pitched forward off the boulder, and the river took me. There was a yacht on the water above me, and it was having a terrible afternoon of its own. Han Meilin's classmate reunion. Mostly foreign educated, all doing extremely well, and one persistent suitor who had started introducing himself as Da Wei. I've said this already, my class advisor told the table. This is China, please speak Chinese. Then the river went off like a shell. A column of water came up beside the yacht, and a figure came up out of it, and the figure landed on the surface and did not go through it. I ran the last 60 meters to the bank on top of the water. Iron palm water skim, a basic traveling technique where I come from. On that yacht, it was the end of a lot of people's assumptions about the universe. Da Wei's faction immediately established that it had been a magician's stunt, possibly staged, possibly with equipment under the surface. And Han Meilin, the only person on that boat with the eyesight to catch the face, stood at the rail and could not reconcile what she had just seen with the quiet top student who sits by the window in her class and never says anything. She canceled the party on the spot and told the crew to take the boat back. I got ashore, found a stand of trees, and spent the rest of the day putting myself back together. Soul injuries are the worst class of injury that exists. At best, you drop a realm and never advance again. At worst, your foundation is gone, your soul disperses, and there is no reincarnation waiting for you afterwards. There is nothing after that. There is just nothing. Even a minor one costs months of seclusion, sometimes a year and a half. A severe one costs decades, and for a truly powerful cultivator, centuries, because the more soul you have, the longer it takes to grow back. Mine was severe. An ordinary early foundation cultivator would simply have ended on that boulder. And then, sitting under a tree with my hands shaking, I found out something new about the technique that keeps handing me things I have not earned. The creation reincarnation art heals the soul too. Not just chi, not just flesh, soul. And it was doing it more than 100 times faster than anything I had access to in my previous life. A month. A severe soul wound. In a month. I sat there and laughed until it hurt, which given the circumstances was quite soon. My phone was somewhere at the bottom of that river. I missed a full day of class, which was the first class I had ever skipped in 2 lifetimes, and by evening, Li Wei, Zhang Yue, Gu Qi, and Han Meilin had all called it and gotten nothing. I explained it away with a bad cold and a drowned phone. I did not call Han Meilin back. I wanted to see whether she would come to me. The train home was a sleeper, 10 hours and change, and 2 women got on at the second stop. An elegant woman around 30, whom the girl called Aunt May. And the girl herself, 16 or 17, in white, very pretty, very aware of it. I looked at them longer than is polite, and it was not for the reason you think. Their cheekbones had a faint gray-black cast to them. In the art I learned in my first life that reads exactly one way, cheekbones like ink, prone to car accidents. And the shade on both of them was dark enough that it was not going to be the kind you walk away from. I was going to warn them. I had actually started to sit up. "What are you looking at?" the girl said. "Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? Bumpkin." And the pity in me simply went out like a switch. That is not spite. There is a rule about it. Reading a person's fate exposes a secret of heaven, and the one who reads it gets tied into the karma of what happens next, which is why cultivators who know the art almost never use it on strangers. You do not spend your own fate on people who call you a bumpkin. I lay down and did not open my eyes for 10 hours. Aunt May kept looking over, though, and she could not settle. She told the girl afterwards that the boy's last glance had not been an ordinary young man's glance at all. It had been the way a deity looks down at living things, and she had seen an expression like that exactly once before, on an underground boss she had spent an entire evening being careful around. She hauled that girl off the train 2 stops early, like a woman avoiding a plague. Sanshui Village, Jiantown, Wutong County. Green mountains, clean water, 2-story houses with tiles the color of weak tea. I hugged both my parents at once in the doorway for a long time, and they patted my back and laughed and said, "A month is not that long." It was not a month. It was 1,000 years and 1 road accident. My younger brother, Qin Yun, has worked away in Nandao since junior high and comes home once a year. My elder sister Qin Yu married last year and works away too, so it was the 3 of us at the table with 4 dishes, and my mother telling me about a neighbor's roof, and my father saying almost nothing and refilling my bowl every time it got below halfway. That evening was worth as much to me as the day I crossed the final tribulation, and they started calling me an immortal emperor. Not close to it. The same. The lie was ready before I got there. A real lottery ticket. First prize, over 5 million yuan, procured in advance and to the correct week by the underground emperor of Zhonghai, who did not ask me a single question about why, because the truth is unusable. Rebirth, cultivation, and money earned by putting men through walls would get me a psychiatric referral and would get my parents a permanent and quiet fear of their own son. My father did not believe it at first. He is a suspicious man about exactly one subject. Xiaofan, you must never earn money from sources you can't explain. Only the physical ticket in his hand convinced him, and he read it 4 times. The plan was small on purpose, a house in the county town, and the little shop they had wanted for years, which is not about profit at all, because 2 farmers with nothing to do all day would lose their minds inside a season, and I deliberately did not move them to Zhonghai. My enemies grow with my strength. I cannot stand over 2 people 365 days a year, and in Zhonghai, they would eventually see what I actually am, and I am not ready for my mother to look at me that way. That night, I put the orange and cyan pendants around their necks and called them peace talismans from a temple. I picked those 2 colors on purpose. They are the dullest of the 7. Nobody steals them, and nobody asks. The best development in Wutong County is called Qingyuan Peninsula, and their sales office has a team leader who took 1 look at my parents' clothes and handed us off. The houses here are the most expensive in the entire county. I'm afraid you can't afford them. The girl he dumped us on was about 20, ponytail, 3 months on the job, still an intern on half salary. Lin Weiwei showed us everything, not the cheap block, everything. She walked my mother through the riverside villas, warned us honestly that the price was close to 1.5 million, and kept showing us anyway, and answered every question my father asked about drainage as if he were a serious buyer. I walked through villa number 6 once and closed my eyes for about 40 seconds. We'll take it. 1.68 million. Renovated. Full payment, no loan. The manager came across that sales floor at a sprint. He has been leaning on Lin Weiwei for months and answered her call hoping for a different kind of answer. I had exactly 1 condition, the sale credits to her, intern to full staff on the spot, with the entire commission. I told you, I said on the way out, that your sincerity would receive its due reward. She caught up with me at the door, and her question was not the one I expected. You were inside that villa for less than 5 minutes. How did you suddenly decide to buy it? There's a reason. It's a secret. Outside, standing by a black car, were the 2 women from the train. With them was a young man about my age and his father, and I looked at all 4 faces, and the gray was on every one of them. "Bumpkin!" The girl brightened up. "Are you actually chasing us all the way here?" My mother, who is incapable of letting a slight go unanswered and equally incapable of being rude, said we had come to buy a house. Both youngsters found that hilarious. Then the sales manager came out to greet the father, learned that the villa he had personally reserved had just been sold, and tried to take it back with a straight face. "There's been an error. Number 6 was reserved for Mr. Lei. Since you bought it, show me the property certificate and the purchase contract." I let him look for them. "I'm quite curious. Were all those documents we signed today fakes?" "Mr. Lei reserved it. I'll reserve the entire earth right now and buy it later when I have enough money. What do you think?" The father stepped in then, the way powerful men in small counties do it, which is to offer friendship as though it were a prize. In Wutong County, nobody gets that offer. "Get lost," I said. "You don't have the qualifications." His son went white. "Kneel down and apologize to my father. Right now." I turned around and looked at him. Zhou Kai's knees hit the tiles. "You kneel when told." I looked down at him. "You're truly obedient." Then, more quietly, "You like telling people to kneel so much? Then you can just stay kneeling." His legs did not come back. 2 things happened at once, and nobody in that room saw either of them. A strike of mental energy into his mind, and 2 threads of true ki sealing the meridians of both thighs. I did it invisibly, and from a standing start, specifically so that my mother, 4 meters away, could never connect the boy on the floor to her son. As for Villa number 6, I said, walking past his father, I've already bought it. If you have the ability, take it from my hands. Zhou Long drove for the county hospital at a speed that was not appropriate for that road and took the third corner too fast and rolled it. He walked away without a scratch. His son went into intensive care. The girl from the train was unconscious with multiple fractures. Aunt May broke her right arm. Every single reading came true within the hour. And I want to be precise here, because it is the part of this story I did not understand until much later. I read those faces on a train 2 days before I ever met Zhou Kai. I sealed his legs, and his father drove badly because of it, and the accident I had foreseen was an accident I caused. I did not work that out at the time. I stood in a sales office feeling mildly vindicated about physiognomy. There are spirits 3 feet above your head, I told my mother that night. That boy clearly did too many bad things. She did not believe a word of it and could not prove anything, which has been the shape of our relationship for 2 lifetimes. I stayed a week. I healed, and I broke into the 8th layer of Qi refining on Peiyuan liquid, and I found out why I had bought that particular villa without saying so out loud. Villa number 6 sits on the dragon head of the range behind that town, Dragon Headland, the best geomancy for 40 kilometers in any direction. Once I reach foundation establishment, I can lay a formation on that ground that will both defend the house and quietly nourish everyone sleeping in it. But the actual prize of that week was something else entirely, and I only noticed it afterwards. For 1,000 years, I had carried a flaw in my heart nature, not guilt about the killing. Guilt about 2 farmers whose lives got smaller and smaller because their son fell in love with the wrong girl at university. 7 days of carrying rice, arguing about a shop counter, and being told to sit down and eat closed it. Completely. Every technique I ever learned had failed to touch that, and a week of being an ordinary son fixed it. Then Su Ruoxin called. The Mo family had put its quiet people to work without being asked, and they had come back with a name. Someone is coming for you. Zhangbei Flood Dragon, Shu Zhonglong. A pause. And our people believe he has very recently become a Grandmaster. She then told me the rule of this planet, which nobody had bothered to state to me plainly before. A Grandmaster who kills is not pursued by the state, provided the noise is manageable. A Grandmaster must not be insulted. They do not go around bullying ordinary people unprovoked because it would make them ridiculous. But the instant an ordinary person provokes one, the killing is considered reasonable. The authorities look the other way, and the story is buried. He'll arrive within days, she said. And Lin Fan, if he can't find you in Zhonghai, he will go to your hometown. I owe you one for this. She started to say something polite, and I hung up, because a promise from the Nine Dust Immortal Emperor is not a thing anyone gets, and I did not want to hear her turn it down. The pendants around my parents' necks will stop a car crash. They will stop a pistol round, 6 times each, and then they are jade. They will not stop a Grandmaster. I was on the train that night. And in a hospital in East Sea, Zhou Long stood in a corridor listening to 3 specialists explain that there was nothing wrong with his son's legs, nothing at all, no damage, no compression, nothing, and made a phone call. Big brother, Hauer is in trouble. I need your help. Zhonghai Station was ringed with soldiers, not police. Soldiers, checking everyone coming in and out, and by the way they stood, veterans. I noted it, decided it had nothing to do with me, and went home. At Dongjing Villa, the purple cloud grass had been tended exactly as instructed, to the milliliter, and I told Gu Qi so and gave him nothing else. That was deliberate. Reward that arrives on schedule stops being reward. I also considered sending him to guard my parents and rejected it in about 4 seconds. His obedience is fear plus greed. That is a perfectly good leash, and it is not loyalty. And here's the rule I have never once regretted. Never overestimate a person's moral floor, and never underestimate a person's shameless greed. I took the 8 pots home to the rented room. And that night, sitting on my own balcony, I noticed what the week at home had actually done. My heart nature had advanced a full step. The flaw was gone, not managed, gone. I was so pleased about it that I jumped off the balcony into Dongjing Mountain and cultivated in the open, and somewhere around 2 in the morning, I fell into the empty and clear state, which is the thing every cultivator chases and almost nobody catches on purpose. 10 to 100 times normal speed for as long as it lasts. I came down the mountain at dawn, sitting at the peak of the 8th layer, 1 breath short of the 9th. And on the way down, I smelled it. In a hollow off the path, my military training instructor was lying against a rock with 3 gunshot wounds in him, and one of them had gone through the right lung, and there was no version of the next 10 minutes where he got up. There was a girl holding his hand, 8 or 9 years old, filthy, crying hard enough to shake and making absolutely no sound at all. I have a cold heart. I have had 1,000 years to build it, and it is very good. That moved it, and then the callback landed on me like a dropped beam because I had seen this coming in September. On the first morning of military training, I read a darkened glabella on Tang Hua's face and a fate of imminent misfortune, and I said nothing because we were nothing to each other, and I do not spend my fate on strangers. He recognized me. You, he said. You were the most outstanding among the students I trained. There was no point lying to him, and he would have hated me for it. You don't have much time left, I said. Is there anything you need my help with? He had one thing, only one. I hope you can save my sister's life. His hand was already going. She's still young. All of this has nothing to do with her. She's innocent. I can. With me here, I will ensure her safety. And Tang Hua, dying in a ditch on a mountain outside a city he had fled to, said, with the great kindness you've promised, I, Tang Hua, can never repay it in this life, so why would I think of anything else? He told his sister to listen to that big brother and to live well. Then he was gone. The girl looked up at me. He won't get up again? She was not being poetic. She had watched her brother get up again, and again, and again, over the past 11 days, out of things that should have kept him down. Your brother is tired, I said. He needs a good sleep. Then I heard dogs and men spreading out along the ridge in a proper search pattern. I tapped her neck and caught her before she fell. I thought about burning the body, which is what you do when you need to leave nothing. Then I looked at the child in my arm and decided that leaving her a memento was probably worth the inconvenience, and I went into the trees. The soldiers found him 20 minutes later. They found traces of a second person arriving at that hollow. They found no traces at all of anyone leaving. A mysterious disappearance, one of them said. That's interesting. They expanded the search over the whole mountain and found nothing whatsoever, and I watched them do the entire thing from about 90 meters away. At Dongjing Villa, I had Gu Qi fetch the estate manager and send up 2 of the housekeeping staff to wash the girl, dress her, and buy her clothes. They arrived braced for something ugly, because that is what 2 women assume when a young man with money asks for help with a child at 6 in the morning. They found a 9-year-old asleep on a sofa with mud in her hair. They left with 10,000 yuan each, which is 3 months' salary, for giving a child a bath. Wu Dahu's report came in by lunchtime. Soldiers had arrived in Zhonghai 2 days ago hunting a murderer who had fled the army. A soldier called Tang Hua, who had killed a second-generation military scion and run south, too capable for the ordinary police, hence the troops at the station. He could not get more than that. Army Confidential. His suggestion was the correct one, which is why I keep him. Su Jingyuan's military network gave me the whole thing in under 6 hours. Tang Hua's girlfriend was a kindergarten teacher called Wang Fang. Xu Qiang, the son of Colonel Xuzhong, decided he wanted her. She said no. She kept saying no, politely, for 2 months, in a city where his father's rank opened every door she needed. So he took it apart. All of it. He had her removed from her school. Then he made sure a story went around, and the story followed her to the next interview, and the one after that, until there was not a kindergarten in that city that would return her calls. Then he kept going, because by then it had stopped being about wanting her. She left Tang Hua a letter and went off the roof of her building. The autopsy said suicide, which was true, and Xuzhong's connections made sure that the word suicide was the entire file. Tang Hua reported it. He was told that a letter is not evidence. He was ordered to reflect deeply on his emotional state. He was pulled from the Special Forces selection he had already passed, and reassigned as a training instructor at a university, which is precisely the face I read on the first morning of military training. Then he followed Xu Qiang for half a month, and on the 16th night he stood near a table in a restaurant and listened to the man tell the story himself, drunk, to a table of friends. She warned him her boyfriend was a Special Forces soldier. A soldier? What's a soldier? He's nothing in front of my dad. Laughter. 3 weeks. That's all it took. And then she jumps off a building over a job. The table laughed with him. Tang Hua killed him with his hands in a restaurant in front of 11 witnesses, and nobody there tried very hard to stop him. Xuzhong then reported that Tang Hua had stolen weapons and committed acts of violence in a crowded city, volunteered personally to lead the arrest, and obtained authorization to shoot on sight if the suspect resisted. Tang Hua had one relative left in the world. Their grandmother died last year. His sister, Tang Xiaoxiao, was 9. As a military dependent, the state covered her food, her housing, and her schooling. The moment he killed Xu Qiang, all of that ended on the same afternoon. Pulling her out of school is what exposed him. It is the one thing they were watching. Xuzhong blockaded the airport, the railway station, and the docks, which is what I walked through, and Tang Hua took 3 rounds getting a 9-year-old into a mountain. At the morgue, Xuzhong pulled the sheet off himself and started shouting, "Why is he dead? Didn't I say to capture him alive?" His own adjutant stood there and thought, without saying it, that Xuzhong had personally signed the shoot-on-sight authorization and was using a colonel's rank to run a family vendetta. Even if you have to dig 3 feet down, Shuzhong said, find that little bastard's sister. Since Tanghua died so easily, I'll use her to make up the difference. Sir, she's a child. If that comes out, Shuzhong thought about it and reconsidered and said he had other arrangements for that situation, which is a sentence I have since had a great deal of time to think about. Tang Xiaoxiao woke that night out of a nightmare calling for her brother, and when she spoke, she whispered, "Why are you whispering?" Brother said there are bad people around. She had both hands over her own mouth. So I can't make any sound, not even when I'm crying. She is 9 years old, and she understood completely. That was the worst part. There was no confusion in her at all. Her stomach growled loudly enough to be embarrassing. 2 days in a mountain without food. There are no bad people here now, I said. You can cry as loudly as you want. Then I put a bowl in front of her. But eat something first. She ate plain rice with her own tears going into it and did not touch a single one of the other 4 dishes on that table. I looked at her eyes while she ate and found 2 things in them: grief, which was expected, and hatred, which at 9 years old is not. That little girl is intelligent, Gucci said quietly behind me, but her heart is probably already full of hatred. Alas, she's truly pitiful. That night, a military truck carrying a body out of Zhonghai hit one muffled bump on the expressway, and the driver checked his mirror, saw nothing, and put it down to the road surface, which is what everybody does. Tang Xiaoxiao woke the next morning against a boulder deep in Dongjing Mountain with a white sheet laid out beside her. Say your final farewell to your brother. She let go, and for the first time, she cried the way children are supposed to cry, out loud, with her whole chest, and it went a long way in those trees. That girl has a spiritual root. The first genuine one I had found on this entire planet. Not a trace, not a residue, a real spiritual root, and not a common grade of one either, of an attribute I had to check twice. A spiritual root is 1 in 10,000 even in the cultivation world. Without one, a mortal who forces themselves to cultivate for 60 years will top out at the first or second layer of chi refining and die there. No spiritual root, no immortal cultivation. It is not a guideline. It is the floor of the universe. Gucci does not have one. What he does is closer to a very old set of tricks than to cultivation. In my previous life, I could grant a spiritual root to a mortal. The conditions for it are so severe that I cannot come close to meeting them now. If I could, my parents would already have one. So I needed her heart demon settled, or she would cultivate crooked and eventually break, and I needed her to grow into someone who could stand over my family in 100 years, when I have to leave this planet to go and settle 1,000 years of unfinished karma. Tang Xiaoxiao, do you want revenge? She nodded once. Then become my disciple. She looked at me the way a 9-year-old looks at an adult making a joke. So I pointed a finger at the boulder beside her grave, and it came apart down the middle with a crack that went across the whole valley. She got onto her knees in the dirt and put her forehead on the ground. I did not know it that morning, and I would not have changed anything if I had, but that child would one day be called the Dark Witch, and there are cultivators in 3-star fields who flinch at that name. We buried her brother deep in that mountain. She did not cry at the grave, not once. Her face did something else instead, and settled there, and stayed. Zhang Yue came back from England with her cousin. Zhang Wen, who introduces himself as Mark, emigrated after primary school and is now a complete foreigner and had announced on the plane that he intended to inspect the boyfriend because his aunt's future son-in-law requires approval. Her mother has already introduced her to the son of a British duke. Also that week, Han Meilin watched me for an entire lesson without once looking at her notes, and I decided to forget the whole river incident unless she moved first. And the class reached its verdict on me, which I heard in fragments in corridors for a week. He's good at fighting, he apparently knows some underworld bosses, therefore he is a thug. A lackey with no identity, no ability, no power, and no money of his own, who will be thrown away when he stops being useful and young. Utterly disgraceful, they said, for a top student to be some big shots enforcer. I never explained. It would not have helped. Those people and I are simply in 2 different worlds, and one of us knows it. Zhang Wen's opening line at the restaurant was, "Kid, are you Lin Fan?" He said it the way an emperor addresses a commoner, because he holds a foreign passport and has therefore ascended. I did not look at him at all. I took Zhang Yue's hand and asked her where she wanted to eat. He is an elite student of the British Royal Boxing Center, and he swung at the back of my head. I waved backhand without turning round, and he went into a flower bed head first, with a red palm print on his cheek. Lin Fan, he got up spitting. I will never rest until one of us is dead. Then he walked 20 meters away and made a phone call. Dad, something unexpected happened. Tang Xiaoxiao spent 3 days sitting cross-legged by the window copying my posture exactly and understanding roughly a quarter of what I told her, which was entirely my fault. She is 9. She does not yet have the basic common sense of her own society, let alone the theoretical vocabulary of a discipline that assumes 40 years of reading before you start. I corrected myself out loud in front of her. Starting tomorrow, you go back to school. Forget everything else for now. Wu Dahu found a primary school within walking distance of both houses. I refused to let him deliver her personally because a 9-year-old arriving in a car belonging to the underground emperor of this city is a sentence that finishes badly, and sent Gucci instead. Gucci turned out to genuinely like her. He has no children of his own, and I think she landed somewhere in him that had been empty a long time. So Tang Xiaoxiao became a 3rd grader for the 2nd time. No friends. Whole days at that school without speaking a single word to anybody. The bright, chattering little girl in the photographs at her brother's flat was gone, and she was not coming back. Then Su Ruoxin called. Xu Zhonglong has come to Zhonghai. In a quiet bar on the other side of the city, Zhang Xueying and her uncle Long were having the same conversation. A grandmaster is simply not something a mortal can resist, Uncle Long said. Unless he refuses the challenge outright and hides, that boy is doomed to die. Zhang Xueying turned her glass around. A woman's intuition says otherwise. On my instructions, and with quiet help from the Mo family, Wu Dahu had spent weeks spreading the name Lin Tianfeng through every back room in this city, while carefully burying the fact that Lin Tianfeng is a first-year student at Zhonghai University. It worked so well that most of the underground had concluded Lin Tianfeng was some peak, great perfection expert that Wu Dahu had hired at enormous cost from another province. At Lei Qianjin's estate, Xu Zhonglong sat in the host's chair above the host and expressed his displeasure at Lei Qianjin's failure to deliver the Zhou and Du families by hitting him with a blast of qi that put him on his own floor. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use, he said, that would have taken your life. Then he outlined his plan for after me. The Jiangdong Zhou family, the Zhonghai Du family, all of them kneeling and begging him to spare their households, and he issued an ultimatum to the whole city. 3 days. If the boy surnamed Qin does not come to Fenglei Mountain Villa to confess and die, then everyone connected to him dies instead. The Du family held a council about it that evening. A grandmaster cannot be insulted, Wei Zhenhua said, and a grandmaster cannot be opposed. Meaning, Xu Zhonglong wins and Lin Tianfeng dies, and the Du family will now decide what to do about the new landlord. His son asked the obvious question, which is why the family should not simply kneel now and save time. Because the state has weapons that would kill a grandmaster without effort, Du Kong said. They can't be used inside a city, which is the only reason men like him exist at all, and the state has grandmasters of its own. He put his cup down. Gongsun Ming, number 1 on the list, is a major general. Cross the line the state has drawn, and the state's own grandmasters come. The old man said nothing for a while after that. He was thinking about his body, which he knows will not last much longer, and about the fact that his family's chance at being the true first house of this city was slipping past him again, in his own lifetime, for the 2nd time. Wu Dahu brought me the ultimatum himself. He knew exactly what everyone connected to him meant. It meant him first, by a wide margin. And there was no possible reconciliation available to him because he had bet his entire life on a college student 2 months ago. He did not go to Fenglei Mountain Villa to beg, not once, and he had 3 days to do it. I have never forgotten that. Coming to die on my doorstep, I said. Xu Zhonglong seems very confident. Mr. Qin, what preparations do you need? I have men, just arrange for someone to take me to Fenglei Mountain Villa tomorrow. He had spent the entire drive over assembling about a dozen elaborate contingency plans, and he sat there with his mouth open while the whole thing collapsed into one man going to a meeting alone. Gucci backed me, for what it was worth, and his reasoning was interesting. I couldn't survive a single move against him, he told Wu Dahu. But that isn't the point. His soul power. When he looked at me in that hotel, it felt like standing in front of an immortal of the 9 heavens. He shook his head. No grandmaster does that. Not one. Su Ruoxin called to offer the Mo family's help and got a no. My time is very pressing, I said. And I still have a great many things to do. There was a silence on the line, and then she asked if she could come along. I said yes. I could have said no. I said yes because I did not want to refuse her, which I noticed at the time and chose not to examine. And I took Tang Xiaoxiao. Everyone objected, all of them, at once. She is a child. Is it not too cruel to have her witness the dark side of society at 9 years old? She has already experienced the darkness and cruelty of this society, I said. Her heart is now as hard as iron. I put my hand on the back of her head. Today, I am about to fight a grandmaster for the first time in this life. As my great disciple, she will witness all of it firsthand. Which is how everyone in that room found out that the silent little girl was my disciple. Su Riming went very quiet at that. He had wanted to ask for exactly that, privately, for weeks, and had never worked up the nerve. Meanwhile, Every figure of importance in Zhonghai had been driving up to Fenglei Mountain Villa with gifts to pledge their loyalty to the new Grandmaster. Zhang Xueying went, and Sun Wenguang went, and both of them went purely to show face rather than to swear anything. Both of them were refused an audience at the gate. I announced myself at the gate. Lin Tianfeng calls upon the villa. I did not shout. I simply arranged it so that every person on that estate heard it at the same volume, including the ones on the 4th floor, which is a small trick and a very effective one. 4 bodyguards came to remove me and ended up folded over the iron railings. Then Lei Qianjun came out of his own front door demanding an explanation, and I put him 4 meters back down his own steps. At the martial arts tournament, I thought you were quite clever, I said. I overestimated you. You're just as much of an idiot as the rest. Tang Xiaoxiao was standing behind me holding Su Ruoxin's hand, watching her master fight for the first time. She did not flinch or hide her face or make a sound. Her eyes went bright and her small fists came up. Su Ruoxin looked down at her and then at me and did not say what she was thinking. Then the pressure came down over that courtyard from above, and everybody except the 5 people standing behind me went to one knee. Xu Zhonglong descended from the 4th floor balcony the way a sheet of paper comes off a table, slowly, arms out, and landed with a sound like a book closing. His brother had ridden a door. I will note, for the sake of accuracy, that a Grandmaster can glide a few dozen meters and cannot fly. Actual flight is an immortal's method. So all of this was theater, and everyone in that courtyard except me thought they were watching a god come down. Greetings, Grandmaster Xu. Another showy entrance, I said. I'm too tired to even complain. That so-called Zhangbei fierce tiger was a sick cat in my eyes, I said. Today I wonder how many moves you, this so-called flood dragon, can endure from me. He came in with a white fist print of compressed ki, and I took it barehanded, on purpose because I had been on this planet for 3 months, and I still did not have a precise number for what an Earth Grandmaster actually is. I slid back 4 or 5 steps. Not one hair moved on any of the 5 people standing behind me. And I had my number, and it was disappointing. At the 7th layer of chi refining, I could have beaten this man. I was at the peak of the 8th, so I said the thing that made that entire courtyard stop breathing, because it did not insult one Grandmaster. It insulted every Grandmaster who has ever lived on this planet. Is this what they call a Grandmaster's technique? It's simply unbearable to watch. The second exchange came down at me as a descending palm, and I met it with my raised left hand. The shockwave flattened the ornamental bushes and put a dozen of Zhonghai's most important people on the gravel. Behind me, 5 people stood in what felt to them like a light breeze. Xu Zhonglong hung there in the air with his palm caught in my hand and could not get it back, and his face came apart. You are also a transcendent Grandmaster. The youngest in the recorded history of this country was nearly 30. Gongsun Ming did it at 32, and they have been telling that story for 11 years. It seems you only have this much ability, I said. Today I, Lin Tianfeng, will let you witness with your own eyes what the true Tao is. He pulled. The palm did not come free. My right hand landed, and he was dead before the sound got to the back of the courtyard. The body came down on the gravel with its eyes open, and nobody in that garden moved at all. A Grandmaster, I said, can also be killed. Lei Qianjun's legs stopped working. Everyone in that courtyard had now understood 2 things at once. That the boy under 20 was himself a Grandmaster, and that he was not an ordinary one. Because he had not won a fight, he had ended one. Xu Zhonglong broke through less than 3 weeks ago and had not stabilized. He was the weakest Grandmaster alive at that moment. He had decided in advance that I was a boy with a lucky reputation, so he fought to be admired instead of fighting to kill. And I struck at full power on the second exchange, because I hate dragging things out, and I have never once in 2 lifetimes seen a fight get safer by lasting longer. Lei Qianjun crawled over and started hitting himself in the face. Mr. Qin, Grandmaster Qin, I was wrong, I was blind, Since you know you've made a mistake, I said. I watched his heart lift. It is a very specific thing, watching that happen on a man's face. Then go to hell. 1 finger. 1 thread of white qi. I let Wu Dahu live, and I let Liu Hao live, and I have let a considerable number of people live in this city. I did not let this one live because he had spent a fortnight arranging the deaths of everyone connected to me, including 2 farmers in Wutong County, and because an ant-driven insane can still walk a very long way. Evil gets eliminated completely, or it comes back at the people you cannot be standing next to. Remember this, I said to the courtyard. From today, in Zhonghai, I do not want to hear any other voices. They bowed me out through the gate. Farewell, Grandmaster Qin. Cleaning up 2 bodies, one of them a Grandmaster and one of them the former underground emperor of this city, took Wu Dahu and the Mo family the rest of the night. They got help from an unexpected direction. Sun Wenguang and Zhang Xueying had both been on that estate and could now never prove to anybody that they had not been there to curry favor with Xu Zhonglong. so they contributed enthusiastically. Every phone on the property was confiscated, every guest was spoken to. Su Jingyuan's reaction, when it reached Jiangzhou, was one sentence: a young grandmaster. His name will shake the entire country. He was right within a day. Outside this province, most people laughed. No grandmaster in recorded history has been under 20, and the story arrived with no photograph, no video, and no verifiable name, so the rest of the country filed it as provincial hype. Inside Zhanghai, where every witness was a man of standing who had been there, it landed like an artillery shell, and everyone who went digging for the real identity came back with exactly one thing: a name. 3 days later, I hit the 9th layer of qi refining, which is the last one, and then I had to stop and think very carefully, because the next step is the one you cannot undo. There are 3 ways to establish a foundation. The ordinary way is accumulation. Time and diligence, nothing else required, which is why almost everyone does it. It also leaves you with a shallow Tao foundation, and reaching nascent soul from a shallow foundation is about as common as a phoenix feather. The second way is to establish your foundation on an object, a sword for a sword immortal, a pill furnace for an alchemist. That object becomes a life-bound treasure and has to be nurtured for the rest of your life, and if you pick wrong, you do not die. You simply never go anywhere again. The third way is a heaven and earth treasure. It gives you the depth of the second method with none of the nurturing, and it hands you a portion of the treasure's own nature as a gift. Pick wrong on the third method and you die, and your Tao dissipates, and there is nothing left to reincarnate. In my previous life, I found a crystal of space by accident in a ruin while looking for something else entirely. I used it. That is where I comprehended a trace of the profound truth of space. Time is honored, and space is king. That is the whole reason the Nine Dust Immortal Emperor was never defeated, and every enemy I ever had went to their grave believing it was talent. On Earth, a crystal of space is a fool's fantasy. So my plan was to spend a few years hunting for any usable heaven and earth treasure, and if I found nothing, forge an immortal sword embryo and become a sword immortal, which is an honorable second prize. There was one problem with taking a few years about it. The creation reincarnation art does not stop. It accumulates true qi whether or not I am cultivating, whether or not I am asleep, whether or not I have found a cornerstone. One day it is going to break through on its own, with or without my permission. So my first destination chose itself, Tianshuan sect. Because an old man with no spiritual root does not simply grow lightning attribute true qi on a mountain by accident, and lightning is one of the hardest elemental truths there is. Before I could leave, the military found me. Su Jingyuan brokered it, and the man across the table was in his 60s and effectively runs the central military region. Zhou Jun did not waste my time. I want you as chief instructor of the Wolfang Special Forces team. I said yes in about 3 seconds, and he was visibly thrown by how fast it happened. 3 reasons. The military of this country is a behemoth, and I would rather not have it as an opponent. A military identity makes every single thing in my life and my family's life easier, and it is a completely legitimate excuse to leave university for months at a time and go looking for a heaven and earth treasure. Wolfang needed me because their previous chief instructor had been dismissed, and their previous chief instructor had been dismissed because Wolfang finished last in the National Special Forces competition 3 years running. The next competition was under 6 months away. I had 3 conditions. 1. The military protects my parents. He solved that faster than I expected. Make him a colonel on appointment, and his parents become military dependents, and after that touching them is a category of problem that nobody sane goes looking for. 2. Every training decision is mine. No interference, not from anybody. He agreed outright, which told me exactly how bad last place 3 years running had been for somebody's career. 3. A legitimate long leave from Zhanghai University. He stopped with his cup in the air. Why would you? Because my current identity is still a freshman at Zhanghai University. There was a silence of a specific quality that I have grown to enjoy. Grandmaster Qin is still in college? He agreed to bury it. Publicly, the Central Military Region has invited the young Grandmaster Lin Tianfeng. There is no student in that sentence anywhere. Afterwards, walking out to the car, Tang Xiaoxiao tugged my sleeve. She had spent that entire meeting sitting on a sofa outside with Su Ruoxin, and she had been talking, actually talking, in whole sentences to a person, which she had not done with anybody except me since her brother died. Master, she said, and went up the stairs. That big sister likes you. Elsewhere in this city, Jiang Wen was drinking with a man his father had pointed him at. Linghu Ronghui, son of the head of the Linghu family, the first house of Shijiang City, a genuine soldier king, and newly selected as a reserve member of the Wolfang Special Forces team, which I want you to hold on to for later. Jiang Wen's pitch was a work of art, an innocent cousin, a poor university student who has somehow bewitched her, a thug who beat him in under 1 round through obvious dirty tricks. Isn't it just a poor university student? Linghu Ronghui said. For our Linghu family, that's completely worthless. Tang Mingmei found me by the lake that week, apologized for interrupting a date, and asked for a rematch. You've been practicing every day since. So I let her have the first move this time, which was generous and which she recognized as generous, and it did not matter at all. You'd better watch closely. One phantom step, and 2 fingers stopped at her throat before her fist finished traveling. One move again. She had not landed anything, either time, ever. There's too big a gap between us, I said, and I made it as cold as I could manage, because the kindest thing available was to end this nuisance permanently. You should try to find opponents of equal strength. She stood there for a moment. Then she bowed, deeply, formally, the way her family bows. I understand. Thank you. She straightened up. But I won't give up. You are my goal. Zhang Yue from the bench watched me watch her walk away and made a small noise. I flicked her forehead and we went to lunch. Then Zhang Wen invited us to dinner. He had told his aunt in England his own version, in which the whole thing was a misunderstanding, and arranged an apology banquet to make it right, and Zhang Yue's mother phoned from London to make sure she brought me. Xiao Yue, don't worry. With my ability, it's your foolish cousin who should be worried. The private room at the Jinjiang Hotel had 4 young women in nightclub dress in it, plus 2 men who were not Jiang Wen, Ling Hu Ronghui, and a friend of his called Jiang Shaokang. Ling Hu Ronghui had come to help humiliate a poor student. Then he saw Zhang Yue come through the door, and I watched him change sides in real time, from helping his friend to wanting the prize himself in about the time it takes to put down a glass. The girl next to him read it off his face too and threw Zhang Yue a look with real poison in it. I looked back at her once, with a trace of soul pressure behind it. She did not speak again all evening. Then the pincer opened, and they were not subtle. Is the beauty next to you really your girlfriend? Ling Hu Ronghui swirled his wine. Because you're not worthy of her. Name your family, Jiang Shaokang said. If it's a top-tier one, we'll apologize right now. If it isn't, leave her. A person in this world still needs a bit of self-awareness. Scram. I flicked my teacup off Lingu Ronghui's forehead, and it bounced. I wonder if you are satisfied with this explanation. He kicked the underside of the table to flip the whole thing onto us, which was the most competent thing anybody in that room did all night. I put my palm on the table edge. The table sheared in half instead, straight down the middle, and both halves stayed where they were. All 3 of them got up. Looking at your posture, I said, it turns out you've set up a Hongmen banquet, and you 3 fools actually want to emulate the hegemon of Western Chu. Xiao Yue, come here, behind me, I'll protect. I was not visible for half a second, and then I was, and Zhang Wen was folded into the corner holding his stomach. It seems you are completely incapable of protecting her. 2 backhand waves put the other 2 into the wall, then I put my foot on Lingu Ronghui's head. A fool like you, can you even be considered a king of soldiers? He got his phone out from under my shoe, which I permitted because I was curious. I'm very interested in what kind of helper you've called. 7 or 8 men came through the door with sticks, behind a voice. Who dared to be so reckless as to cause trouble in my Jinjiang restaurant? Chen Bo. Who then shoved his own men out of the doorway, crossed the carpet, and bent 90 degrees at the waist while sweating through his shirt. Mr. Qin, hello. Wu San did not know of your esteemed presence. In about 6 weeks, that man had personally witnessed the following. A dozen men taken apart in a bar, a great perfection master finished in 3 exchanges at a tournament, and a grandmaster killed with 1 palm in a courtyard on a hill. He has ranked me privately as the #1 person in this city, and he did that arithmetic before anybody else in this story did. Lord San, I said calmly. He went straight to his knees and put his head on the floor of his own restaurant. Ling Hu Ronghui, the son of the first family of Shijiang City, a genuine soldier king, sat against a wall and finally understood what kind of room he had walked into. Throw these 3 idiots out. Chen Bo's own men gagged all 3 and carried them out like farm goods. Also, Mr. Qin, he added on the way past, I'm managing the Donglai International now, and this place. Boss Lei's territory came to Brother Ba after. It seems Wu Dahu has truly made a fortune. I said it lightly and kept walking, and Chen Bo thought about that sentence for the entire drive home, which was the point of saying it. And yes, I went easy on all 3 of them. Zhang Yue was standing next to me the whole time. Zhou Ling was waiting with a full table when I got home. Her father's surgery had gone well, and he was out of danger, and she had a whole speech prepared about repaying the $1,000,000 over a very long time in monthly installments. You don't need to repay the $1,000,000. If you really want to repay a kindness, just cook me some good food when you have time. Then I'll cook for you every day from now on. Then she heard herself say it and put both hands over her face, and I very kindly changed the subject. Before I left, I brought her into my room, which she badly misread for about 4 seconds until she saw it. A bed with a sheet and a pillow and no quilt, a table, a chair, a wardrobe, a floor with nothing on it. Do you actually live here? Come out to the balcony. 8 enormous flower pots and 8 plants in them, dark stems and leaves with a faint purple cast that you only see properly at dusk. They're beautiful. What are they? Purple cloud grass. I watched her face. Zhou Ling, if someone offered me 100 million yuan for one of those plants, I wouldn't sell it. She laughed. Then she looked at me and stopped laughing and put a hand out and touched one leaf. A warm current went up her arm and through her whole body, and she snatched her hand back and stared at it. I taught her how to water them, when, and how much, and how to tell if one is unhappy, and then I told her not to carry it as a responsibility, because she is not the kind of person you can hand a burden to safely. I also asked Su Ruoxin to look after Tang Xiaoxiao while I was away, not because she is the most capable person available, because she is the only person on this planet other than me that child will talk to. The Wolf Fang Special Forces team is stationed a long way from anywhere, and my escorts on the drive-in were Major Liu Qing and Captain Tang Yun, whose entire vocabulary appeared to be 3 words. Yes. Here. By hour 2, she was screaming at him to use more than 2 words at a time, and he said, yes, and she gave up and spent the rest of the drive briefing me on the trouble waiting. The deputy chief instructor is called Liu Tao. External martial artist at great perfection, can turn a bluestone into powder with one palm, considered unrivaled at what he does in that military region. He has been acting chief instructor since the dismissal, and he had every reason to believe the permanent job was his. Instead, they gave it to a teenager. He did not come out to meet me. Out on the parade ground, 66 men were making their opinions known at conversational volume until a captain with a face like weather told them to shut up and put the entire unit on a 50-kilometer weighted night march for it. I arrived in civilian clothes. They had issued me a uniform, and I had taken it, and I was not going to wear it because I have spent 1,000 years disliking the feeling of being fastened into things. Good afternoon. If any of you feel that I'm not capable of serving as your chief instructor, you're welcome to come out and challenge me. Nobody moved. Nobody? Really? 3 years in last place and not one of you has an opinion? A man came out of the second rank at nearly 2 meters tall. Zhou Peng, top 3 in that unit for raw combat power and considerably cleverer than his shoulders suggest. His punch stopped about a foot short of me. He hit air, and the air did not let him through, and my body trembled very slightly, and then 200 pounds of him went backwards 4 or 5 steps and sat down hard on the concrete. True ki released externally. Sharp Fang said it before he could stop himself. A transcendent Grandmaster. Their previous chief instructor had been great perfection inner strength, 1 full step below. Zhou Peng got up, looked at his own fist, worked out precisely what had been done to him and how much of it was mercy, and brought his fists together. Having a master like you as our chief instructor is the greatest honor for the Wolf Fang Special Forces team. 66 voices. Yes. I have no patience for pretending to be a pig in order to eat the tiger. I did that once for 200 years, and it was tedious, and my heart has never been in this place. From now on, I am your chief instructor. Everything you do will follow my orders. Understood? Liu Qing, who had spent 2 hours of a car journey warning me about a problem, watched the problem end in under 3 minutes. The numbers came out of Sharp Fang that afternoon. 66 men, 6 at early stage inner strength, the rest roughly 3 times an ordinary Special Forces soldier. The team that won the last competition, Azure Dragon, fielded 15 at early stage and 2 at middle stage. The gap between you and them is indeed quite large. I watched their night march from a ridge they did not know existed and told them in the morning it had been worse than I imagined, which they took well. Then I handed Sharp Fang a stack of paper I had written overnight. The Classic of Changes body forging chapter, not an immortal cultivation technique. None of those men has a spiritual root, so it would have been useless to them, and an immortal technique loose in a military unit would bring me a class of trouble that does not stop. What it is 1,000 years of my own cultivation experience boiled down into something a man with an ordinary body can actually run. It is better than the Mo family's technique, which I only edited. Sharp Fang read 4 pages standing up. I watched his face go from professional indifference to something he could not get under control, and then he stopped reading and looked at me and did not say anything at all. 2 days later, I left. You've only been here for a day and a half, Liu Qing said, and you haven't done anything yet. I've already done it, you just haven't seen it. Gong Sun Quan came running out of the admin building 40 minutes after that, holding a clipboard and looking as though somebody had stolen his building. Chief Instructor. All 66 members of the team are gone. They're undergoing a special training that will last 1 to 2 months. I received no notification. Am I not notifying you now? I gave Liu Qing a month's leave and told Gong Sun Quan to go home for a month too, and watched a logistics officer try to work out whether that was a reward or a threat, and then Liu Tao finally came out. Who are you? Why are you speaking to me like that? I slapped him. Your mouth is a bit unclean. I'll help you clean it. No need to thank me. He believed sincerely that an external martial artist at great perfection can trade blows with a weak grandmaster. There is a whole school of thought about it in that military region. So he punched me, and his wrist folded backwards on the collision, and a kick put him 7 or 8 meters down the corridor. Gong Sun Quan and Liu Qing both had to ask me for his life, which they did properly, and I gave it to them. Some people need to understand their place. Yiming County sits at the foot of the Kunlun Range, and every hotel in it was full. Gucci, who by then had been instructed to stop calling me Great Master in public and use Young Master instead, went to 4 of them and came back baffled. The girl at the last front desk explained it while apologizing. For months there had been strange things deep in the Kunlun. First explorers coming out saying they had heard dragon roars, then sightings, a dragon, and then a Kylin, which everybody laughed at. Then explorers going in and not coming out, and no bodies, ever. And then 2 photographs. One of them, they say, is a divine dragon emerging from the mountains. The other is a phoenix descending to the world. Both were tested for compositing by people whose job that is, and neither could be faulted. So every curious person in the country was in Yiming County, and there was not a bed to be had. I looked at the photographs on her phone. The first is a serpent with 2 horns, as thick around as a barrel, with 10 meters of body visible over a cliff edge and the rest of it still coming, which means 20 to 30 meters total. The second is a bird with a wingspan of 7 or 8 meters. We skipped the hotels and sat in the corner of a park for the night, which suited me better anyway. At 1 in the morning, 2 men came into that park carrying a woman. She was not walking. They had her under the arms with her feet dragging, and they put her down on the grass about 30 meters from us, and one of them took a set of keys out of her handbag and started going through her phone. How long? Another 20 minutes and she's out properly. Then we walk her in the front door like she's drunk and take the place apart. And after? The taller one shrugged. She's seen both our faces. The woman woke up while they were talking. Badly, drugged, only halfway. And she got a hand up and bit down on the taller one's finger hard enough that he screamed into his own sleeve. He knocked her out again. No need to bandage your finger for now, I said from the dark. Save it. You'll be needing it for other places. They both dropped where they stood. Confiscate their tools of crime, I told Gucci, lest they keep them and go and harm someone else. Gucci, who has a much softer heart than his face suggests, actually looked a little sorry for them while he did it. The woman came round a few minutes later, found herself lying between 2 unconscious men, and screamed the park awake. They'll sleep there until morning, I said. Go home. She tried to stand up and her legs simply did not take instruction. The drug had another 2 hours in it. Gucci, carry her. Her flat was 3 rooms on the 4th floor, and there was a boy of 5 or 6 sitting on a stool by the door, awake, at 1:30 in the morning. Mommy, you're back. She invited 2 strange men to stay the night, and when I raised an eyebrow, she explained her reasoning with perfect calm, which is how I learned that she is not a stupid woman. Men who carry you home and then leave without asking your name are not the men you have to worry about. Her parents are dead. Her husband died in the Kunlun Mountains a month ago. When I stepped toward her to check the drug, the boy came off his stool and planted himself between us with both arms out. Don't come near mommy. At such a young age, you already know how to protect your mother. I crouched down. Very good. It's just a pity that you're still too young. I touched his forehead and caught him as he went down. His mother came off the sofa at me and could not stand and fell and started begging and offering things, and there is nothing in either of my lives that I enjoy less than that particular sound. I put 2 fingers on her forehead and pushed the drug out of her. Her strength came back in about 4 seconds, all at once, and she sat on her own floor breathing. I won't do anything to you. Her name was Li Hui, and her husband had been the best mountain guide in Yiming County, which is exactly why he was among the first men hired when the strange report started, and exactly why he is dead. 2 months ago, he came back from a trip and did not talk for a whole evening, and then told her there was a great terror deep in the mountains and that he was not going in again. She begged him not to. He agreed. Then a group came through offering 100,000 yuan for 1 trip, with 10,000 up front, and they had a mortgage and a child starting school, and she has no income of her own. He took it. Over 10 men went in on that route. Not one of them came out. It has been almost 2 months. He had promised her he would be back before their 5th wedding anniversary, which was a month ago. Search parties found nothing. People are still going missing. Some of the ones who make it out are saying there are monsters in there eating people, and the county government has stopped commenting. Gucci gave me his professional opinion in the corridor, quietly, so she would not hear it. For ordinary people, young master, the great terror is probably just the venomous insects and the beasts. That range kills without needing anything supernatural. Then he volunteered something his own master had told him 30 years ago, and it was considerably more interesting. There are flood dragons deep in the Kunlun, and one of them is very likely sleeping in a place called Hidden Dragon Cave, a natural cave 2 or 3 kilometers from the Tianshuan sect, which he and his brothers named that specifically because of the sounds that came out of it at night. In the morning, Li Hui handed me a small cloth bag, her husband's photographs, and his map. I did not leave her any money, and I want to explain that because it looked cold to Gu Qi and he said so in the car. Misfortune is what fortune leans on. A widow living alone in a county town with a young child who suddenly has a large amount of cash from 2 strangers who stayed the night is a woman with a new set of problems and no husband to stand in front of them. I flipped through the photographs in the rented car to pass the time, and I stopped on the 11th one, a cliff face, a dark green sapling growing out of a crack in it, no taller than my forearm. 3 bright red fruits, youth-retaining fruit. The odd thing about that plant is not what you would guess. Its grade is low. It grows almost anywhere. There is nothing rare about the plant at all. What is rare is that it does exactly one thing, and it does it for anybody. Cultivator, mortal, martial artist, it does not care. Eternal youth, not longer life, not better health. Youth, which is why in the world I come from, the moment one is found, it is fought over and eaten inside a day, and the fights are memorable. It also spoils within days of being picked unless it goes into a furnace and comes out as a pill. Then I turned the photograph over. Li Hui's husband had written on the back of it, route, date, weather, a note about the approach. He had done that on every single photograph in that bag. There were over 40 of them, and the map had 5 routes marked in red, with times. That meticulousness is precisely why he got hired as a guide, and it is precisely why he is dead. And it saved me somewhere between 2 and 5 years of walking a mountain range that runs for thousands of miles. The fruit is on Route 5, the deepest one, photographed roughly a year ago. At the parking area on the edge of the range, everybody else was unloading kit, packs, rope, blades, portable stoves, one group with a satellite phone. 2 men walked past all of it carrying nothing at all and got laughed at, and one of them told his friends that the vast Kunlun would not miss these 2 lost souls. 2 hours in, we passed a party of about a dozen, and I counted 7 or 8 pistols and 4 submachine guns among them, arranged around one haughty and very beautiful woman. Beside her walked a late-stage inner-strength artist. He turned his head as we went by, and afterwards he told her those 2 were probably not simple, and she waved him off without looking up. The cliff was where the photograph said it was. The sapling was still there, 30 or 40 meters up a vertical face with no vines on it, invisible from the ground unless you already knew. I went up the rock the way you go upstairs, which was probably the least discreet thing I did all week, and confirmed the fruits were fully ripe. I wanted to eat one immediately. I want to be honest about that. Eternal youth, in my hand, on a cliff, with nobody watching. Instead, I drilled a few holes in the rock, screened the whole crack with dry branches until it looked like every other crack on that face, and left it there. An unrefined fruit is 3 days of eternal youth followed by a bad smell. I will come back for it after foundation establishment with a furnace and turn 3 fruits into rather more than 3 doses. 2 more days in, Gu Qi stopped and said, with visible pride, "Young master, we've arrived." I looked at it. A courtyard, 4 collapsing pavilions, weeds taller than a man growing through the flagstones, and a stone tablet about my height with 2 characters on it. Tianshuan sect. Is this, I said, what you call your sect? Gu Qi went red from the collar up. We few senior brothers are truly unfilial. My divine sense went over the whole peak twice and found nothing. No lightning attribute anywhere, not a trace of any attribute at all, just a mountain with a ruin on it. Where else did you cultivate? Hidden Dragon Cave, 4 or 5 li that way. The spiritual energy at the mouth of Hidden Dragon Cave was as dense as the bottom of the abyss inside Dongjing Mountain, which should be impossible. That abyss is a sealed hole in the ground. This was a cave mouth 10-odd zhang high and 20 or 30 wide, open to the wind at both ends, and the energy in it was not going anywhere. I sat down and circulated the creation reincarnation art, and a spiral of qi formed around me and pulled dust off the floor in a ring. And only then, because the technique swallows enough at once to taste the individual flavors, did I find what divine sense could not. The spiritual energy in that cave carried metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and lightning, in roughly equal measure, not a trace of lightning, an equal share, which demolished the theory I had built the entire journey on. There is no lightning attribute treasure sitting somewhere near that mountain leaking into the air, because a treasure leaks its own attribute and nothing else. Something else was doing this, and it was doing all 6. I stopped cultivating immediately, and it cost me real effort to stop, because at the 9th layer of qi refining, in that cave, I was going to break through to foundation establishment by accident within a day, and I still had no cornerstone. A rival party arrived at the outer parking area behind us, and I only mention them because of who was in it. A noble young man of 24 or 25, and two elders. One in white robes who looked worried about something. One in gray who walked the whole way with his eyes closed. They were heading for the Tianshuan sect, 2 to 3 days on foot. Inside the cave, Guqi lit torches. I carried an unlit one for appearance's sake and walked in the pitch dark on divine sense. 2 kilometers in, the passage started to branch, and then the branches started to rejoin each other, and then it became clear why 4 men with torches had never gotten to the end of this place. Their light always ran out before their courage did. I fired a small bolt of qi at the wall at every junction, leaving a scorch mark, which is an old trick and has never once failed me. Then I closed my eyes and stopped navigating, because something was pulling. The reincarnation bead, under my heart, where it has sat quietly for 4 months doing nothing at all, had started to lean toward the deep end of that cave, steadily, like a compass needle. That bead has never reacted to anything, not in this life, not in the 1,000 years of the last one. Guqi's torch burned down to his hand around the 4th hour. Take the spare and go out, I said. Follow the marks. If I haven't come out in 3 days, leave the Kunlun. He argued. It was brief, and it was genuine. The passage ended in a circular stone chamber the size of a temple hall, with walls polished as smooth as a mirror and a sunken pit in the floor about 10 feet across. In the middle of the pit was a transparent sphere the size of a human head, and it was giving off a soft white light with no source and no flicker, and it had presumably been doing that for a very long time. It was not metal, it was not jade. It was not any material that exists in the world I came from, or this one, and my divine sense could not get half an inch into it. I stood 4 meters away, and my mind went completely clear. Not calm, clear. Everything I have ever been confused about arranged itself, and I touched the state they call the unity of heaven and man, which is the state cultivators build entire mountain retreats to catch once a decade, and my chi refining bottleneck started to come apart on its own. I fought it. I threw everything I had at holding it down, every suppression method I know, and I could not hold it. Appreciate the shape of this. Every cultivator in every world spends their entire life hunting for exactly this moment, and I was standing in a cave in the Kunlun Mountains trying desperately to stop it from happening, because a breakthrough without a cornerstone is a house built on nothing, forever, permanently, no second attempt. I had about 90 seconds and 2 options, one of which was to run and lose the sphere. So I gambled. Something the reincarnation bead reacts to cannot be an ordinary object. That was the entire basis of the decision. That was it. I put my hand on the sphere. It was soft and warm, like touching the inside of a wrist. I started refining it as my foundation cornerstone and braced for the part that takes months, because refining a cornerstone is a grinding contest of will against material, and it is where most people who fail, fail. It vanished instantly, straight into my dantian, no resistance at all, like water going into sand. And then the mountain began to shake. Not the chamber, the mountain. The floor jumped, the mirror-smooth walls started shedding, and behind me the passage I had come in by began coming down in sections. I ran. I got out along those scorch marks with rock landing behind me the whole way, and I have never been so pleased with a habit in my life. The entire Kunlun range convulsed. Peaks came down. A canyon opened up along 30 kilometers. Explorers died in a dozen places at once, and every seismograph on the planet wrote it down. Yanjing logged a magnitude 7, deep focus, in an unpopulated region, and had disaster relief moving within the hour. Somewhere else entirely, a white-haired Taoist opened his eyes in the middle of the night. Kunlun, strange phenomena are born. He looked at the ceiling for a while. Is it a blessing or a curse? And in another place, an old monk stopped his wooden fish mid-beat. Kunlun anomaly, a divine being descends. It will cover the contemporary era, and the sky will be stained. He picked the beat back up, more slowly. Amitabha. Outside, Guqi watched the cave mouth fold in on itself and stood there in the dust saying my name. At the last junction before the exit, something roared. The passage in front of me filled up with a body 2 meters thick, and I stopped running. Read it properly. Not a true dragon. A python that has cultivated in that cave for several centuries, next to that sphere, and has come out the other side with 7 or 8 tenths of a flood dragon's might. Scales the size of my palm. Horns already through the skull. It was the first thing since my rebirth that put actual pressure on me. Most foundation establishment cultivators would lose to that, and I was half a step below foundation establishment, in a tunnel, with a collapsing mountain behind me. I was delighted. Since the day I woke up on that train, not one thing on this planet had made me go all out. Not one. And I had spent 4 months being careful with people who could not have hurt me if I stood still and let them try. Big guy, I said, come on. 2 fire arrow talismans, which are an evolved form of the basic fireball and enough to seriously injure a genuine Foundation establishment cultivator, hit it across the neck and made it angry. I ran for the exit. It came after me, and in the wide main passage it was faster than I had budgeted for, which is a sentence I have not had to think in a very long time. Then I reached the exit and found several hundred tons of the Kunlun Mountains in it. So, a rockfall in front, a flood dragon behind, and a corridor in between. I used the Xiao Yao step and got onto its back and landed all 3 forms I have. 1 punch to settle the world, 1 kick to stir the winds and clouds, 1 palm to sunder rivers and mountains. I shattered exactly 1 scale. There are several thousand. I did the arithmetic while it was throwing me off, and the arithmetic said my magic power would run out a very long time before its high did, which left 1 option. I set my feet and made the seals. A long sword of condensed white power formed above my hand and lit that entire passage like a struck match, and I said its name out loud for the first time in 1,000 years and 1 lifetime. Sword of Judgment. I comprehended that spell at soul transformation. I should not have been able to hold the seals at half-step foundation. I certainly should not have been able to cast it. The blade came down, and the thing under it stopped. The sword went out. My legs went, and I sat down in the dark, and coughed, and it kept coming. The injuries were worse than East River Bay. Soul and body together, both of them critical, which is the specific invoice you get for forcing a soul transformation technique through a chi refining body. Then, while I was trying to heal, I discovered the insult. The spiritual energy I was pulling in to repair myself was not reaching me. The sphere in my dantian was eating it. All of it, everything I absorbed from the air, and then everything I refined out of anything else, went straight into that thing and did not come back out. I sat against a rock with a dead flood dragon in front of me and started to laugh, which hurt. Good, I said. Since you want to absorb, let's see how much you can absorb. So I drank the dragon. A beast that had cultivated for centuries beside that sphere has a great deal in it, and I took cycle after cycle of it until I was genuinely on the edge of being sick, and I kept going. My injuries stabilized. Then they started closing. And then my dantian shook once, hard, and the last barrier of the chi refining stage came apart, and I broke through to Foundation establishment in a collapsed tunnel in the Kunlun Mountains with my back against a rock. The transformation itself accelerated the healing, which was the first courteous thing the universe had done for me all week. While I was doing all that, Gu Qi was outside having the worst reunion of his life. The 3 travelers had arrived, and the worried old man in the white robe was Gu Hong, his own senior brother, standing half a step behind a young man in expensive clothes, with his hands folded, the way a good dog stands. The young man was there for a secret. Their master had left something in the Tianchuan sect which Gu Hong had learned by eavesdropping years ago and had never managed to find. The earthquake had just turned those ruins over like a spade, and there was nothing in them, which had produced a new theory. Their master hid it in Hidden Dragon Cave, and that is why he spent 30 years forbidding 4 boys to go anywhere near it with a story about a dragon guarding the Kunlun. Gu Qi knew nothing about any secret and said so, repeatedly, and then the 2 of them started tearing at each other the way only brothers can. Bringing outsiders here to covet the sect. I don't have a senior brother like you. And you succumbed to the temptations of the outside world and betrayed the sect the same as the rest of us. The young man got bored and ended it. Gu Qi turned to leave, and the gray-robed elder who had not opened his eyes since he arrived opened them and put a palm out from 12 meters away and put Gu Qi on the ground. A Huajing Grandmaster, taking orders from a 25-year-old. Since he's ignorant of current affairs, the young man said, Uncle Feng, cripple him first. Then the mountain banged. Gu Qi, flat on his back, could not resist it. Didn't Master say? He wheezed. There's a giant dragon in this cave. He got a boot in the chest for that. I said cripple him. Who? Said a voice from inside a cave that all 3 of them had personally watched collapse. Do you want to cripple? I came out covered in dust and dried dragon blood, with a fist-sized white sphere in my right hand, and there was not a scratch on me anywhere. All 3 of them felt the inner core before they saw it. The gray-robed elder's sleepy eyes came fully open, and what was in them was not caution. He was thinking that a thing like that might push him deeper into the Grandmaster realm. I ignored the young man's demand for an explanation entirely, and crouched by Gu Qi. Who injured you? I put a healing pill in his mouth. Not a true pill. True pills need foundation establishment and a furnace, and I had neither at that point. It was aged herbs fused by a method that will do until something better comes along. And the young master in the fine clothes discovered what it is like to be treated as air for the first time in his life. I ordered him beaten. What? Do you have an opinion? Did you order him to be beaten? I stood up. And did you order him to be crippled? Yes, it was this young master, you. A ray of white qi went through his forehead in the middle of the word. Gu Hong got the name out in an absolute panic, trying to spend it before it stopped being worth anything. That's Bai Qinfeng, legitimate son of Bai Tianshong, head of the Hua family of Tianan Mountain, a hidden martial family. They have 5 Grandmasters. 5. Even if you are a Huajing Grandmaster, said the gray-robed elder, you will not escape death. When I, Lin Tianfeng, kill someone, I said, why would I need to know the other party's identity? Even if a true immortal descended, he could still be killed. His name was Long Yuan, and he had held Grandmaster for years, and he was better than the last 2 I had met. His charged fist met a casual left punch, and his own chi force reversed on him like a river running backwards, and he went 7 or 8 steps back, cracking the ground under each heel. He switched to long-range palm ki and built a protective aura around himself, which was the correct decision, and which one flicked bolt of ki went through like a stone through a window. Then I punched through an inch of protective true ki, and that was the end of the conversation. Gu Hong went straight onto his knees. He offered to be an ox and a horse for me. He offered his sect, which is a ruin, and his loyalty, which I had watched being spent about 90 seconds earlier. I asked Gu Qi. Gu Qi looked at his own senior brother on the gravel for a long moment and said, "No." "All right," I said to Gu Hong. "Then let's play a game. I'll give you a ball. If you catch it, I'll spare your life." I made a fireball the size of my thumb. He ran. He was fast for a man of his age. The fireball took him in the back somewhere around 40 meters, and he did not finish the noise he was making, and when the light went out there was nothing on that path at all. No mark, no scorch, nothing. 2 more of them cleaned up Bai Qinfeng and Long Yuan. Gu Qi watched all 3 go, and I could hear him deciding privately that it was the most perfect method of body disposal he had ever conceived of. At Foundation Establishment, I can cast from empty air, and my soul power can erase a person without a sound. My strength had gone up more than 10-fold since the breakthrough. Fireballs are showing off. I did it that way because I wanted the running. "I'm going to clean up," I said, and sat down on a rock, and the dust and everything else came off me and went into the wind. A dust removal spell. First week material. "What were your brothers called?" I asked later. "All 4 of you. Gu Hong, Gu Fu, myself, Gu Qi, and Gu Tian, the youngest. Hong Fu Qi Tian. Boundless blessings. Your master," I said, "is truly a talent." All 4 of them were orphans. He gave them his surname, and then he gave them a joke to carry for the rest of their lives. The sphere in my dantian had started eating. Not a tithe. More than half of everything I absorbed went into it and did not come out, which left me operating at roughly 30% of what I should have had. The earthquake had stripped my camouflage off that cliff, and by the time I got there 2 people were rappelling down the face on ropes, 2 or 3 meters from the tree. I went up the last 40 meters in one movement, picked all 3 fruits, and came down in front of a dozen people like a sheet of paper. The tall woman recovered first. I discovered those first. Wrong. I discovered them first. I held one up. "Didn't you see the protective measures I set up next to that tree? The branches. The drill holes." She had 7 or 8 pistols and 4 submachine guns arranged around her, and she gestured at all of them and told me to put the fruit down. So I told her a story instead. Not long ago, someone else pointed a gun at me. I turned the fruit over in my fingers. Then he became a dead man. Her bodyguard started screaming at her to stop before I finished the sentence. He was late-stage inner strength, and he had spent the last 90 seconds working out what he was looking at. "Fire!" Every round stopped about a foot from my chest and hung there in the air, and then dropped into the dirt. "True key projection," her bodyguard said, into total silence. "Huajing Grandmaster." I had her by the throat before he finished the word, and then that man saved his employer's life with pure presence of mind because he did not beg and he did not threaten. He named names. "We're Huaguo military. Our superiors know Elder Mo of Jiangzhou and Commander Li of Zhonghai, which cut my killing intent in half because I owe both of those men and I pay what I owe." I let go. She sat down and coughed for a while. "Next time you come out," I said, "remember to bring someone with a sharper mind. Her name is Sun Rong, and I found out the rest afterwards. Her grandfather is Sun Tianzhao, ranked 5th on the Huaguo Grandmaster list, semi-affiliated with the military, which is how a civilian girl gets a reinforced platoon and 4 submachine guns for a shopping trip. Sun Tianzhao is poisoned. The military could not cure him. What the military did do was open its own secret archives, and in those archives there is a reference to a 1,000-year Ganoderma somewhere in the Kunlun that cures all poisons. That family had been combing this range for months. They had lost 5 men doing it, and her bodyguard swallowed the request he had actually been sent to make because the prejudice was still too fresh in the air to ask. I had 3 days before those fruits spoiled, and no pill furnace. A pill furnace is not equipment you improvise. In the cultivation world, people inherit them. On Earth, the concept does not exist. Fortunately, I once acquired something by accident that most alchemists would give an arm for, the Void Realm alchemy art. Heaven and earth as the furnace, all things as the material, no vessel required, it needs no equipment at all. What it needs is soul power control of a kind I absolutely did not have, at 30% strength, with a soul wound that was still closing. I sat down in a cave and started anyway, because the alternative was watching eternal youth rot in my hand, and then the two of them woke up. The reincarnation bead under my heart and the transparent sphere in my dantian started resonating with each other. Every time my soul power dropped below the line, something topped it back up, perfectly. Continuously, for 4 hours. I have never had a smoother alchemy session in either of my lives. The first batch yielded 9 pills, which is the ceiling. No batch of anything in any world yields more than 9. All 9 were high grade. Pills come in low, medium, and high grade, plus supreme, which is a legend people argue about. Produce 1 or 2 medium grade in a batch, and you are an alchemy great master, and sects send you invitations. A single high grade pill makes you an alchemy grandmaster. 9 high-grade pills in one batch is something that, apart from the legendary alchemy divine venerable, essentially nobody in the entire immortal realm can do. I did it again to check for a fluke. 9 more. 3 batches. 27 high-grade youth-retaining pills, made in a cave by a man who technically cannot fly yet. I ate one immediately and felt absolutely nothing, which is what eternal youth feels like. There is no sensation, you simply stop. And I decided to stay in the Kunlun a while longer. Partly because I wanted to see whether there was really a phoenix, mostly because at Foundation establishment I still could not fly, and a flying sword needs materials, and this range was clearly full of things that should not exist. 4 days later we met a man on a ridge who killed a charging black bear with a palm strike from 11 meters and walked away without saying anything. Thunderbolt hand, Chen Yun said. Zi Enhong, ranked 7th. His kung fu should be decent, I said. Perhaps he could exchange a few moves. 2 hours after that, the mountain roared. The flood dragon in the valley below was easily over 100 meters long, with 2 horns like ship masts, and there were 3 Grandmasters fighting it. Zi Enhong, 7th, whom we had passed on a ridge that morning killing a charging black bear with a palm strike from 11 meters. A man in Taoist robes with a horsetail whisk, who was Wang Daochen, sect leader of Wudong, ranked 6th, and Zhao Yuan, ranked 4th, who broke through at 33 and whom this country calls its second genius. 3 of the top 10, together, and they were losing. Gucci's legs went. I told him not to run, and I meant it kindly. Look at these mountains. Do you think you can outrun that thing? The moment you start running, it will treat you as a live target. So we stood in the open and watched, and I will explain why I did not help. That dragon was a walking treasure, an inner core, and enough blood to feed the enormous eater in my dantian for a week, and I could not do one thing with any of it in front of 3 Grandmasters, who would want their share and would remember my face. It resolved faster than I expected. A tail whip broke the formation they had been holding for 20 minutes. And then I watched the ranked 4th Grandmaster of this country burn his essence blood, throw his sword down the dragon's throat as a parting gift, and run. Burning essence blood is a real secret technique with a real price, and I did not expect to find it on this planet. Wang Daochen went into the forest with a footwork pattern I would like to see again someday, and was simply not there anymore. And Zi Enhong, too injured to move, did not get away. Chen Yun put his entire platoon face down in the dirt. Then I walked down into the valley. Big fellow, your strength is not bad. I'll spar with you. Behind me, a dozen professional soldiers concluded that the young Grandmaster had lost his mind. I jumped, and then I stopped in the air about 40 meters up, and stood there. No Grandmaster on this planet can do that. Chen Yun told me afterwards that his first coherent thought had been that it was completely the legendary method of an immortal. I drove it dozens of miles into an empty valley and checked that nobody was watching. Then I took my time because I had 100 meters of extremely durable practice dummy and 1,000 years of spells I had not been able to cast since I woke up in a train carriage. Fire Rocket, which is stronger than the best sniper rifle this world builds, went out against the hide. Windblade rang off the scales like a hammer on a bell. Earth Spear, a 10-meter lance of condensed rock that normally requires the innate stage to cast at all, finally drew blood. A dozen intermediate spells later, I was under 30% true Qi and running out of arithmetic. People who learn cultivation from stories get this exactly backwards. A real duel is a lion hunting a rabbit. Everything, from the first move. Cultivators who politely climb the ladder from elementary to intermediate to ultimate move are, without exception, the quickest fools to die. I had been climbing the ladder on purpose because I was practicing. Practice was over. Qi Control Millennium, a move that did not exist a month earlier, conceived after Foundation establishment and refined during that fight. A blade of white sword ki came down across the valley, the head came off the neck, and the trees on the far ridge lay down. Then I absorbed the energy directly and let the eater in my Dantian gorge without complaint, because after 27 high-grade pills out of low-grade herbs, I had begun to suspect that whatever sits in my Dantian is worth considerably more than everything it steals. I came back after dark carrying the inner core and Zhao Yuan's sword, which I dug out of the dragon's lower jaw where the burning essence throw had buried it, over 1,000 years old, forged from profound iron, which is already excellent, and containing star sand. Star sand only forms when a star becomes a meteor, which is not a metaphor and not a poetic way of saying anything. A weapon with star sand in it does not break, ever, under anything. It skipped every single step of the flying sword project I had been planning to spend 2 years on. From the moment that sword left Zhao Yuan's hand and went into a dragon's throat, it stopped being his, and I made myself one rule about it on that walk back, which I have kept. I do not fly on that sword unless it is critical. Not to travel, not to impress, not because it is faster. A tree that stands out in the forest gets destroyed by the wind, and it would not be me standing in that wind. It would be 2 people in Wutong County who think their son won the lottery. Chen Yun finally told his employer the truth that night. They could not find the Ganoderma alone. The Kunlun had taken 5 of his brothers already and 3 more in the last 2 days, and if they kept going it would take all of them, and her, and there would be nothing left to bring home to a poisoned old man. So in the morning, Sun Rong knelt down on the mountain grass and put her forehead on the ground. "Oh," I said. "Miss Yang is mighty and overbearing, a heroic woman. How could she possibly be wrong? Grandmaster Qin, please. Why should I help you? Name a price. Anything the Yang family. The price I want is something your Yang family cannot afford." And then, while her head was down, something swung out of her collar on a chain and caught the light. A milk-white stone set in a plain silver ring. Behind her, Chen Yun followed my stare, arrived at an entirely wrong conclusion about what I was looking at, and quietly decided to die, stopping me. "I want that jade on your chest." She lifted it off her neck and put it in my hand and did not ask a single question. "Aren't you afraid," I said, "that I'll take it and go back on my word? A Grandmaster's word is worth 1,000 gold. She got up off her knees. "And if you wanted it, I couldn't keep it anyway." Correct on both counts. Then I demolished 6 months of their family's work in one sentence. 1,000-year Ganoderma does not cure all poisons. It's a good tonic, and it isn't a cure for anything. What you're thinking of is 1,000-year blood Ganoderma, which is an entirely different plant, and which is rarely seen even in 100 years. Whoever told the Yang family otherwise had confused 2 names in an archive, and 5 men had died of it. Her face did something I did not enjoy watching. "That may not be the case," I said. "I'll accompany you to see your grandfather, and this jade will be my payment for detoxifying him. The stone is a void gazer, and it is the raw material for an advanced spatial artifact. Beginner cultivators use storage pouches. A pouch is small, any strong divine sense reads straight through it, and it cannot be bound to an owner, so anyone who takes it off your body owns everything in it. An advanced spatial artifact fixes all 3 problems. I refined it on the road out. It took most of a day, and at the end of it, Zhao Yuan's sword vanished off my back, and a milk-white ring appeared on my little finger with about 10 square meters of nothing inside it. Chen Yun looked at my empty shoulder and said helpfully, "Grandmaster Qin, I think you left your sword back at the camp. It's fine, let's go." The Yang family owns the best place in Shimeng County. The Kunlun Club, hotel, bar, KTV, and a casino on the 3rd floor. I swept it from the bath, out of habit. A dozen inner strength artists, 3 at late stage, 1 at great perfection, and a grandmaster, a short, ugly old man with a blue-green patch across one cheek, whose luggage contained snakes, insects, rats, ants, spiders, and scorpions. A poison grandmaster, weaker than Long Yuan. And on the 3rd floor, carrying a tray between the tables in the club's uniform with a fresh handprint on the side of her face, was Li Hui, which explained the 2 men in the park. They had not picked her at random. They had followed her home from a shift they knew ended at 1 in the morning, in a county where everybody knows she lives alone. A man had her by the chin when I came up the stairs. "The slap I gave you earlier was to make you think clearly, not to be ungrateful. Now sit down and pour." His friends were taking bets at the next table on how long she would hold out. They had a number and a running joke about it. Sun Long of the Chu family, which effectively controls half of that county and behaves accordingly. And Li Hui, with a man's hand on her face, saw me across the room and winked at me to leave. She actually did that. She had 200 yuan in her pocket and a 5-year-old at home, and she used her one free expression to try to get me out of the building. "I'll say it again. Let her go." He laughed at me. "And what if I don't?" "Then you can die." He laughed twice more. Then his eyes went very wide and he fell backwards off the stool and did not get up. There was not a mark on him anywhere. Nobody had gone near him. The floor decided out loud, inside 15 seconds, that he had laughed himself to death, and one man suggested calling the police and was looked at the way you look at a child who has said something adorable in a casino. His two brothers went for me. And the lobby manager, who has watched that man put his hands on his own waitresses for 2 years and never once intervened, saw a chance to solve a problem for the Chu family and took it. I'll hand you over to the Chu family and let them handle it themselves. I've seen a great many people who judge others by appearance and flatter whoever looks expensive, I said. Unfortunately, most of them end up miserably. Security closed in, and I stood still because I could hear 2 people coming up the stairs. If I hadn't come, Sunrong said from the landing, you would already have taken down our Yang family's esteemed guest. Then, at full volume, in front of the entire 3rd floor, Grandmaster Qin. The Yang family has a Grandmaster in it and is a top house of the entire Northwest. The Chu family holds about half of one county. The lobby manager's legs went out from under him where he stood. He and the 2 brothers were thrown into the car park, and on their way past me, unseen, I put a small piece of soul power into each of the 3 of them, on a timer. Shimeng County's psychiatric hospital was about to acquire 3 new residents, and no doctor in this world was ever going to work out why. Chen Yun handled the official version. Heart attack, no injuries, no contact, 12 witnesses who all agree that nobody touched him. Then I took Li Hui up to the suite, and she came through that door braced, and watching her brace made me tired. I asked you here not only to help you, but to thank you. Your husband's photographs and his map were worth more to me than you can be told, so name it. Anything I can grant, I will grant. In 2 lifetimes, I have made that offer perhaps 4 times. Sect founders have offered their entire inheritance for it and been turned down. Thank you, Li Hui said. But no, I looked at her. You already saved me twice. I, Li Hui, am also a grateful person, and a content one. I'm afraid I can only repay your kindness in my next life. And I sat there in a hotel suite in a county town, genuinely moved, and asked myself whether I could have held that line in her position at her age with a child asleep at home. I already knew the answer, and I did not enjoy it. I had meant to give her a youth-retaining pill, and I did not. An ordinary widow in a small county with a face that stops aging draws covetous eyes first, and researchers second, and the second is much worse, and it would not add 1 day to her life. So she got an essence nurturing pill, which adds 3 to 5 years and rebuilds a body worn down by 2 jobs, and a second one in a bottle for her son, to be given tonight and mentioned to nobody, ever. Then I sent her home in the middle of her shift. I can't. My shift doesn't end until… No. You're already off work. I said so. The head of the Chu family arrived within half an hour to grovel. He had watched the footage of his own nephew laughing himself to death and understood 2 things from it. That I did it, and that there is nothing in this world he could ever do about it, because there is no injury, no contact, and no crime. A perfect crime, he told his own people afterwards, with real professional admiration. My price was 1 sentence. Everything concerning Li Hui in Shimeng County from now on is the responsibility of your Chu family. If anything happens to her or her son, then your Chu family will have no reason to exist in this world. Then I had 2 thumb-sized pieces of ordinary market jade fetched, put 4 layers into each, and delivered them to her door myself before we left, and told her they were from a temple. The Yang mansion is in Urumqi, and it is magnificent, and to me it looked like a thatched hut with expensive tiles on it. My divine sense went through the household in 4 seconds and found the usual weather of a great family, roughly half of them actively hostile to Sun Rong, and all of it entirely ordinary. The second aunt met us in the courtyard, painted like a temple guardian and wearing 4 brands at once. I heard the old master is seriously ill, and you still have the leisure to play outside. Then she heard the words Grandmaster Qin and went to fetch the family at a speed that was genuinely impressive in those shoes. They had turned the main pavilion into a medicine room. 6 white-haired physicians, a wall of equipment, and a verdict that the poison could not be suppressed much longer. Sun Tianzhao lay on the bed with a drip in his arm. 60-something, hair still black, complexion gone dark, and his whole body dried out like driftwood. I put 1 index finger on his forehead. Stop! The eldest son came through the door shouting. There are 4 of them, and the shape of that family is written in the order. The eldest has had decades of the family's resources and every treasure they own and no martial talent whatsoever. The second is a major general, which is the actual reason a granddaughter could take soldiers into a mountain range. The third is a genuine business success who eclipsed his eldest brother years ago and has been paying for it ever since. The fourth is 36 and already at great perfection, and the 6 physicians downstairs are his hires, and they are the only reason his father is still breathing. She found some pretty boy somewhere, the aunt was explaining loudly, and dared to pass him off as a grandmaster. Our own father needed 39 years to break through. Now your grandpa is not well, and you're letting some ignorant young punk mess with him. I waved a hand without turning my head, and both of them went out through the doorway and across the far living room and did not come back. Too noisy, I said. I need some peace and quiet. They lived. They were in bed for about 6 months. The poison was a blood-sucking mosquito. It is the lowest grade poisonous insect in the entire cultivation world. It looks exactly like an ordinary mosquito, except that it is red. One bite does nothing. A great many bites will kill anyone below the innate stage, which on this planet means everyone. And here is the part that made my afternoon. Those things cannot live where spiritual energy is thin, which means that the place Sun Tianzhao described to his family as a place of extreme danger where survival was a slim chance, and then absolutely refused to describe any further, is a location on Earth with cultivation world energy density. That is what I actually wanted out of this family. One pill went down the old man's throat, and the black started leaving his face within a minute. Sun Rong went to her knees again. Don't. I put the bottle on the table. What is between us is purely a transaction. One more in 3 days, and he'll wake. The last one 7 days after that, and the poison will be entirely gone. 3 doses because every herb I had gathered in that range was low grade, and the only reason the thing works at all is that all 9 came out high grade. I'm leaving in the morning. Grandmaster Qin, she hesitated. Perhaps you might stay, just until he wakes, so that we know that. Miss Yang, I looked at her. Are you doubting my ability and my credibility? I picked the bottle back up off the table and offered to cancel the entire transaction and give her the stone back. It took 11 people on the floor and a considerable amount of begging. I lifted her chin with one finger. Remember this, my 9 dusts keeps his word. That is the last time for such doubts. Then I dropped the bottle into her arms and walked out. I did not wait 3 days for the old man to wake up and ask him about that place, and there were 4 reasons. 3 days is too long. That household made my skin crawl within the hour. No man gives up a location that rich merely because you saved his life. And at my current strength, if the mosquitoes there are real, I could not survive in it anyway. Besides, he would come and find me. They always do. There was a motorcade at Zhonghai Airport when I landed, and a VIP channel held open by staff who were bowing. A tall, handsome, gentle-looking man of 25 or 26 came through it, and walking half a step behind him, talking the whole way, with his whole body angled toward the man like a plant toward a window, was Su Jiankun. I noted it, then I went and got a taxi. At Dongjing Villa the house was clean, the plants were alive, and Su Ruoxin was cooking, which she turned out to be startlingly good at. Tang Xiaoxiao had eaten 2 bowls and was working on a third. Then Su Ruoxin's phone rang, and her eyebrows came together for about a fifth of a second before she caught them, and she hung up and said it was spam. I could feel the whole shape of it sitting on her. You've helped me a great deal, I said. I owe you a favor. If you ever truly run into something, please don't hesitate to speak up. Of course, she smiled. I'm going home tomorrow, by the way. Family things. Tang Xiaoxiao waited until the kitchen door shut. Master, Sister Qingcheng's family has been calling her for 2 days, telling her to go back. At the gate the next morning she bowed and thanked me for a comfortable stay and looked at my face about a second and a half longer than the sentence needed. Then she got in the car and the door shut and she cried the entire way to Zhangzhou. I let myself into the rented room very late that night without turning the light on, and there was somebody asleep in my bed. Zhou Ling surfaced about halfway. Lin Fan, she mumbled. Why have you come into my dream again? Then she woke up properly and sat bolt upright, absolutely delighted that I was back. And then she looked down. There is no quilt on my bed. There never has been. I do not sleep in the sense that other people mean it, and a sheet has been perfectly adequate for 4 months. So a 1,000-year-old monster who has watched empires fall stood in his own doorway rubbing the back of his neck and studying the floorboards with enormous interest. She was out of that room in under 2 seconds. In the morning she tried to hand the key back, scarlet from the collarbones up, and I told her to keep it and mind the purple cloud grass a while longer, and she said something about being late and left without breakfast. I walked into Dongjing Mountain that afternoon, down to the low valley where I first cultivated after the rebirth, and got challenged from behind a rock. Who's there? Wolf Fang. Dozens of tents in the bottom of that valley, all 66 of them, relocated in secret and living rough at the exact spot where the spiritual energy is denser than anywhere else in this province. Nobody knows that location except me and those 66 men, not Zhou Jun. Especially not Zhou Jun, because an old commander's curiosity would have that valley on a map inside a month. Half a month of results. Sharp Fang is now at middle stage inner strength, approaching the peak. Han Feilin is at early stage peak with 1 foot into middle. 5 more men have broken into early stage, and about a dozen are standing at the door of it. Before I arrived, that unit had 6 inner strength artists in it, counting the captain. Sharp Fang came to see me at the tree line and said, without any of the hedging a soldier normally puts around a claim like that he intended to take first place at the national competition. Then he said something else, which I did not ask for and which he has never repeated. He has made me his life's goal. The next thing on my list was formations, and the first one I wanted was a spirit gathering array at the villa, because 8 pots of purple cloud grass growing at natural speed is a decade I do not have. I wanted a self-sustaining array, which once activated feeds on the energy it gathers and never needs an external supply again. That is much harder to build, and it needs a proper core material. On Earth, the only realistic option is jade, and the better the jade, the better the result. Wudahu had 5 pieces the size of wash basins on my table the following afternoon, delivered personally, with 3 appraisers in tow. I did not touch any of them. I pointed at the white one. That. The rest is waste. The appraisers had ranked that piece 3rd of 5 by market value, and they explained why at some length, and I let them. Better quality means a better probability. That is all it means. It is not a guarantee, and it never has been, and if I let my own underground emperor buy me dozens of expensive duds by post, I would be waiting until spring. So I decided to go and pick them myself. The largest jade market in the country is in Jinshui City, Annan Province. I was choosing a flight when my phone rang. Brother-in-law, said Su Ruiming. This is bad. What did you call me? A pause of about a second and a half. Grandmaster Qin, this is bad. Su Ruoxin was betrothed at birth to Xiao Yan of the Yanjing Chu family. It started as a joke between 2 soldiers, Su Zhengyuan and Xiao Kun, drinking, one of them with a newborn granddaughter and the other with a grandson, the kind of thing men say and forget, except Su Jiansheng did not forget. Her father went to Yanjing and finalized it, with gifts exchanged both ways, planning his daughter's marriage more than 20 years before she would have an opinion about it. Then everybody let it lapse for 2 decades. Nobody mentioned it. It had quietly died. Until Su Jiankun, whose career had stalled, sent the Chu family a photograph of his niece. And Xiao Kun phoned Su Zhengyuan personally, and under all the warmth and the reminiscing made the arithmetic perfectly plain. In-laws means Su Jiansheng is a lieutenant general within 3 years. In-laws means Su Jiankun moves, and a man who is that certain he can raise your sons is telling you, in the same sentence, that he is that certain he can bury them. So the old man went quiet. How do you know your sister is unwilling? Because, Su Ruiming said, my sister likes you. I hung up. Wu Dahu, who was standing 4 meters away holding a jade appraisal report, later told Chen Bo that the temperature in that room dropped so far that he checked whether a window had blown open. I cancelled the jade trip and drove to Jiangzhou. Su Zhengyuan did not try to manage me. I will give him that. The Chu family is one of the 4 great families of Huago, he said. They are deep in the military, and in the last 30 years they have become a genuine martial house. Xiao Yan's father is Xiao Han, ranked 10th on the Grandmaster list. And in reason, they have us. He put his cup down without drinking from it. It is a real engagement. Formalized with gifts by her own father. If we break it, the Chu family ruins us in name and in substance, and the Mo family never rises again in my lifetime or my son's. So, I said, for the sake of the entire Mo family, you chose to remain silent and sacrifice Su Ruoxin. He did not answer for a while. Alas, this old man has failed Su Ruoxin. Then let me put something to you. I stood up. If Su Ruoxin does not agree to this marriage, I will help her resolve it. I, Lin Tianfeng, will bear every consequence of what I do, and it will have nothing whatsoever to do with the Mo family. I watched a man in his 80s look at the tea leaves in his cup for a very long time. Does old Master Su agree? I went upstairs, and I never mentioned the engagement to her at all. I'm planning a trip to Jinshui City in Annan Province to buy a batch of jade, I said. I've heard that Miss Mo has been there a number of times. I wonder if you'd be willing to be my guide. She looked at me. I've already informed old Master Su about this. Behind her, in the doorway, her brother was mouthing the word agree with his entire face. Outside, in the corridor, I checked with him. After we leave, you know what to do. Phone Xiao Yan. He was not smiling anymore. Make sure the story lands properly. Then he said the honest thing, which surprised me. Mr. Qin. This way, all the conflict gets transferred onto you. This is too unfair to you. For your sister. Do you think it's worth it? Worth it. That's it then. And then, more quietly, and not really to him, this is what I owe her. He asked why I did not simply wait in Jiangzhou and frighten Xiao Yan off, which would take an afternoon. Because he isn't qualified to have me stay in Jiangzhou to handle him, I said. Your sister's matter is a side issue to be resolved. Then he told me the one genuinely useful thing he had contributed to the entire situation. Also, that man is filth. He did the perfect gentleman act for my grandfather for 2 hours. He tapped his own nose. And he reeked of the perfume they use in the high-end clubs in Yanjing. How could he hide that from an old hand like me? You truly are a talent. Xiaoyan was in a villa across town, and I know exactly what happened in that room because Su Ruiming recorded the call. He was complaining to his bodyguard about timing. He had been summoned south a month ago when the Mo patriarch was still comatose and the family was under pressure and desperate, which is the ideal moment to arrive holding a marriage contract, and he had postponed the trip because he was on the edge of breaking through to early stage inner strength and did not want to interrupt it. In that delay, the old man miraculously woke up. Then let me simply kill Su Zhengyuan, said the old man in black standing behind his chair, quietly. No, the timing would point straight at me, Xiaoyan shrugged. And it's unnecessary. Su Ruoxin is already destined to be my woman. Then the phone rang. Future brother-in-law, said Su Ruiming brightly. Bad news. My sister's been abducted. He played it beautifully. He was flustered. He got the details out in the wrong order. He mentioned in passing, as an aside, that his sister had stayed at Grandmaster Qin's house for half a month recently, and then immediately apologized for saying too much. The glass broke in Xiaoyan's hand. That man had not cared about the engagement at all until Su Jiankun put those photographs in front of him. After which every woman he had ever had became, in his own words, trash. His bodyguard put the name together fast, Meng Qing, a former underworld overlord whom the Chu family pulled off an execution list 30 years ago, and who has been paying that debt ever since. Late-stage inner strength, at the peak of it. Lin Tianfeng, a young grandmaster who surfaced in Zhonghai about a month ago close to the Mo family. He's credited with reviving Su Zhengyuan. Su Jiankun, on the phone, confirmed all of it eagerly and at length, and then Xiaokun called from Yanjing and the news was worse. Su Zhengyuan had already phoned him, to apologize, to call the marriage off, personally, out loud, on the grounds that his granddaughter has deep feelings for her boyfriend, that the Mo family has no face left, and that they would make amends in whatever way the Chu family required. Xiaoyan read that correctly in about 4 seconds, which is why he was dangerous. In this way, the Mo family has become the victim instead. He was almost admiring. This method of deflecting and striking back is truly brilliant. Then he said the next sentence, and it is the reason there was never going to be a negotiation. If I had known this, I should have struck hard in Qianan and killed him directly. Qianan, where an 80-year-old general was ambushed on a trip a year ago and came home with a golden worm in him and did not wake up for 12 months. It was him. It was him the entire time. The engagement, the coma, the desperate family, the perfect moment to arrive. He reminded his bodyguard that no more than 5 people in the world knew that, and then he made a call to his father because his father knows a grandmaster who lives in Annan province. Annan, he said, will be the burial ground of those 2 adulterers. I checked into the Ledoux International in Jinshui City on a special identity card that Zhou Jun had made for me before I ever agreed to join Wolfang. Every other piece of data attached to the name Lin Tianfeng is military classified and unreadable even internally. That was deliberate, and it was not vanity. In an age where everything is a record, one careless identity drags an entire family into the light behind it, and my family lives in a county town with 1 road in, and I booked 1 room, deliberately, on purpose, knowing exactly which family would pull that record within a day. Su Ruoxin heard the words 1 room at the reception desk and did not hear anything else that was said for some time. I could kill Xiaoyan with a soul attack from across a street. No sound, no mark, no pain, no evidence. But an inexplicable death in the exact week his engagement collapsed points straight at the Mo family, and might turn the entire Chu family loose on a household that has 1 old man and no grandmaster in it. So I took the crude method instead, and hoped he would simply withdraw, because no great family in this country accepts a woman who has been with another man. The cost of that is that every gram of Chu hatred lands on me instead, which is precisely the thing Su Zhengyuan had objected to. The other cost is her reputation, which people will simply call a relationship, and which will follow her anyway. And to be honest with you, I hated the whole approach. I dislike solving problems with my brain when the alternative is available. I would much rather crush an opponent with absolute strength and go to bed. I slept on the balcony that night, and I dreamed about my first life. A sky the color of rust, 2 people running, both wounded, with a dozen pursuers behind them, and no ground left to lose. Me, younger, in a long robe with the sleeves torn off. And a woman, and my magic power picking that exact moment to start breaking toward Foundation establishment, which is the single worst thing that can happen to a cultivator in a chase, because a breakthrough cannot be paused and cannot be hidden. She pushed me into a crack in the rock and put a small box in my hands. Those guys said this is a good treasure for Foundation establishment. Inside it was a crystal the size of an egg. I'm not taking it alone. At worst, she said, after you successfully achieve Foundation establishment, you can help me find a new cornerstone. It was the crystal of space. It is the reason the Nine Dust Immortal Emperor was never defeated. Every enemy I ever had went into the ground believing it was talent, and it was a box handed to me in a rock crevice by somebody who did not stop to argue. The light of the breakthrough came out through the crack. The cracking sound came out through the crack. She walked out to meet 12 of them alone. She swallowed a spirit burst pill, which buys you a temporary realm and takes a great deal more than it lends, and she held them for as long as a borrowed foundation establishment lasts. I came out of that cave finished and glowing, and about 90 seconds too late. I killed everything standing in that valley. It did not matter at all. It has never once mattered. She was still smiling when I got to her. Lin Fan. She had to work for it. The day I told you my name, it meant, I, Hei Qingyi, am only Qing Xin for you. I woke up on a hotel balcony in Jinshui City covered in cold sweat, saying her name out loud, and when I turned my head through the glass, Su Ruoxin was asleep on the far side of the room with a small and completely happy smile on her face. Jinshui City is the largest raw stone market in this country, which means it is the largest legal casino in this country, and everybody there knows it. I wanted raw stones, uncut, still in the skin. My divine sense reads straight through a rock, so the gamble does not exist for me, and a raw stone buried in a garden as a formation foundation looks like a rock, whereas a polished slab of imperial green buried in a garden is an advertisement. We picked up a guide at the gate by being obviously new. Liang Ming, whom everybody calls Fatty Ling, read us both correctly in one look and said so, which is why I hired him. Tang's Jade is the biggest house in that market, run by the Tang family of Yanjing, with direct lines into the Southeast Asian mines. 4 floors, sorted by price. I walked the first floor without stopping once. I did not pick anything up, did not hold anything to the light, did not use the little torch they hand you at the door. I walked and pointed. 26 stones, 1,480,000. Then the second floor, 16 stones, 8,000,006. By then I had a parade behind me, 40 or 50 people trailing a teenager around a jade market telling each other at conversational volume that this was a rich idiot with an allowance. At the counter the assistant asked which ones I wanted cut. Do I said, have to cut them? I was on my way to the 3rd floor when a young man stepped into the aisle in front of me. Gongsun Fei, of the Yan family, who was accustomed to being the most interesting thing in any room and had just spent 20 minutes not being that, and had then seen who I was standing next to. Kid, you're quite arrogant. How about we have a competition? Not interested. Move aside. 6 bodyguards closed in around the aisle. Fine, but on my terms, 3rd floor, in 10 minutes, because I'm not finished shopping. And if you're gutless and don't dare, then get lost now and stop wasting my time. His backer came up the stairs behind him. Dong Yuan, a jade appraisal great master with decades on him and a reputation people say carefully. Gongsun Fei proposed 3 rounds at 10 million each. We'll decide it in 1 round. And the stake will be 100 million. I picked that number because I was carrying a little over 200 and it seemed rude to bet all of it. He could raise 40 or 50 himself. Dong Yuan covered the rest in exchange for choosing the stone, which tells you what that appraiser thought of his own eye. The desk ran my card in front of everybody. 236 million. The hall stopped laughing. Dong Yuan spent 28 of his 30 minutes going back and forth between 2 stones, and he was good because both were genuinely worth thinking about. He took the 9 million one shaped like a seated Maitreya. I took the 8.8 million one with the turtle shell skin. The other one, the one he had been holding 4 minutes earlier and put back down. I had been waiting on him the entire time. He declined to cut first, on the old market principle that whoever cuts first dies. So they cut mine. The first window took 11 seconds, and the noise that came out of that hall went down 2 flights of stairs. Top-grade ice jade, imperial green. Water means translucency. Species runs from glass at the top, down through ice and glutinous to bean and ink at the bottom, and color is led by imperial green. Amateurs look at color. Experts look at species. What it meant in that room was 50-odd bracelets at a conservative million each before anybody develops it properly. Dong Yuan's stone came apart into dark green streaked with black, which is the most rubbish grade there is. Gongsun Fei turned for the stairs before the second cut was finished, and the hall would not let him leave. Not the staff. The hall. 300 people who had watched him set the stake himself. Then the manager of the building, Zhao Tian, offered me 110 million for the ice jade his own house had sold me for 8.8 an hour earlier. Fine, I said. He blinked. He had a whole negotiation prepared, but I did not come for jade. I came for rocks. I paid Liang Ming 1 million yuan on the pavement and asked him something I do not usually bother asking. You've watched a man with no bodyguards carry several 100 million around all day. Aren't you tempted? He thought about it for a good 4 seconds, standing there holding more money than he had ever held. Of course I am. Any man would be. But I know my own fortune, sir, and it isn't big enough to carry that. I gave him my phone number, which he understood immediately was worth considerably more than the million, and which he has never once misused. We drove the 42 stones out to an abandoned car factory on the edge of the city, and I paid off the truckers and kept the car. Then I turned to Suruo-shin. Ching Cheng, do you trust your own eyes? What? I'll show you a magic trick. I waved my right hand, and a small mountain of raw stones stopped existing, and the only evidence left in that yard were the depressions the pallets had pressed into the dirt. She did not say anything for a while. Also, I said, they're here. They came in 3 waves, which was almost polite. First, 30-odd armed men under a boss called Hu Ming of the Shajin gang. Then, 20-odd more with automatic rifles under Wang Jinhai of the Qinghai Association. And then the third group came in, and the first 2 went quiet. 20-plus men in specially made camouflage, standing in 2 neat rows, carrying pistols and automatic rifles and grenades, and every single one of them ex-special forces. Their leader snapped his fingers. Somewhere out in the dark, a sniper shot the sunglasses off Wang Jinhai's face and left a red dot sitting on his forehead. Nobody argued about the pecking order after that. Zhang Tianming of the Heavenly Rainbow Association. And out of a car behind him stepped Gongsun Fei and Dong Yuan. The appraiser had supplied the intelligence. Zhang Tianming was keeping everything on the trucks except the 100 million and my life. You didn't expect it, did you? Gongsun Fei had got his color back. This young master's revenge came so quickly. Don't worry, I said. I'll help you fulfill your vow, because from today onwards, you'll no longer be human. 2 men were sent forward to take me alive because they wanted the bank passwords. They burned. Both of them, from the inside, in about 2 seconds, weapons and clothing and everything else, and what was left of the pair of them drifted sideways in the wind. He's not human. I am indeed not an immortal, I said. But I am Lin Tianfeng. Zhang Tianming ordered a full volley, 60 or 70 rifles at 11 meters, and every round stopped a foot short of me and hung there in a wall. True key projection, somebody screamed. Transcendent Grandmaster. Then the wall of bullets turned around. The rest ran, and a dozen small fireballs went after them, and each one crossed from a man to the next man without going out. Gongsun Fei wet himself. He and Dong Yuan went last, which was deliberate, because I wanted them to watch the whole thing first. Then I burned the cars, all 20-odd of them, at once, because I did not want a single vehicle registration surviving that yard. In a snap of the fingers, mighty ships turned to ash and smoke. Suruo-shin stood beside the one car I had kept and watched the fire, and I realized, standing there, that she had never actually understood what I am until that moment. It's fine, she said. You don't have to say that. No, I mean it's fine. She was very pale and her voice was completely level. Besides, if you hadn't killed them, they would have killed you. We went back to Jinshui City that night instead of leaving, which everybody I have ever explained this to finds insane. The entire purpose of the trip was keeping her a long way from Xiaoyan. Running home would have wasted the whole exercise. Something was waiting for us. Li Teng, ranked 28th on the Grandmaster list. 3rd from the bottom, and the reason he is 3rd from the bottom is that he does not fight directly. He commands poisonous creatures. From ambush, he is one of the 10 deadliest men in this country, and face to face, he is close to the weakest. Xiao Han, ranked 10th, had invited him personally. He accepted because killing an unranked boy in exchange for a standing favor from the 10th ranked Grandmaster in the country is free money. At 2 in the morning, the ground under my hotel room was carpeted. Insects and then snakes coming up through the ventilation and along the walls and under the doors, hundreds of them, controlled from a kilometer away, which is comfortably outside a normal divine sense. I put a simple formation around the room, told Suruo-shin to stay in bed and not look at the floor, and burned every living thing in that corridor to ash inside a second. A kilometer away, an old man felt his treasures die and made a genuinely grief-stricken noise. Then I pushed my divine sense out to a full kilometer, found all 3 of them in a room on the 4th floor of another hotel, and walked in through their door. Li Teng's warning system is not electronic. It is the instinct of his creatures, and it has kept him alive for 4 decades, and it was screaming at him before I reached the corridor, so he opened with surrender, which was intelligent. Grandmaster Qin, the previous matters were all a misunderstanding. I will make amends to your complete satisfaction. Compensation. Good. I looked at the 3 of them. Then the lives of you 3 will be this time's compensation. I closed my hand. Li Teng, who has said publicly that he could not beat Gongsun Ming but could at least fight him, discovered that he could not move a single finger. And a thought arrived in that old man's head that had not been there a minute earlier, which he did not have time to finish, that there might be something above Huajing, that there might be a god realm, and that he was looking at it. You could have lived well, I said. What a pity. Meng Qing went for the family name, which is what bodyguards do. I am of the Chu family of Yanjing. Killing me means, since you know you're wrong, then go to hell and repent. 2 fireballs, 3 scorch marks on a hotel carpet, a breeze through an open window, and nothing else left in that room at all. In Yanjing that same night, Xiao Kun could not reach his grandson and could not reach the bodyguard, and Xiao Han, ranked 10th, could not reach Li Tang. He sat with the phone in his hand and worked out the only thing a grandmaster not answering his phone can mean. Xiao Han put a table through a wall in Yanjing. Lin Tianfeng, you had better pray my son is safe, otherwise I will flay you alive. Then he told his father, who dotes on that grandson, and his father picked up the phone and called Jiangzhou. He did not use an honorific. He used the full name, the way you address a man you are about to bill. Su Zhengyuan, is my grandson Xiaoqi in your Mo family's hands? He is not. All information on this Lin Tianfeng is completely blank. Xiao Kun let that sit. Not a trace, not even in the country's secret archives. This person seems to have sprung out of a rock. Who could achieve that without your Mo family behind him? I don't know the man's background. Then your Mo family will face the full retaliation of our Chu family. He hung up first. Su Zhengyuan sat alone in that room for a long time afterwards, and he knew precisely what he had done. The Mo family is a full step behind the Chu family and always has been, and he had just chosen to stand in front of that step with an 80-year-old body and 3 sons who each want something different. And he did not regret it. He was not a man who would exchange his granddaughter for the family's interests. He was an iron-blooded soldier before he was a patriarch, and he would rather have no family prosperity at all than prosperity handed to him as somebody's charity. I like that old man a great deal. Su Ruming was waiting at Zhonghai Airport with the car and a face like a festival. Sister, brother-in-law, did you have a pleasant journey? Ruming, shut up. Su Ruoxin went scarlet. Apologize to Mr. Lin Fan. Her brother's eyebrows went up about a centimeter, and he did not say anything at all because he had noticed exactly which name she had just used. I stopped him at the car. Qing Cheng, remember, in Jinshui City, besides our trip to buy jade, you know nothing about anything else. Understood. I had 3 unused pendants left, and I recarved all of them properly now that Foundation establishment had roughly quadrupled what I can put into a piece of stone. The green one went to my disciple. She is not cultivating yet. She is 9 and in the 3rd grade, and self-defense is not a philosophical question at that age. Then I pulled 36 raw stones out of the storage ring into the courtyard of Dongjing Villa. Gucci watched a small mountain appear out of nothing and had to sit down on a step. Such an eerie method, he said to no one, could only be achieved by the gods of legend. Find a few workers, I said. Bury these in the courtyard. I'll mark the locations one by one. 7 or 8 construction workers dug 36 holes in a rich man's garden, got 1,000 wen each for half a day's work, asked precisely 0 questions, and went home delighted, having buried some rocks for an eccentric. Then I spent a full day laying the array. Not one formation. 3, interlocked. Spirit gathering, defensive, and offensive, which is why it needed 36 foundations instead of 9. The last seal took one word, rise. A whirlwind came up and enclosed the top villa and did not touch a single one of the houses below it, and then the wind stopped and the spiritual energy in that part of Zhonghai started flowing uphill. Gu Qi, who is a cultivator of sorts and can feel it, stood in the middle of the garden and worked out what he was standing in. If I announced what I could build, cultivators would queue at that gate to serve me. I taught him how to operate the array, including the layer that matters. The defensive and offensive rings, run together, will kill a transcendent grandmaster. He believed me instantly and completely, and not because of the array. He believed it because I said it. Back at school, Li Wei cornered me in the corridor. They're saying the school selected you for some national-level secret project. That's why you can skip class as long as you pass the finals. He pushed his glasses up. Is that true? I had not invented that cover story. Somebody in the administration had to explain a leave form that came down from an unusual direction. I did not deny it. And the genuinely funny part, which I have never been able to tell anybody, is that it is completely accurate. Training the Wolfang Special Forces team is a national secret project in the literal sense, on paper, with a file number. My class became extremely envious of an opportunity that does not exist. Then, on the way out of the building, Han Meilin said my name. Lin Fan, stop. She did not take me to her office. She took me down to the campus lake and pointed at a bench and said, sit. Then she looked at me for about 5 seconds. Who exactly are you? Lin Fan, a freshman at Zhonghai University. That figure that came out of the river. She did not blink. That was you. Teacher Mu. I stood up. It's better if we're straightforward with each other. What exactly do you want from me? I want some things. The more you know about them, the less likely it is to be a good thing. I picked up my bag. Please don't trouble yourself over my affairs. Farewell. I walked off while she was in the middle of a sentence, which has not happened to her before. She sat on that bench for a while afterwards. This, she said eventually to the lake. Bastard. 20 meters away, Liu Yu watched me go and did not call out. I had been arguing with myself for 2 weeks about the youth retaining pill. The case against was solid. 18 forever is a secret that cannot be kept. 10 years pass and the people around you start doing arithmetic. And once the arithmetic is done, she is not a woman anymore. She is a specimen, and there are institutions in this world that collect specimens. That is exactly why Li Hui did not get one. And underneath it was the real problem, which is that she is a mortal with no spiritual root, and I cannot stay on this planet forever. Then I caught myself, and I did not enjoy it. Since my rebirth, every single one of these things has been my idea. The pendants, the house, the county, the lie about the lottery. Not once have I asked any of them what they wanted. Put nicely, that is thinking for them. Looked at from another angle, it is simply another form of my selfishness. Their own destinies should be decided by themselves. What I need to do is help them fulfill their wishes, not be the manipulator of their fates. So I asked her, Xiao Yue, if there were a method to keep you youthful forever, but it might bring you endless trouble, would you try it? Of course. She did not even pause. There isn't a girl in this world who could resist that. I took out the pill and put it in her palm. Dark green, faintly warm. After you take this, it will keep you youthful forever. Always 18. She burst out laughing. Lin Fan, I really didn't expect you could make girls happy now. She sniffed it. What kind of candy is this? And she put it in her mouth. It melted instantly, and a cool current ran out through her arms and legs, and she made a small pleased noise. That feels pretty good. She patted her pockets. But the candy disappeared too quickly. I didn't get to taste it properly. Do you have any more of that candy? Let me try it again. I looked at a girl eating one of the most fought-over substances in the cultivation world and asking for a second one because the flavor was fleeting. Cultivators have killed entire sects over that pill. In Zhang Yue's opinion, it was candy. I moved out of the rented room that week. I scanned the room with divine sense first, from the gate, which I want on the record as a lesson learned. Zhou Ling was asleep on my bed again, dressed this time, so I knocked instead of using my key. She opened the door, lit up like a festival, and then she heard the words moving out, and the light went off, and she could not get it back on quickly enough to hide it. She had already worked it out long before I did, that she and I belonged to two different worlds and could never be together, which is why she chose to bury the whole thing somewhere deep and keep cooking. I moved the 8 pots of purple cloud grass up to the villa the next morning and put a growth formation on each one. In Yanjing, the Chu family's report came in from Jinshui City. The 3 major underground organizations of that city destroyed in one night. Grandmaster Li Teng vanished without a trace. Xiao Yan's whereabouts, completely unknown. Xiao Kun read it standing up and got about halfway through the second page and went down on the floor of his own study. Xiao Han put everything else aside and got on a plane to Zhonghai. I started teaching Tang Xiaoxiao properly that week, and I was wrong about her within the first hour. I had budgeted for a 9-year-old. I got something else. Say a thing once, and she gives it back to you with 2 things attached that you did not say. Her comprehension is better than most adults I have taught, and I have taught people who are older than some countries. I know exactly why, and I do not like it. A family catastrophe matured her overnight. That is not a gift. That is a bill that was paid in advance. A mortal root carries 4 attributes that fight each other and caps out at foundation establishment. A human root has 3 and can reach golden core. An earth root has 2 and can reach soul transformation. A heavenly root is a single element, and transcendent is easy for it. Above all of that sit the variant roots: wind, ice, lightning, illusion, darkness. Lightning and illusion and darkness are far above heavenly. And there is the so-called waste, the 5 elements root, which is slow and mocked and has an unmatched foundation and survivability if you ever find a 5 elements technique. And then there is the hidden ethereal root, undetectable, no attribute at all, pure and blank, which means it can take any attribute you put into it, including the ones that are not elements. Fast, slow, space, time. That is what I have. That is how I refined the essence of space as my Tao foundation last life. It also has one failure in my case, and it is the one I have never worked around. My body rejects lightning, flatly, every time, for 1,000 years. The heavenly Tao has flaws too. Tang Xiaoxiao is a dark attribute variant root, top grade. I gave her the Great Kun Demon God Canon, which is a demonic technique, dark attribute, and arguably, above my own sex Xuantian carefree scripture in raw combat power. Gucci looked at the title and looked at me. The distinction between good and evil, I said, lies not in the cultivation technique. It lies in the person. Core disciples of the top sects in 3-star fields dream about being personally taught by an immortal emperor. My great disciple gets it in a villa in Zhonghai before her homework. Gucci got the Heavenly Thunder Great Law because I finally worked out what he is. 30 years of cultivating in Hidden Dragon Cave grew him a lightning pseudo-root. Perhaps 1% of the strength of a real one, which is still 1,000 times better than being immortal. He read 4 pages and understood, finally and completely, what the gap had been the whole time. One of them was cultivating martial arts, the other was cultivating immortality. 3 people came out of Zhonghai Airport a week later and took a taxi to Dongjing Villa. Sun Tianzhao, revived, with the poison fully out of him as of the previous afternoon, his granddaughter, and Chen Yun. The 2 of them got out of the car and remarked on the fresh air. Sun Tianzhao, 5th on the Grandmaster ranking list, stood in that street and read the spiritual density off the hill, and saw the top villa sitting in a faint mist that was not weather. His exact thought, he told me later, was, filled with immortal qi. He came into my living room and bowed, deep, formal, hands clasped. I am Sun Tianzhao. Thank you, Grandmaster Qin, for saving my life. His own granddaughter and his own bodyguard forgot to salute, because they had never seen him do that to anybody. I waved it off and took the main seat first, which is a small rudeness that saves a great deal of time. I could hear him doing the arithmetic while we drank tea. 3 Grandmasters, one of them ranked 4th in the country, could not handle that flood dragon. One of them was eaten, 2 of them ran, and a boy under 20 lured it away into a valley and walked back out unhurt. He does not know I killed it. Your villa, he said eventually, seems somewhat different from other places. Oh, really? The spiritual energy here is higher than almost anywhere I have been. You're right, I put my cup down. But from your tone, it sounds like you've seen higher. The old man looked at his hands for a moment, and then he paid his debt in the only currency I actually wanted. Yes, I have. A year ago, Kui Zongtong came to see him, ranked 12th, an old friend, the same temperament, the kind of man you drink with rather than negotiate with. He brought good wine and a very old map. It was a clue to the ancient kingdom of Lulan. They told everybody they were going into the Kunlun. They went to Lop Nur instead. From the marked place onward, Sun Tianzhao said, all the nightmares began. A shadow, a pair of eyes constantly on the back of the neck, and nothing detectable at all. However hard 2 of the 10 strongest men in this country looked for it, they found the entrance to an underground passage and went down without stopping to think about it, which he described as the stupidest decision of his life. Under the desert, there is a palace, enormous, with intersecting secret passages and a spiritual energy concentration higher than any place on the surface of this planet. In a desert, he said. Underground. How? Then they got lost. That 2 dignified grandmasters could get lost. If this got out, it would be a huge joke. He shrugged. But that is the fact. There were traps that the naked eye cannot see. One of them went off. Kui Zongtang died where he stood. Sun Tianzhao got out with what he called a minor injury and had to leave his friend's body down there and felt the watcher follow him the entire way to the surface. He came out into the sun and got dizzy and was sick in the sand. That was the poison starting. Sunrong had gone very still. The ancient kingdom of Lulan, I said, mostly to myself. I had assumed deep mountains, not the middle of a desert. So you're inviting me to explore it with you? Yes. He did not dress it up. For 2 reasons. One is profit. My cultivation has been stagnant for 11 years, and that place has opportunities in it. The other is sentiment. I would like to bring Kui Zongtong home. Grandpa. His granddaughter's voice cracked. You really shouldn't go. I ignored her entirely. I am indeed very interested, I said. However, we'll need to postpone the time. He was thrown by that. Everybody he has ever known runs at treasure. The reason is very simple. Because I don't only want to go in alive. Most importantly, I want to come out alive. I did not tell him the rest of it, which is that I intend to be considerably stronger before I go anywhere near a place that a Grandmaster could not survive. After I'm ready, I'll contact you. And that is all I said about Lulan. No date, no promise, nothing anybody can hold me to, including me. Then my eyebrows came together, and I turned to look at the front of the house. A guest has arrived. Everybody in that room felt the temperature go, and I stood up and led them all out to welcome him. The iron gate came off its hinges and cartwheeled up my drive. Lin Tianfeng, get out here and die. My first sentence to him was neither warm nor cold. You broke my gate. Where is my son? Are you ready to die? Behind me, Gucci made a small strangled noise because he was the only person in that courtyard who understood that those were not 2 sentences. Xiao Han, head of the Chu family, ranked 10th and, though it is not written anywhere public, a lieutenant general. Sun Tianzhao actually stepped forward to help him. Old Chu, apologize to Grandmaster Qin, don't do anything foolish. Xiao Han heard that entirely wrong. All he took from it was that the 5th-ranked Grandmaster in the country was not going to interfere. Lin Tianfeng killed my son. This feud is irreconcilable. So Xiao Yan, that idiot, was your son. I put my hands in my pockets. If you want revenge, then make your move. He opened with the standard probe, which every Grandmaster on this planet opens with. True key released externally, twin white palm strikes, enough to take a wall down. I raised my left hand and put out 2 blades of chi, the size of bamboo leaves. They cancelled his exactly, not stronger, not weaker, identical to the last thread, so that both attacks stopped in midair and simply ceased. That is what told him. Not the power, the control. I jumped 10 zhong and landed on a decorative boulder at the top of my own garden. Let me show you how powerful the talismans I make out of ordinary yellow paper are. 5 slips of paper went out. One of them opened into a fireball twice the size of the ones I make with a finger. He dodged it by 1 step, which was genuinely good. The small ornamental tree behind him was a scorch mark in under 2 seconds. He looked at the mark, then at me. Good reaction speed, I said, shaking my head. It seems talismans made from ordinary paper really are somewhat lacking. Is this all you know? Demonic techniques? He was shouting now. If you have the guts, fight me head on. I spread the 5 fingers of my right hand. There was a fireball sitting on each one. Xiao Han abandoned his son's vengeance in about a quarter of a second and turned to run, and he was quick about it, and it made no difference whatsoever. There was one scream and a sound like a bag being dropped, and then the wind came through the garden and there was a scorch mark on my gravel. Sun Tianzhao did not say anything for a long moment. Then he thought privately that perhaps even Gong Sun Ming, ranked first, might not possess such an ability. I felt nothing about it at all. I noted 2 things: that the Chu feud had grown, and that a Chu family without Xiao Han has lost its pillar and will be eaten by its own rivals inside 2 years without my needing to lift a finger. Then I turned around. Gucci, tomorrow, find someone to reinstall a new main door. I went up my own steps. A good quality one. Nobody in that house ever mentioned the corpse again. By breakfast the following morning, both sides were behaving as though they had entirely forgotten what happened in that garden. I was walking through Zhonghai alone a few nights later, in an unusually good mood, when my divine sense picked up something familiar. He Ruoxue, on the other side of the street, with a girl I recognized as Xiaolan, and 100 meters behind them, keeping to the shop fronts, Bai Yu and Lin Tao. I also noticed what was not there. The middle-stage inner strength man, who had been shadowing her for months, was not within a kilometer of that street, and had not been for some time. They went into the New Century Cinema for a romance. I bought a ticket and sat in the corner and watched 4 people for 2 hours instead of the film. Xiaolan sobbed through the last 40 minutes and had to be handed tissues by a stranger. He Ruoxu watched the whole thing without moving. There was a light in her eyes the entire time, and not one tear. At the exit, in the crush, my divine sense caught Bai Yu's face changing. Then a young woman 2 steps ahead twisted her ankle and went down, exactly into He Ruoxue, who caught her by reflex the way any decent person does. There was a needle in that woman's palm. She apologized 4 or 5 times, thanked her repeatedly, and was gone into the crowd inside 8 seconds. Genuinely professional. I saw all of it. A fine needle, and a compound already working its way into the nervous system, slow enough that she would feel nothing at all until it arrived everywhere at once. And I did not run out and grab her. She had never met me. A stranger sprinting across the cinema foyer shouting that you have been poisoned is a man the security guards remove, and I wanted to see the whole plan, including the part still standing somewhere in the dark. She got dizzy on the pavement, then her legs stopped taking instruction and she sat down on the edge of a flower bed. Xiaolan wanted an ambulance and got refused. It's a normal headache. I get them. I've been to the hospital twice and they found nothing. Go and get me a bottle of water, would you? Xiaolan crossed the road to the shop. He Ruoxu was unconscious before she reached the other side. It's really troublesome, Bai Yu said, with that Xiaolan always following her around. I'd prepared another method for her. Don't need it now. They put her into the back of a Volkswagen and drove east. I let them, because I wanted both of these men gone completely, and then I was not on that street anymore. Xiaolan came back with a bottle of water to an empty flower bed. Her friend's phone was off. She called the police that night, and there were no cameras on that stretch of pavement, and the surveillance network in this country was thinner then than people remember. An entire night of searching found nothing at all. She was already out of the city. In the car, Lin Tao was getting nervous. I read online there's a haunted place out at East River Bay. What era do you think this is? Bai Yu did not look up from his phone. Drive to the riverbank. Once it's done, she goes in the water. Easiest thing in the world. The car swerved slightly. Wait, you're going to kill her? Lin Tao's voice went up. You said you just wanted to frighten her. You said, I pursued that woman for a year and a half. Bai Yu put the phone down. In a year and a half, she never once gave me a good look. Contempt, that's all I ever got, and then she stood in a street and let a room full of people watch it. He shrugged. And if she's alive, this never ends. She goes to the police, she talks, and my life is over instead of hers. Then he reminded his oldest friend, carefully, that this was done jointly by us two brothers, and mentioned in passing that the woman with the needle was also on a list. They carried her out onto the grass by the water. Bai Yu put a flashlight on her face and looked at her for a while with an expression I am not going to describe. I gave you a chance, he said. Don't blame me for being ruthless. She surfaced about a third of the way, heard a voice she almost knew, and went under again. He handed Lin Tao the light. Go and stand watch. I'll call you when it's finished. Why don't you two just go and have fun in the river instead? The flashlight came round and found a young man standing on the grass with a completely still face. Who the hell are you? How do you want to die? I stopped 3 meters short and looked around at the water and the reeds and the unfinished villa up the slope. This auspicious place. I shook my head. I never thought it would be used to bury 2 pieces of trash like you. What a waste. I raised my left hand. Both of them were bound where they stood. Then both of them left the ground. Then both of them stopped being able to make any sound at all, which did not stop them from trying, and which is when they discovered they were 10 meters up and moving out over the river. Dying on the ground here would pollute the place, I said. Go and feed the fish. I closed my hand and opened it. And then, walking back up the bank, I worked something out that has stayed with me since. In my previous life, this never happened to her. Not this. Something else took her, and I never learned what, but it was not this. Because in my previous life, I was not at Xiaolan's birthday. There was no fight in the dream bar. Nobody was thrown out of that place in front of a crowd. Bai Yu never lost face in public and never went from a persistent nuisance into whatever he became on the drive to that riverbank. To be precise, He Ruoxu's situation in this life was also caused by me. I saved her tonight from a thing I built. Then I took her wrist, and my whole evening got worse. The compound Bai Yu used was nothing. A slow hallucinogen, unpleasant, not lethal, out of her in 10 minutes. Underneath it, deep in her brain, feeding steadily on what a brain is made of, there was an egg. A goo egg. Soul-devouring goo. Worse than the mother-child concentric goo that sat in Suzheng Yuan and hidden considerably better. It is mimicked from the primordial soul-devouring insect, third on the list of strange insects which ate souls and feared neither blade nor fire, and which the heavenly Tao is rumored to have wiped out personally for being too heaven-defying, planted 3 months ago at the outside, and it would have lived in her for 4 or 5 years before it hatched. Dizziness first, that is where she was. Then intermittent migraines. Then waves of sharp pain with nothing on any scan. Then worse, and no hospital on this planet could have found it until there was nothing left to find it in. Whoever planted that egg could have killed her with a flick of 2 fingers, and chose the 4-year version instead. Somebody hates He Ruoxu very deeply, and has been waiting. Then the other piece landed, and it fit exactly. In my previous life, shortly after she became the little music queen and the whole country knew her face, He Ruoxu mysteriously disappeared. 3 months plus 4 years. The timing matches the goo to the season. So that is what happened to her. That is what I spent 1,000 years not knowing. I was standing on a riverbank in the dark holding the wrist of the girl who put money in front of me at a railway station when I was nobody, and who did it after being told to her face that I was a scammer, and who worked out that I was not by reading the emblem on my backpack. I never forgot that smile. Not through 1,000 years, 3 assassin organizations, or the inside of my own detonation. For a benefactor, I repay 100-fold. It is not a slogan. It is the only rule I have never once broken. The problem was mechanical, and it was ugly. To kill that egg with divine soul power, her own soul has to be strong enough to survive being worked on. She is an ordinary person with a fragile divine soul, a slight deviation, and she is an idiot, or a vegetable, or dead in the chair. 3 ways to strengthen a soul. Cultivation, which is impossible. No spiritual root, and it would take years she does not have. Soul-nourishing pills, which is ideal, and requires ingredients that this planet's dead energy should not be able to produce at all. Or nourishing her soul directly with my own spiritual soul power, twice a month, for 1 to 2 years. And it requires her informed and total consent, because a soul that flinches during that process can be damaged by the flinch. I decided to do both at once. I cleared the hallucinogen out of her with the Qingling technique, and she did not wake. Then I looked up the slope at 200 million yuan of land that I still had not dealt with, and the thing under it that had put me in a river. With my current ability, I said, I still can't contend with that thing. It seems I'll have to leave it for later. I burned the Volkswagen down to a shadow on the ground on the way out and carried her to a taxi. The proprietress of the hotel watched a young man carry an unconscious woman through her lobby at 3 in the morning and formed a complete opinion about it, and I did not bother correcting her. At 5, He Ruoxu woke up in a strange bed. The first thing she did was check her clothes, which were exactly as she had left them. The second thing she did was remember a voice. "You're awake," she screamed. The lights came on. I was sitting in a chair by the door with my hand on the switch. Who? Who are you? Lin Fan. The name meant nothing to her, and I watched it mean nothing, and it was a strange feeling. Don't bother thinking about it, I said. This is the first time you've seen me. But I have known you for over 1,000 years. I did not say that part. I told her nearly everything. By you, Lin Tao, the needle in the cinema, the riverbank, including the fact that I killed both of them, in plain words, without softening it. I did that on purpose. What I needed from her afterwards required absolute trust, and you do not get absolute trust out of a woman by editing the first conversation. Her first instinct was the police, which was correct, and which I had to talk her out of. I did not use fear. If this is reported, it becomes national news inside 2 days. Abduction, a missing art student, 2 men who cannot be produced, and every rumor that gets written after that will be written about you, not about them. I let her think. Your face is your career. Is it worth gambling your entire life on those 2, who deserved what they got? She sat on the edge of that bed for a long time and then agreed. Then I got to the actual reason I was sitting in that chair. Senior Shen, have you occasionally felt dizzy recently or had headaches? Her head came up. How did you know that? I told her I know some medicine, and that I found it while clearing the drug out of her, which was a lie built on top of a true thing, which is the only kind that holds. She admitted it. A month or 2 of dizziness, headaches that arrive from nowhere. 2 hospitals, every scan, nothing found. It's a kind of illness, I said. Located in your head. I did not tell her there is an insect in her brain. I am not going to. It would terrify a person every hour of every day for a year and would not improve the outcome by 1%. Modern medicine is advanced, I said, but it isn't omnipotent. If you trust me, I can cure this. And she asked the intelligent question, which of course she did. Why are you helping me this much? Because I owe you, and you don't know it, and I can't tell you. Because you're the campus belle. She looked at me flatly. Don't worry, I won't ask for anything else. I'll pay you. Whatever it costs, I'll pay it. I'm not. We can discuss that in a year. Then I explained the method, roughly, and she got there on her own. Could it be? Are you an inner strength martial artist? Ordinary people do not know that phrase. It is not on television. How do you know that term? My father is one. Then she stopped. Back then. And she did not finish the sentence, and she did not pick it up again, and I did not push. The technique requires contact near the head. She hesitated for about 4 seconds, and then lay back and closed her eyes, and that was the most courageous thing I saw anybody do that month. I put 2 fingers on her glabella. Completely relax your mind. Don't defend. Nourishing another person's divine soul is a thing you are supposed to do from nascent soul. I was at early foundation establishment. That is 2 entire realms below the safety line. I could only do it at all because of the creation reincarnation art and 1,000 years of experience at the tribulation stage, and neither of those is a guarantee. Warmth went through her head. I mixed a calming current into the flow, and she was asleep inside a minute, which is safer for both of us than a conscious patient. In the morning she woke up clear-headed and comfortable in a way she told me she had not felt in a long time, and found me sitting cross-legged on the balcony. This was just the first treatment. Then how long will it take? Twice a month. It should take about a year. That is the optimistic number, and it assumes I break through again within the year. And I still do not know whether her soul will ever be strong enough to survive the thing at the end of it. I did not tell her that either. She called Xiaolan with a story, and the police stood down, and we exchanged numbers at the door and went in different directions. I told nobody about the Gu, not Su Zhengyuan, not Su Ruoxin, not Gu Qi. I did phone Su Zhengyuan, and the Mo family put everything it had into hunting the medicinal ingredients, and the Mo family's reach stops precisely at the edge of ordinary society, which is not where these things are. Gu Qi was worse than useless. He spent 30 years impressing farmers, which left the 5th-ranked Grandmaster in the country who owes me his life and belongs to a top-tier wealthy martial family. Sun Tianzhao did not disappoint me. He named the likeliest place in the country, and then he told me several things that most people do not know exist. I hung up and sat there for a while. Interesting. It seems this world is not as simple as I imagined. Then I looked at the calendar. 10 days. Enough to warm and nourish Hiruok Shui's divine soul one more time before I left. Sharp Fang called to remind me that the Wolf Fang probationary assessment was due, and read me the 5 names. 2 of them were old acquaintances, Wei Ming, who challenged me on site at a lake and got measured against the bottom of it, and Linghu Ronghui, who put a woman's dorm curfew on a menu of humiliations and then had my foot on his head in a private room. How could I possibly allow a self-righteous fool like that into the Wolf Fang Special Forces team? I also gave Zhou Jun an assessment he did not ask for. Even if the national competition were held tomorrow, Wolf Fang would win it. There was a pause on the line. His personal target, which he had told me privately, was to not come last. The base was nearly empty when Liu Qing drove me back in, and Gongsun Quan met us with the 5 probationers lined up on the parade ground. 5 soldier kings watched a teenager get out of the back of a staff car and formed exactly the opinion you would expect and held it for about 2 seconds. Chief Instructor Qin, you've had a tiring journey. Linghu Ronghui's face did something complicated. He was, I could see, seriously entertaining the possibility that there are 2 people in the world who look this similar because the last one had been a university student. The assessment is simple. Run 1 lap around this training ground within 1 hour. Nobody moved. The lap is 2 kilometers at most. Any of those 5 could have strolled it in 10 minutes while eating. Chief Instructor? Liu Qing leaned in. Isn't this a bit too childish? Major Liu Qing, how about we make a bet? I say not more than 3 pass. All 5. She narrowed her eyes. You wouldn't personally stop them? You and I will wait here at the finish line and won't move an inch. They went off that line like 5 trains and then pushed harder out of spite because being asked to walk 2 kilometers in an hour is an insult, and they all knew it. I got into the car, glanced at the extremely satisfied smile on Liu Qing's face, put my head back and closed my eyes. At that exact moment, 400 meters away, 5 men felt the sky sit down on them. I suddenly feel, Wei Ming got out, at least 200 kilos. 300, I can barely breathe. The weight grows with distance. That is the whole design. At the halfway mark, it is a heavy pack. 300 meters from the line, it is a mountain and still increasing, and the men who set off fastest arrived there with the least left. One of them went down at 38 minutes and could not get his own hands under his chest. He was in no danger whatsoever, and he did not know that. At 45 minutes, Linghu Ronghui broke. He held on longer than I expected, and I know why. His father had already thrown the celebration banquet. Going home from this would not be his failure, it would be the family's. The third man folded 4 minutes later. 10 more minutes, I said from inside the car, eyes still shut. 2 were still moving. Wei Ming, grinding forward at the pace of an old man on ice, and the slenderest of the 5, whose expression had not changed in 50 minutes. I swept him properly. No inner strength, no technique, no cultivation. Just bones and muscle denser than the average external strength martial artist on a man who has never trained a martial art in his life. Is he doing body refining on his own without knowing the word for it? At 60 minutes, I said time's up and lifted it. Both of them were still 10 meters short. Liu Qing winced. So did Gongsun Quan. Congratulations to both of you, I said. You passed. Welcome to the Wolf Fang Special Forces team. Chief Instructor. Gongsun Quan glanced down the track at the 3 on the ground. And the other 3? That's no longer my concern. They can go wherever they want. Behind me, Linghu Ronghui got onto his knees with his fists shaking, absolutely certain he had been singled out. In a straight fight, he was the strongest of those 5, and he was right about that too. The test simply was not measuring that. It measured perseverance and heart nature, and the pressure on all 5 was identical to the gram. He announced that he would be complaining to his father and to the military department. Would a giant elephant care about the anger of an ant? The car stopped near Dongjing Park instead of at the villa. Chief Instructor, the address you gave is another 4 kilometers. I know, this is far enough. You can go back. Wei Ming got out and looked at the lake, and his left eye twitched because from that gate you can see the exact stretch of water he came out of. Wei Ming, I said mildly, how deep do you think Dongjing Lake is up ahead? He rubbed his forehead with the heel of his hand for a while. Instructor Qin, it really was you. He straightened up and saluted. I was so ignorant back then, daring to challenge you. Please forgive me. It's all right. We're revisiting old ground. I started walking. Besides, it was you who was thrown into the lake back then, not me. Wei Ming did not have a reply to that, and Wang Fei, who had no idea what either of them was talking about, said nothing at all for the entire walk up the mountain. I handed them both to Sharp Fang at the tree line. Honestly, a chief instructor like me is unique in the entire country. Qingcheng Mountain is in West Sichuan, and every year the Liu family of Sichuan holds a trade fair there. You get in with an invitation letter, or you get in by being a Grandmaster, which is worth more than any invitation because past fairs have drawn 3 to 5 of them, and some years none at all. The head of that family is Xiao Zhen, ranked 9th, who has not appeared in public in over 10 years. The rumor is that he is genuinely top 5 by now, and simply has never had an occasion to prove it. His elder brother runs everything visible. The Liu family are agents. They have been the worldly representatives of a hidden sect for 100 years, and the sect is called Medicine King Valley. And that backing is the entire reason a family of nobodies became the king of West Sichuan with its own armed forces in the warlord era. It was the first time I had heard the term hidden sect used on this planet. They are exactly what they sound like. Sects with their own legacies, no contact with the mortal world, always operating through a worldly agent. And the spirit medicines sold at the Ching Medicine Fair are Medicine King Valley's leftovers and defective products, sold at enormous prices to a martial world that does not know that is what it is buying. Sun Tianzhao offered to escort me. I refused, because if the fair does not have what Hiruoxu needs, I am going to Medicine King Valley, and once a situation cannot be resolved through normal channels, I do not spend much time considering, and I did not want the Yang family standing next to me when that happened. A hidden sect could erase a great family with almost no effort at all, and Sun Tianzhao has a granddaughter. The Qingcheng Hotel at the foot of that mountain is 7 stories of marble with a car park that looks like a trade show, 200 or 300 guests, more than half of them martial artists, 6 grandmasters inside the building, including an ugly old man with insects visibly crawling on his clothes, whose presence I had felt once before in a club in Shimeng County, and whose art felt like the same school as Li Tang, the one I burned in a hotel room in Jinshui. Room rates, since you will enjoy them, standard 10,000 a day, mid-grade 50, high-grade 100,000. A standard suite, 500,000. And the luxury suite, 1 million yuan per night. No invitation gets you no discount and no fare. I took a high-grade room for 3 days. The next morning, 4 late-stage inner-strength men in white checked invitations halfway up the mountain path. A middle-stage martial artist tried to argue his way through and was beaten and thrown back down the mountain, and he was alive when he landed, which was the mercy on offer. I walked past that checkpoint between 2 of them at a normal pace, and not one of the 4 ever knew I was there. The fair sits behind an ancient weathered plaque that reads, Qingcheng Mountain Branch Temple. Day 1 is the free trading floor, and it is a market. Genuinely, exactly, a market. Trestle tables, arguing, people holding things up to the light. The only difference from any county market in this country is that most of those people are selling vegetables, and these people are selling medicinal herbs, and the Liu family takes stall rent plus 1% of everything. I found several centuries-old herbs I could use for foundation establishment pills in the first hour. And then, on a table near the back, I found a fruit the size of a duck egg, dark green, crystal clear, giving off a faint fragrance that nobody else in that market could smell. A divine essence fruit. A divine soul spirit medicine, precisely, exactly, specifically what Hiruoxu needs, and worth more than every plant on my balcony. The man selling it had his entire face hidden under an enormous round hat, and he was a grandmaster, sitting behind a trestle table at a market, manning a stall himself, which is roughly as likely as a head of state working a supermarket till. My divine sense told me why in about a second. He has been poisoned for at least 3 years. He holds a transcendent Grandmaster's cultivation and cannot use a Grandmaster's strength, and he cannot afford to be recognized. A beautiful woman in her 30s got to the table 2 steps ahead of me, great perfection of internal strength and by the standards of this planet, a genuine genius. How much for this item? Not for money. He did not lift his head. I only accept detoxifying spirit medicine, several hundred to 1,000 years old. She did not have any. She offered substitutes for a while, and he stopped answering entirely. Since you don't have it, he said, put it down. I had already decided what I would do if she had produced one. Outbid her. And if she refused to sell, take it off her, one way or the other, simply because that item was too important for Hiruoxu, and there is nothing further down that reasoning than that. I picked it up. I'll take this. I only want age detoxification spirit medicine. I can solve the problem you have. I put it back down on the cloth gently. How about that trade? The hat did not move for a second. Then his hands did. He looked up, and I watched hope arrive in a man's face and die there in the same movement, because what he saw was a boy. Just you? I leaned across the table. To return to the Grandmaster realm, I said quietly, you only have to choose to believe me. There was a flash of killing intent. Instantly buried, and buried well, and not well enough to escape a divine sense. Who exactly are you? Don't worry, I don't know you and I've never heard of you. I came here simply to make a trade. He got us a quiet room in under 4 minutes. Then he fired 3 questions at me at once. How did you know about my body? How did you see that I am a Grandmaster? And what method would you use? Those questions, I said, should be unrelated to the trade, shouldn't they? Then I tapped the table twice. The poison is at least 3 years old, and if I'm not mistaken, it came from the bite of an entirely white spider. Over the years, your body has become increasingly cold, and by now, even the true key inside you shows signs of freezing. The chair went over backwards. How do you know that? Nobody alive knew those details. He had not told his own family. How I know is my secret. I sat down. Does your excellency agree to this transaction? As long as you can cure the poison, he said, then let alone that fruit. Take everything I own. I made a show of rummaging inside my jacket because a storage ring is not something you display, and slid a small white bottle across the table. A detoxification pill. It will remove most of the toxin. It will not restore you to your peak, and I won't pretend otherwise, but it will let you exert the strength of a Grandmaster again. I let go of the bottle. However, that depends on whether you have the courage to take it. He did the arithmetic out loud afterwards, so I know exactly what it was. If the boy wanted him dead, the boy would only have to walk outside and announce that he was still alive, and the people who poisoned him would arrive within the week, and in a few months the poison finishes the job anyway. He picked up the bottle, uncapped it, and drank it without looking inside. I actually applauded. Not bad at all. Truly courageous. Then it started, and it was not pleasant. It began low in the abdomen and went outward, and then it was needles everywhere at once, and then he was on the floor. A bearded face came up off the carpet with pure fury in it. What did you make me eat? I did not answer. I leaned back in the chair and watched, because there was nothing useful to say, and it was going to work or it was not. He tried to attack me, and discovered that his entire body had gone numb, as though he had been given a full anesthetic, and I watched despair arrive, then heat, in the chest. And an enormous mouthful of something dark came out of him, aimed directly at my face, which stopped a foot short against a wall of qi and splattered across the table instead. Dark red, bubbling slightly, and hissing where it hit the wood. He stared at the air where it had stopped. Huajing Grandmaster. He had never heard the rumors about a young Grandmaster in Zhonghai. He had been busy dying. Who exactly are you? Lin Tianfeng. He checked himself over for about a minute. 70 to 80% of the poison gone. Most of his true qi unlocked. No more constant suppression eating him from the inside every hour of every day for 3 years. He stood up and cupped his fists and bowed. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. I, Zhao Tianxing, will never forget this kindness. This is merely a transaction. I detoxify you. You give me spirit medicine. Neither of us owes the other. He refused to accept that, and said so, and kept saying it. A life is not settled with one piece of fruit. I asked where the fruit came from. Deep in the Kunlun Mountains, about a year ago, while he was hunting for a cure for himself. He never knew what it was. He picked it because its aura felt special, and because a year later, it still had not rotted. It's a divine essence fruit, I said. It nourishes the divine soul. Could you lead me back to the place you found it? Immediately. Then, honestly. But I should tell you that the depths of the Kunlun run for tens of thousands of miles and are permanently under mist. Retracing that path will not be easy. I know that. Just do your best. One more thing about Zhao Tianxing, which I only got out of him later. He is ranked 15th. He has been inactive for over 3 years and is about to be struck off the list entirely. And he is 39 years old. He reached Transcendent Grandmaster at 34. Only 2 men on that list did it earlier. Gong Sunming at 32 and Zhao Yuan at 33. He looks 59, which is 3 years of poison, plus a beard he grew on purpose, plus the hat. You don't need to keep calling me benefactor, I told him. Just call me young Master Qin. After all, I'm still very young. I am 18. I have been alive for 1,018 years. Back on the trading floor, the beautiful woman was still hunting. Whose hands is that fruit in now? Mine, I said, walking past her. It's already been traded, and it's very important to me, so I won't be trading it away. Then I set up a stall of my own, Pei Yuan spiritual liquid in blue bottles, essence nurturing pills in white, and a handwritten sign, spirit medicine to enhance cultivation, only exchanged for rare medicinal materials over 100 years old. Nobody came near it for 2 hours. Too young, bad position, and terms that read like a joke. Then a white-haired man in white robes came through the gate, and a third of that market went to him. Elder Gu, thanks to your intervention, my wife is alive. Gu Yuantian, Zhao Tianxing murmured under the hat. Peak great perfection of inner strength. The man in this country closest to Transcendent Grandmaster without being one. A pause. And the #1 divine doctor of Huaxia. He treats a martial artist and a farmer the same way, and he has done it for over 20 years. That's probably why he's stuck. Everyone says so. Even if he were putting on an act, I said. To keep it up for over 20 years is remarkable. Nobody knows his background. He has never spoken of it and has never answered the question. He arrived at my table, read my sign, and the crowd behind him laughed out loud. Little brother, you don't even greet Elder Gu when he arrives. Do you have any manners at all? He raised a hand and the noise stopped, and then he asked me courteously what the medicine was. The blue bottle is effective for anyone below a Transcendent Grandmaster. I tapped the other one. As for the white bottle, even a Transcendent Grandmaster can experience a miraculous breakthrough. Meanwhile, I was reading him, and what I found was interesting. His total true qi is at least 3 times the same rank martial artist's. It is very nearly a Grandmaster's volume, sitting inside a man who is not one, and his dantian is damaged, an old injury, badly healed, decades old. That is why he has never broken through. Not the charity, not the distraction. An injury he has presumably known about the entire time. The crowd was still enjoying itself. Somebody suggested I claim the pills make you a grandmaster on the spot. Gu Yuantian opened the blue bottle and smelled it, and his face came apart. He smelled it again. Then he looked into it. Then he looked at me the way a man looks at a stranger who has just handed him something impossible in a market. The laughing stopped in stages. His first question was not the price. How is this spirit medicine refined? What? Does a transaction here require knowing the origin? He apologized immediately, and then he bowed. A white-haired legend of this country's martial world, bending at the waist to a boy under 20, in public. The crowd erupted at the disrespect of my accepting it. How dare this young man accept such a— Shut up. I put soul power into it, just a thread. If you don't want to stay here, then get out. Every advanced martial artist within 30 meters felt something go down their spine, and the market got extremely quiet. Gu Yuantian waved them off again and went back to business, which I liked him for. He opened the white bottle, and the fragrance got out on its own, and I watched 20 men's long stagnant true qi stir at once and 20 faces fill up with the same expression. Then he brought out his own boxes, one at a time, top-grade snow ginseng, over 300 years old, miraculous for detoxification. I priced it at half a bottle of the liquid or one pill. Jade Ganoderma, 500 years. I could not entirely keep it off my face because that one refines divine soul medicine. One bottle or two pills. Then my divine sense went through the rest of his kit while he was talking, and I found 3 more. Iron tree root, 500 years. Wood spirit vine, 800. And ghost soul grass, at least 1,000 years old. Ghost soul grass is a peerless soul medicine in the cultivation world. A 1,000-year specimen almost only exists in stories, and it can only grow beside a spiritual vein in energy density that this planet does not have and cannot produce, which is a question for later. It was a very loud question, and I put it down carefully and left it where it was, because with the divine essence fruit and the jade Ganoderma and that grass, a soul-nourishing pill stopped being a fantasy. I told a woman in a hotel room that I could cure her, standing at a trestle table on a mountain in West Sichuan, that stopped being a thing I had said and became a thing I could do. All 5, I said. 3 bottles of the liquid plus 10 essence-nurturing pills. Gu Yuantian actually sat down. Are my medicinal herbs really worth that much? He believed he had robbed me. In the cultivation world, that single piece of ghost soul grass would start a shooting war between high-level cultivators. Absolutely worth it, I said. To be honest, I'm the one who profited. And I noted the debt privately, because that is how I do things, and because a man who hands over his best 5 boxes without haggling has told you what he is. As he left, I said one sentence, quietly, for him alone. If you wish to break through your realm using essence-nurturing pills, it's best to heal your Dantian first. Then the vultures arrived. A villa in Yanjing for 1 bottle. Name your price. Any price. High price, high price, high price. I pointed at my sign. If your eyes aren't working well, you can go to the hospital for a checkup first. They were amiable for about 90 seconds after that, and then one of them, a heavy man in a silk jacket, got tired of it. Kid, which family are you from? Call out your elder. Obviously, these were given to you by a family elder to sell. He raised his voice for the crowd. You, a junior, have no respect for us elders at all. Call out your elder. He stopped mid-word and fell backwards and was dead before he landed with his eyes open. Nobody had gone near him. I lowered my left hand. Although you are just an ant, I said. I hate it when you bark wildly in front of me. The quick ones went white immediately, because killing at that distance with a finger means exactly one thing, and it is the same thing every time. The Liu family's security supervisor came through the crowd shouting, "Who did it?" 40 people pointed at me without saying anything. "Did you do it?" "Yes." He turned his hands into claws and came. The claw stopped a foot from my throat, and then he was in the air, and then he was through a stall about 20 meters away. This time the whole market saw it properly. True key projection. There is no other explanation, and everybody there knew it. I walked over through the path they made for me and stopped 3 meters short of him. You, with your meager ability, dared to attack me? "May I ask which friend has graced the Qingcheng Medicine Fair with their presence?" said a voice from the second-floor balcony. "Our Liu family has been remiss in our hospitality." A middle-aged man in a formal suit came down off that railing and landed like a dropped coat. Square face, thick brows, and eyes that went over me once and did not go over me again. Xiao Zhen. 9th on the list, and in my reading his rank should be considerably higher. Of every grandmaster I had met to that point, only Zhao Yuan and Sun Tianzhao were stronger. "Greetings, family head." "Greetings, Grandmaster Liu." He looked at his beaten supervisor, then at the body, then at me for about 4 seconds. "If I am not mistaken," he said, "Your Excellency is that young Grandmaster Lin Tianfeng from Zhonghai." The hall made a noise. That title had been a provincial joke in this country for 2 months. I took action to discipline 2 disrespectful fools without the owner's prior permission, I said. Family head Liu doesn't mind, does he? I had just called his own head of security a fool to his face on his own mountain. Xiaojun smiled. A Grandmaster cannot be insulted. For that reason alone, there is no problem with your excellency taking action against them. He gestured at the stairs. Please, follow me to a private room. Nobody was punished. Nobody was even questioned. 200 people watched a Grandmaster kill a guest at the Liu family's own fair and get invited upstairs for tea. There was a plump, smiling, middle-aged man already in that room who had told Xiaojun in advance exactly how to handle me. Qin Zhongxiao is ranked 20th, which is not why anybody knows his name. He runs the most complete unofficial intelligence network in this country, and it reaches into departments that are not supposed to have doors. They call him the Jianghu Bai Xiao Sheng, the man who knows everything. Lin Tianfeng appeared out of nowhere in Zhonghai. His previous records are completely blank. Even the military has no information about him. He poured his host a drink. And in the past 2 months or so, he has killed at least 3 Grandmasters. Xiaojun came out of his chair. Xu Zhonglong, the Jiangbei Flood Dragon. Li Ting, ranked 28th, who was hired by Xiao Han specifically to deal with him and vanished without a sound in Jinshui City. Qin Zhongxiao counted the 3rd one off slowly, and Xiao Han, ranked 10th. Also, though it isn't public, a lieutenant general, he died in Lin Tianfeng's own villa. The high command must know. They know. They have made no moves at all because Lin Tianfeng is also military. Qin Zhongxiao shrugged. But the military tie isn't the point. That record is simply the record of a Grandmaster killer. Then Xiaojun said the honest thing, which is why he is still alive. I consider myself somewhat stronger than Xiao Han, but to kill him, I'm afraid I couldn't do it. He looked at the door. Since Lin Tianfeng could, then he could probably kill me as well. So they decided to give me a Grandmaster's respect and an invitation to the private fair, and one loose end bothered Xiaojun all evening. No invitation had been issued to me, and no checkpoint on that mountain had reported anybody coming up. Qin Zhongxiao guessed I had borrowed somebody's letter. It did not occur to either of them that I had simply walked between the guards. He came to my room afterwards to chat, got nothing at all out of 40 minutes, and revised his estimate on the way back down the stairs. He had expected an arrogant, showy teenager. He found, in his own words, an old fox who had already experienced the world, deep-minded, a dangerous person. Gu Yuantian was waiting for me in the corridor the next morning. Yesterday you told me I would need to heal my Dantian first. How did the Grandmaster know that? If I said I saw it myself, would you believe me? I believe it. Why? You trust me that much? Intuition. One word, and no elaboration, and no falsehood in his face anywhere. I have interrogated nascent soul cultivators who lied worse than that man tells the truth. After the fair ends, I said, let's get together if you have time, and if anything unexpected happens, find me in Zhonghai afterwards. He bowed with his whole face lit up. 3 bells went. The auction was starting. Zhao Tianxing leaned in under the hat. If you get a chance, leave Qingcheng Mountain as soon as possible. Oh, the medicinal pill you traded is simply too tempting. And the 2 spirit medicines you traded yesterday have already been spread by those people. All of them, everywhere in this building. I smiled, and I am told it was not a nice one. That's quite interesting. I'm very curious to see what the consequences will be. He offered to stay and help anyway, a man who had known me for 1 day, repaying a life. I refused it for his sake. If you help me, and they can't catch me, then you would be the one in trouble afterwards. The auction hall was full of masks and enormous hats, which is standard practice because the people who buy good items at these fairs get robbed on the road home. Zhao Tianxing's costume blended in perfectly. A sweep of the room found over a dozen great perfection martial artists, most of the rest at middle or late stage, and one familiar face. Zhang Shuiying, the blood rose of the Zhonghai underworld, with Uncle Long standing behind her chair. Interesting. A gang boss from a coastal city has no business holding a Liu family invitation, which means her identity is not what it says on the tin. On the 2nd floor there were 7 Grandmasters, including Xiaojun, plus Zhao Tianxing downstairs under a hat, plus me. 9 Grandmasters at one Qingcheng medicine fair. Nothing like it had ever happened. Lot 1 was called the Transcendent Pill, and the auctioneer sold it beautifully. A certain probability that a peak great perfection expert can break through, made from 1,000-year spirit medicine combined with dozens of centuries-old materials. Starting bid 30 million. My divine sense had already read the box, and I was genuinely impressed, just not by the pill. It is a mixture of a few decades-old qi-nourishing materials. The 1,000-year claim is nonsense. It is not appreciably stronger than 1 drop of the liquid I was selling downstairs for a plant. That man's acting could have won an award. The whole trick lives in one word, and everybody in that hall knew it, and it worked anyway. 1/2 is a probability, 1/10 is a probability, 1/10,000th is still technically a probability. It sold for 300 million to a man who was buying psychological comfort. Not one Grandmaster on the second floor bid, which is the entire difference between the 2 floors of that building. Lot 2 was a fiery red fruit consigned by a client who would not be named, sold with a disclaimer. Unknown effects, unknown age, and no responsibility accepted for consequences. Starting bid 10 million. Silence. Chiwan fruit, the best of the low-level spirit medicines. You eat it raw, it is useless for alchemy, and it advances you one small realm with no side effects, once per major realm. Early foundation establishment straight into middle. I wanted it badly enough to be stupid about it. Even with the creation reincarnation art on a planet with this little energy, reaching the innate stage was going to take me about 10 years, and 10 years is too slow. If anybody from the cultivation world heard me say that, they would call me a lunatic, because most cultivators do not reach the innate stage in a lifetime. 10 million. The whole hall looked up, because a Grandmaster had bid on lot 2. Then a voice like old bark being rubbed together. 20 million. The ugly old man, doubling rather than incrementing. 30 million. 50 million. Then a resonant voice from room 5, a middle-aged man in a gray shirt. 100 million. 3 Grandmasters fighting over the second lot of the evening, which normally only happens for the finale. 200 million. 300 million, said the bark. I frowned. Then I felt the corner of my mouth go up, and I closed my eyes and leaned back and stopped bidding. It sold for 500 million. Late in the auction, 4 men carried in a single box using everything they had, and each of those 4 was a middle-stage internal strength martial artist. Under the cloth was a black rock, less than half a meter square, an ore, composition unknown, extremely hard. Even diamond has difficulty cutting it. To this day, we do not know how to make use of it. Starting price, 5 million. Star core meteorite iron, the remnant of a small planet that exploded. In the cultivation world, it is a top-tier artifact refining material, and a piece that size would have people killing each other in a queue. I cannot refine it until the innate stage, but I had wanted to forge a proper flying sword since the day I woke up, and the material has always been the wall. Curiosity bidding took it to 50 million. 100 million. Nobody followed. To that room, it was an expensive novelty rock, and above 100 million, it stopped being worth the cost of crossing a Grandmaster. Both of this Lin Tianfeng's bids were for items of unknown origin, Xiaozhen said upstairs. Is he really that knowledgeable? Who knows, said Qin Jungxiao. Perhaps he really is. The finale lots were pills the catalog said could greatly benefit a Huajing Grandmaster, and the second floor fought over them for 20 minutes. I did not bid once. Under a divine sense, not one of them had half the efficacy of my own essence nurturing pill. They had wasted the materials. As for the Chihuan fruit, I considered it temporarily stored with the ugly old man. I would be retrieving it sooner or later. The private fair was 8 Grandmasters in the middle of a room with 26 other people arranged around them. Xiaozhen opened with a fist-sized piece of warm sun-purple jade, worth over 300 million, calming and focusing, excellent for elders. With my current methods, I could carve 2 better calming talismans in an afternoon. I stopped listening about 4 seconds in because somebody had put a jade stalagmite on the table and been ignored, and inside that stalagmite, where nobody on this planet could see it, there was a milky white gel. 10,000-year spirit milk. 1 drop fully restores the magic power of any cultivator below soul transformation. High-level cultivators carry it as a last-ditch lifesaver, and it has turned battles that were already finished. In the cultivation world, a child at the 3rd layer of chi refining would spot it. On Earth, there is exactly 1 man with the divine sense, and he was sitting in that room being polite. I crossed the room and put a bottle of 3 essence nurturing pills in front of the man holding it. Take one first, feel the effect, then decide. I poured one into my palm, and the fragrance got out, and this time it was not a sniff at a bottle in a market. It was bare in the air of a small room containing 8 Grandmasters, and greed landed on every face in that circle at the same instant. The man swallowed it where he stood and handed me the rock with both hands. Be careful, I told him quietly. And consume the rest at the appropriate time. He did not understand it. He remembered it. Then the circle came at me all at once, and I gave them terms. Rare spirit medicines, 100 years and older, priced item by item, first come first served, 10 pills left. Xiaozhen's question was not about price. It was never going to be about price. Where does the pill come from? Because Medicine King Valley has no such pill, and he knows their catalog by heart, and if somebody in this world can mass-produce something better, then a hidden sect that lives on pills collapses, and the Sichuan Lu family goes down with it inside a generation. At this private trade fair, I said, is it necessary to ask about the origin of items? It was his mountain, his family, his room, and a teenager had just slapped him across it. Qin Zhengxiao smoothed it over, warm as an old friend. Feng Yi said they were merely ignorant men. Oh, I said, with a completely straight face. So that's how it is. Then I announced the 10 remaining pills to the whole room instead of the circle, and 26 inner-strength martial artists broke ranks and started producing their real treasures, which meant the Grandmasters who had been angling for a bargain had to open their genuine collections immediately or go home with nothing. 2 men never traded at all. Qin Zhengxiao, whose box, when I looked into it, was completely empty, and the ugly old man, Su Kei, ranked 16th, far weaker in raw combat than anyone else in that circle, and feared by the top 10 anyway, because his poison is his combat power. He offered me a box of rubbish while holding several freshly picked rarities, and I did not answer him at all. Next, his face went, and the room assumed I had insulted him into it. That killing intent had been in the room before I opened my mouth, and it traced back to a hotel carpet in Jinshui City. If Suke really wanted trouble, I would not mind sending him to keep his junior brother company. I walked out of that fair as the most watched man on the mountain, with every departing pair of eyes carrying its own little schemes. Zhao Tianxing was waiting halfway down, and Gu Yuantian was standing at the courtyard gate with a medical kit. It seems you are truly impatient. The problem with my Dantian has troubled me for many years. You're quite honest. I started walking. Then let's go together. As for whether I can help you, that depends on fate. Up in a tall building, 2 men watched us go down the path. I always feel, Xiaozhen said, that this suddenly appearing Lin Tianfeng will bring a fatal impact to my Sichuan Liu family. So Brother Liu also wants to join those people in dealing with Lin Tianfeng? Xiaozhen's argument was sound. Many were already preparing to move, and if somebody else sees the secret of who refines those pills, the Liu family is finished regardless. Qin Zhengxiao answered it in 2 sentences. Xiaohan died silently at his hands. Do you really think joining a crowd keeps you safe from that? He put down a chess piece. And we are completely unaware of who is refining these pills behind Lin Tianfeng. What if that person is not merely a transcendent grandmaster, but a god realm figure on a higher level? Xiaozhen felt that in his spine and backed off. Then what do we do? What we do now is wait quietly. Qin Zhengxiao turned to the window and smiled. Wait to see what kind of news those people bring back. I swept the hotel while I was packing, and I smiled at what I found. Outside my door, Zhao Tianxing and Gu Yuantian with his kit. I only have a medical bag, so there is nothing for me to pack. I hope to travel with the Grandmaster for a while. No. I put a hand on his shoulder. Hide your identity and leave later, separately. Otherwise, the medicinal pills I traded with you earlier might become your death warrant. He thought I was being dramatic. He assumed they would at least wait until everyone was well clear of Liu family territory, because striking here would slap the Liu family in the face. He was wrong twice. He underestimated the greed, and he misread the host, because Xiaozhen would have joined in himself if not for a fat man with a chessboard, and privately wanted the ambush to happen so that he could finally see my real strength and whatever was standing behind me. They've been patient enough already. He offered to stay and fight. I refused it. Take the chance and leave secretly now. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to leave at all. He argued anyway, at length, until a man who had been silent under a hat all day spoke. Let's go, old man Gu. Your strength is decent. But letting you follow us means you're not helping him. You're dragging him down. I owed that old man for 5 boxes he handed over without haggling, and I did not say so out loud, because I do not say those things until I am ready to pay them. Gu Yuantian had assumed the man in the hat was mute. Then a Grandmaster's pressure came off him, once, lightly. You, Grandmaster. Below Grandmaster, Zhao Tianxing said. All are mortals. I even timed my own departure to pull the attention off him on the way out. And on the road, I told Zhao Tianxing that our transaction was complete and that he did not need to come. Brother Qin. He did not look at me. The grace of saving a life is like a new beginning. I, Zhao Tianxing, truly consider you a friend. Now that a friend is in trouble, how could I stand by and do nothing? 1,000 years in a treacherous cultivation world, at the very top of it, undefeated, with the whole starfield knowing my name. I had almost no friends. I can count them, and I do not need a second hand. My entire answer was 2 words. Brother Zhao. Jiang Shuiying caught us outside the hotel in a cheongsam. Mr. Qin. Long time no see. Not Grandmaster Qin. Mr. Qin. She is clever enough to know that 1 word of address moves a relationship 3 steps, and she did it in a car park in front of witnesses. She offered to travel back together. No need. I have something else to do, and it isn't on the way. She watched the car pull out with her eyebrows drawn together. I always feel Mr. Qin has something weighing on his mind, she told Uncle Long, as if it's about to suddenly explode. He brushed it off and steered her toward home because her own family was busy tearing itself apart over power and profit and may not even receive an invitation next year. From about 9 windows of that hotel, people watched my car leave. In the back seat, I made Zhao Tianxing open his mouth and flicked an essence nurturing pill into it. Hurry up and refine that. An hour of bad mountain road. I kept my eyes shut for all of it. Then, driver, stop the car. Do you need to get out to relieve yourself? I do need to get out. I don't need to relieve myself. I put a wad of cash through the window. You can go. They've arrived? Zhao Tianxing rolled his shoulders, and there was nothing wrong with the way they moved anymore. One pill had put him back at 8 or 9/10 of what he was. No wonder they coveted it. If someone else had gotten hold of that and taken it, knowing what it does, it would attract every Grandmaster in the country. It was only exposed in that hall for a short while, and it attracted this many. I looked at the dust coming up the road from both directions. Could it be that they all have dog noses? 7 or 8 cars from both ends of the road so that there was nowhere to drive. 3 faces I knew got out. Su Ke, Mu Chenglong, Gu Tianpeng, and 4 I did not, which made 7 Grandmasters, plus about a dozen inner-strength martial artists I recognized from the private fair. 4 men were not there, and I noted all 4 names. Xiao Zhen, Lu Xiao, Qin Zhongxiao, Feng Yi. 4 men who resisted it. Since you've all come, I said, shouldn't you introduce yourselves? Judging by your expression, said an old man near the back, you don't seem surprised at all. Do you have some other reliance? I already said, introduce yourselves. I put my hands in my pockets. Firstly, I don't particularly like talking to strangers, and secondly, it's to prevent you from becoming confused ghosts. They gave me the names. Duan Tianchu, 14th, Li Lingsu, 25th, one of only 2 women on that list. Xiao Tiancheng, 27th, Zhou Mingchong, unranked, 5 of 7 on the list. I nodded. You truly think highly of this Qin. Mu Chenglong offered terms, and he offered them politely. If you cooperate and tell us the secret of that pill's origin, then as long as we get what we want to know, we will not make things difficult for you. We will let you leave. I laughed out loud. Then I stopped. At the trade fair, I pitied you, which is exactly why I let you exchange for a pill so cheaply. And you're still this insatiable. I looked at a man of 73. Although you're almost at death's door since you dared to scheme against me, you should be prepared to go to hell. And the old man gave me an honest answer, which is more than most of them ever do. This old man simply has not been able to accept life and death. He shrugged inside his coat. A tall tree catches the wind. Young man, you are strong and capable and lucky. It's a pity you don't know how to conceal your brilliance. He spread his hands at the road, the cars, the 7 of them. The law of the jungle is the essence of this world. Then Su Ke cut across him. Lin Tianfeng, you killed my junior brother Li Teng. Today, I will use your heart to honor him. That fellow who played with snakes and insects and rats couldn't withstand one of my moves. I rolled my neck. Since the 2 of you had such a good relationship, I'll send you down today to keep him company so he won't be lonely. Everybody charged at once, including the inner strength men who piled in behind the Grandmasters. I was already shaping a mass attack when somebody went past me at speed. Zhao Tianxing launched himself at Duan Tianchu, the highest ranked man on that road, 14th against 15th, which is even on paper, except that 15th had been poisoned for 3 years and had recovered 8/10 of himself 90 minutes ago. He knew he could not win. He went anyway. Because I had saved his life, and because he had decided in a hotel room that we were friends, and a man like that does not do the arithmetic first. The other 6 had spent the whole drive assuming he was a subordinate in a funny hat. 1 palm exchange, and Duan Tianchu shouted it across the road. Zhao Tianxing, it's actually you? The remaining 6 hit me together. 6 blasts of true ki from 6 directions at once, which is genuinely the correct tactic and which they had clearly discussed in the cars. I glanced at them and put up a shield. All 6 landed on it and made ripples. I watched the thought go through them in formation, and I will summarize it for you. If his casual protective ki eats all 6 of us simultaneously, then could any one of us break his defense alone? They came in close instead, which is what people do when the first plan fails and they have not got a second one. So I smiled and gave them what they wanted. Left fist into Xiao Tiancheng. 1 punch to settle the world. Right palm into Li Lingsu. 1 palm to sever mountains and rivers. Left leg into Gu Tianpeng. 1 leg to stir the winds and clouds. 3 sounds, and 3 of the 10 strongest people in that country went backwards off their feet in 3 different directions. The other 3 could not stop their own momentum in time. Starshift, ethereal and unpredictable. Heavenly God, hammer, plucking stars and seizing the moon. The first 9 forms of the 12 forms of carefree wandering, which is the set they hand children at the Xiaoyao sect on their first morning, and which I had not been able to run properly since I woke up on a train. I beat 6 Grandmasters using body technique alone. No spells, not one. They wanted close combat, and I wanted to see the Cultivation world's most famous beginner set shine once on Earth. And I had one thought the whole way through it, and it was not triumph. How disappointing. Suke survived intact only because he threw his snakes and insects and rats into the path of every blow. You, how can you be this strong? I waved my left hand, and a small package came off him and across the road into my palm. The Chiwan fruit. 500 million yuan an hour ago. Free of charge and truly satisfying. Mu Chenglong on his side in the dirt, coughing. I truly didn't expect that a transcendent grandmaster could reach such a realm. Perhaps even Gongsun Ming, the number 1, couldn't do it. Duan Tianchu broke off from Zhao Tianxing and backed away up the road. Kid, you. Who exactly are you? Lin Tianfeng. I am the only one who can give you the number. At the late stage of qi refining, I could already have handled these people. I was at the peak of early foundation establishment and about to break into middle. In the cultivation world, I doubt anything below the innate stage would have beaten me on that road. I turned my left hand over, and small fireballs opened in my palm the way a magician produces a coin. I put one into each of the 6 on the ground. You dared to kill them? Duan Tianchu was pointing at the burn marks. Do you even know what kind of backgrounds they have? I hate that sentence. I have hated it for 1,000 years. In my last life, the family-backed used exactly that phrasing to justify slaughtering cultivators and mortals in the same afternoon and going home to dinner. Oh, what kind of backgrounds? I said. Are they the Jade Emperor's biological sons? Or the 9 Heavens Immortal Emperor's biological nephews? Somebody in the crowd behind them screamed that I was a devil, and about 30 martial artists broke and ran in every direction. I swept both hands, and more than 10 fireballs went out after them. None of them got far. You are a devil, Duan Tianchu said. He had stopped backing away. He had simply stopped. You are not human. Not human. I originally just wanted to live as a good person, I said. Unfortunately, all of you forced me to become a devil. One more. The 14th ranked Grandmaster in that country came apart into a drift of pale dust and went off the road in the wind. 7 Grandmasters and 30-odd Masters in about 4 minutes, without effort. My actual worst case, the thing I had been quietly braced for the entire drive, was that Gongsun Ming would come. Instead, not even the 9th-ranked man showed up. If I had known it would be like this, I could have brought Gu Yuantian along the whole way. I burned every car except one. Zhao Tianxing was still standing in the middle of the road looking at the empty ground. Brother Zhao, it's done, we can go. Qin, let me say it for you. You want to say, Brother Qin, why are you so powerful? Is that right? He nodded, slowly, about 4 times. I can only tell you that I am fundamentally different from them. Then he stopped me with a hand on my arm, and it was not about the families. Family forces are only useful in the secular world. With these people dead and their Dao gone, their houses will be greatly diminished within a year. That isn't your problem. He looked up the empty road. Your problem is the Martial Arts Adjudication Council. He explained it in the car, the largest and most authoritative organization in this country's martial world, founded to stop martial artists slaughtering ordinary people at will. Minor offenses cost you your cultivation, severe ones cost you your life. Everyone I killed was a martial artist, I said, not one mortal. The mandate crept. He said it bitterly, like a man who had watched it happen. Now wantonly slaughtering fellow practitioners is adjudicated too. And an act like today's, directly killing dozens of high-ranked martial artists, effectively slaughtering the Grandmaster ranking list itself, will certainly cause the council to issue a ruling against you. Brother Zhao is exaggerating slightly. I looked out of the window. It was only 7 transcendent Grandmasters, and 2 of them weren't even on the list. His beard moved. Those were 7 Grandmasters, not 7 cabbages. Although, he told me later, listening to my tone at the time, chopping 7 Grandmasters and chopping 7 cabbages had sounded like precisely the same job. Who runs it? Bai Qingchang. He said the name quietly, in a moving car, with nobody else in it. The only confirmed God Realm martial artist known to be alive in this country. God Realm. Above transcendent. He nodded. Nobody knows how strong that realm actually is. The council is beyond government control because its founding rule is that it governs the martial world and never touches worldly affairs, which is the only reason the state tolerates it at all. And what has this Bai Qingqiang been seen to do? Nothing. Zhao Tianqing looked at me. I have never in my life met anybody who has witnessed Bai Qingqiang take action. That is because everyone Bai Qingqiang has fought with has died. Interesting, I said, but these are matters for later. He asked me, somewhere around the provincial border, why my methods look nothing like theirs. Because you cultivate martial arts, and I cultivate immortality. Could it be that we mere mortals can truly cultivate to become immortals? Perhaps. I watched the fields go past. Anyway, I've never seen it myself. That is true, incidentally, and it is the joke at the center of everything I have ever done. 1,000 years at the top of a starfield, called an immortal emperor by everybody including my enemies, and I have never once seen a single person ascend. What is real is the other thing. A tribulation-crossing cultivator who dodges the heavenly tribulation can live for 1,000,000 years. That is the whole engine. That is what all of it is actually for. Back on Qingqing Mountain, Xiaojun lost 4 games of chess in a row and then drove out to stand on a stretch of road in West Sichuan, patches of burned ground, a few new pits in the earth, some scorching on a rock face. Such a large area, he said slowly, and not a single trace of blood. He turned all the way around. It's too clean. It's as if somebody cleaned up afterwards. The question isn't the cleaning, Qin Zhengxiao said. The question is where the rest of them went. A gust came up the road and buried half the scorch marks in dust while they were standing in it. The report reached him that evening, and he came apart in his own study. 7 Huajing Grandmasters and dozens of masters, a visible slice of the entire overt strength of this country's martial world, sent against one boy under 20 and annihilated to the last man. That was not the part that frightened him. Even losing, that many determined men should have been able to run. Some of them should have gotten away. Even Gongsun Ming could not have held all of them on one road. The martial world has been peaceful for too many years, Qin Zhengxiao said at the window. If it is truly as expected, I'm afraid the Martial Arts Adjudication Council will reappear in the Jianghu, won't it? Xiaojun's eye twitched at the name. I was in Zhonghai by then, nourishing Heiruokshu's divine soul for the 3rd time, and putting the red pendant into her hand afterwards without explaining what it was. One left, the purple one. I went to Jiangzhou to deliver it, and Su Ruoxin stood at the gate afterwards, holding it in her fist and watching a car go down the drive, and her brother grinned at her. Sister, stop looking. Brother-in-law has already gone far. He did not get an answer. He got a look, and he described it to me later with enormous satisfaction. Then I went home to Wutong County for 3 days. I brought spirit medicine, and I recarved both pendants and deliberately did not put a formation on that villa because a spirit gathering array on a hill above a county town attracts exactly the wrong kind of attention, and my parents would have no idea how to work it. My mother told me I had got thinner. My father asked whether the study was going well. I said yes to both. The news took about 6 days to become a national incident, and it did it without a single verified fact in it. 7 grandmasters missing after the Qingqing Medicine Fair. Duan Tianchu, Suke, Mu Qinglong, Li Lingsu, Xiao Tianqing, Gu Tianping, Zhou Mingchong, plus dozens of inner-strength martial artists. No one was seen alive. No bodies were found dead. The versions multiplied for a week, that they had provoked somebody, that they had tried to snatch a pill, that a mysterious old master had stepped in on behalf of a bullied disciple, which was the most popular one because it was the only one that made sense. Everybody scoffed at first, and the scoffing was entirely reasonable. Even Gongsun Ming could not wipe out 7 grandmasters. Then the disappearances were confirmed, one at a time, family by family, over 4 days. And 1/6 of the grandmaster ranking list of an entire country was simply gone. It reached the very top of this government. And it reached the long-secluded Martial Arts Adjudication Council, which sent people into West Sichuan for the first time in years. Zhou Jun called me on the 7th day, and his voice was carrying something heavy. Are you aware of the rumors? Of course. Then, are those people really dead? There was a long pause on that line. How did they die? I killed them. There was no point hiding it, and I was not going to make an old soldier ask me twice. This has gotten out of hand. He was not shouting. That is how I knew how bad it was. Every one of those men has a deep background. Dozens of rich and powerful families have united. There is pressure coming down that even the top of this country cannot absorb, and the council has mobilized. A breath. Do you think you have the ability to handle all of this? Those dozens of people united to try and kill me, I said, and I wiped them all out instead. I looked out of the window at the lake. So I really want to know, Commander Li. What will you do? They were all killed by you alone? Of course. My background others may not know. But Commander Li, don't you? I let that sit. Aside from myself, do you think anyone else could have helped me? He steadied himself. I could hear him do it. I will help you resolve the pressure from the official side. However, regarding the Martial Arts Adjudication Council, I am powerless. Everything will depend on you. Then he hung up, and I sat in a villa on a hill with a spirit gathering array running under the garden. 6 months ago, I woke up on a train with 1100 yuan and a body that a bad flu could have finished. A dagger could have killed me. A car could have killed me. I hid in a grove behind a university because it had slightly better air than the dormitory. That evening, an entire country's martial world could not find a single body and could not say a name out loud without lowering its voice, and the only organization on this planet that has never once been afraid of anybody had opened a file with my name on the front of it. I should have felt something about that. I have gone back over the evening several times, and I did not. I felt one thing, and it arrived about a minute after Jo Jun hung up, and it went through me like cold water. Every person who wants me dead now knows exactly one true thing about me, which is that I cannot be reached, which means they will reach for whatever can. Zhang Yue has 6 charges of jade around her neck. Li Wei has 6. Tang Xiaoxiao has 6 and a demonic technique. He Ruoxue has 6 and a soul I am rebuilding twice a month. Su Ruoxin has 6 and an entire family with a general in it. And in a county town in Lingnan with 1 road in and out, there are 2 people who think their son won the lottery, wearing an orange pendant and a cyan one, because those are the 2 dullest colors and nobody asks about dull colors. I picked up the phone and dialed a number I have known for 1,018 years. She answered on the second ring, the way she always does, with the television on behind her. Xiaofan, did you eat? And I stood at that window with the national incident on my hands and 7 Grandmasters on my account, and I found that I could not answer her for a moment. I ate, I said. Ma, keep that pendant on, both of you. It's just a temple charm. Keep it on. She laughed at me and told me to eat vegetables. I put the phone down and stood there a while longer, and somewhere out west, a man who has never lost a fight and whose face nobody living has seen was being handed a file with a name on it. Let him come. I have somewhere to be first.